Finance Committee meeting to order at 9:03 a.m. Saturday. This is the last review of department budgets and then going into the omnibus review. The roll call attendance for the Finance Committee, please.
David Walker is present.
Carol Hoffs is present. Carolyn Mazik is present.
Mary Jane Churchville present.
Don Hayes present. With that, we have a quorum. We are ready to continue. Sam was not able to be with us this morning, so continue. The meeting is being recorded. It will be published to the YouTube channel and played on Channel 9. Are there any other people recording the meeting at this point? I'm being heard. No additional recording is being done. And preliminary is the last item, additions and deletions. There are no additions or deletions at this point to the agenda. Brings us to the work session where we have our joint meeting with the Board of Selectmen.
Morning, everyone. My name is Laura Schifrin, and I will call the meeting to order of the joint meeting with Finance of the Board of Selectmen here at 9:05 a.m. Would you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to thank all of our veterans and all of us currently serving, as well as all of our EMS families. And we thank all of the families now because they all sacrificed for us. The meeting is being recorded and will be uploaded to YouTube. Is anyone else recording the meeting? Hearing none, do you have a roll call? Selectman.
Veronica Cal present.
Laura Schifrin present. There's no additions or deletions to our agenda, so take it over, Don.
Sabrina.
Sabrina.
Oh, what? What did I miss?
Should be noted that there was a revision to the agenda.
From the posting? What was deleted? Board of Health and trash. Okay. We did receive documents last night. Did you get documents regarding the trash? Nobody got documents regarding the trash. Okay.
There was an email that Irene sent last night, but that was just
Time.
I have copies if people want to see them.
but it was just her analysis of, bags and fees. But I'm not sure that's.
I think we had decided we can't make any decision on that now anyway. But thank you for the information.
Okay, I just don't want $1.9 million to be the option that the residents have to pay. So we have an $800,000 option or $1.9 million would not be appropriate. So I just wanted to give you those options that there are ways to pay for it completely out of a fee, pay-as-you-throw bags, or a complete fee. So I just wanted the board to have all options available. So it's all written out. I have 20 years experience in this,
Thank you.
of doing the contracts.
Did you send it to me?
I send it to the Board of Health and the Board of Health distributed.
Yeah, I did not receive it.
So if you want to have a copy of it.
Sure, if you have hard copy, I'll take it.
Yes.
You're supposed to look at this?
It just isn't anything,
Okay.
just a minute. It just isn't anything that we can decide on now, but thank you for the information. I think it was made very clear that we still have March 10th and then even April 28th to go through.
I
Okay.
can make up another copies.
Did you say, Lori?
I really think it would be good if we don't talk over each other. We've already had this discussion at the last meeting. So at any rate, we have March 10th and then we have April 28th, and we have no idea until after those dates what we're doing.
Right, and we had discussed at the last meeting, potentially doing two budgets,
Yep.
What if it passes, what if it doesn't, so we're talking about alternative, as it goes, so we'll continue with that, okay. With this, next item on the agenda, well, Chief Shepherd is here, there were two budgets, for the review, the FEMA and then the fire EMS budget. I would start with the FEMA.
What number is that, please?
291.
We look at what's on the omnibus or in the book?
They should match at this point, so it's your choice at this point.
So Dawn, are you looking for a presentation from the fire chief, or do you want to take questions? Because I have a question on this budget.
We can start, just this is our normal departmental review, so we can start with questions if we want to start.
It's a small budget. I just have. Chief Shepherd, can I ask you a question on the FEMA budget? The new equipment line and the replacement equipment line, are those things that you expect to recur from year to year? Typically what's in the budget are the things that you expect to happen from year to year. So my question is this a year to year, or is this something that we could do a warrant article and take out of free cash? Because I think it's necessary.
Are you talking about the $30,000 increase?
Yes, the new equipment line and the replacement equipment line.
So, and I appreciate, firstly, I'll begin with, after 7 years on finance, I appreciate the effort you all must put in, especially this time of the year, and the painstaking choices you have to make. So we may not always agree, but I understand it, and thank you for your effort. The 30,000, and I appreciate the approach too, with questions first rather than beat around the bush. So the 30,000, emergency management has been grossly underfunded for years. I put it there as we identified some low-hanging fruit that needs to be adjusted, so that in the event that we ever have something like that has happened in other communities nearby, we have some of the resources. So that 30,000, it could be a one-time that just kind of gets us a little bit closer to having some equipment, or it could be reoccurring. I don't see it reoccurring at 30,000, however.
Okay. So how are we doing this? Are we just making suggestions, or are we doing motions in this meeting? Because typically we left this meeting knowing what budget we were presenting.
Right, so
Going
if,
forward.
of the budget that is here, of the 20,000 for the new equipment line and the 10,000 replacement, what would be the continuing value that you see in there? So right now it says 20,000, and you said it would only be a one-time. That may be a one-time, but it would be reduced in future.
So I don't believe there's been any increase in the equipment resources to the emergency management in probably 20 years.
Yeah, right, that's not, we're, if you had the equipment, how much would this one be
Next year?
Yeah.
It could be back to zero, or it could sit at 20. It's really, I'd like to have an interactive conversation. The reality of it is you will all be part of our ability to be prepared.
Yeah, we're trying to get back to Veronica's first statement of, is it a one-time or is it recurring? To know how to present it on a warrant at town meeting. It sounds like the majority could be a one-time warrant and not anything. So is it best to do the whole thing as a warrant article, moving with zero now and then adjusting next year? If you see the recurring.
There will be some reoccurring, but I don't believe it'll be at 30,000.
Okay,
So Veronica, I have been propelled into emergency management somewhat blind. There was no ramp up. We're just kind of dissecting what we've got and moving that direction. So I would say of the 30 next year, instead of 20 and 10, it could be 10 and 5. Difficult to know.
Okay, so what I think is, given the budget situation that we're in, I would put these as a warrant article taken from free cash, because I do think we need this. You know, if there's a hurricane coming through and we need cots, we need to have the cots.
We have
need to
cots, we don't have generators.
So we need that, whatever we need, whatever this is meant for. Then I would say this is a warrant article taken from free cash at the special town meeting and the annual town meeting, within the annual. And that we either zero those lines, keep the lines there and zero them, or do some variation of what was just suggested. Cut this amount within the budget.
Just tell me what line
Yeah,
that's
can
on.
you just tell?
It's 360, it's the TEMA budget. I don't have the BVA up to give you a code, but it's,
No,
I'm looking at the omnibus, it's line 360,
okay,
right below that. The lines actually aren't numbered for these two items.
okay, I see. Okay, now I see what you're talking about. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Were they in the BBA previously?
No, I mean, TEMA is,
Yeah, team is. I thought those were-
but these two lines were not part of the BVA. I don't think they've been in here. They don't have accounting numbers. If they were in there, they would have
Even
accounting.
if it was zero.
Tell me the acronym on BVA, because I've got a question on that from your,
Budget variance analysis, a monthly report produced by the town accountant. Or assistant town accountant.
So do you want a motion?
Well, we haven't done motions on any of them.
At what
Budget.
point are we deciding
I believe when we hit the omnibus budget.
today? Okay.
Today, later, when we start hitting it. This has all been questioned and making adjustments to update the omnibus.
change this budget to $5,714.
That's what I would do. That would be my recommendation. Make it zeros for this, but put numbers in there for next year and know for FY 27. Know that for 26, we're putting these as a warrant article. The problem with that is, what if the warrant article doesn't pass a town meeting? In which case it might be good to have at least half of what is here in this number for FY 26.
What did you say for a number? I'm sorry, I missed it.
30. So the reality is, we've been running with nothing.
I know, yeah.
So if you don't give us anything, we're no worse than we were. But you're no better than.
Then we worry that, yeah, I get it.
And there have been a couple times within the past 5 years where we have had to, put this forward.
Oh, I know, we had that fire and
Right, and there was a hurricane that was supposed, maybe 5 years ago,
Right.
4 or 5 years ago, that never hit, but that we had to be prepared for. So I think these things are needed. It's just how do we pay for them?
Right.
And we do have free cash. It's getting sucked up really quickly. But
It is.
between capital and snow and ice. So what do we want to put in the omnibus here, I guess is the question. What do you think?
I'm not ambivalent, but it's irrelevant to me.
Okay,
I know where the town is budget-wise. The fire and EMS side is probably very much restricted and non-negotiable. If you want to level fund it, zero fund it, not fund it, I will fall in line.
Okay, then I would suggest putting those to zeros and making this a warrant article taken from free cash for this year,
Here,
but leaving those lines in the budget.
as we have talked, we'll leave them in the budget, 0 this year. We have talked that we want to put together a plan for multiple years, looking forward, and see how that applies, see what it looks like when we add numbers in there for next year, when we're doing those projections.
I'm good with
Yeah.
that.
As we get there and we project out, it's kind of like if we know they're in here, we know we want something. Then
So Gary, I have a question. So you mentioned that you're not really sure, of course, what the recurring would be next year. If we spend the 30,000 this year and you acquire the items that you need, that you believe you need to acquire with that money, you're not sure how much would be recurring for next year. When do you think you start to figure that out?
So I have, been responsible for this for a year.
Okay,
So I don't have a seasoned experience to that. I don't anticipate it being big. There's really limited payroll. It's mostly just resources and equipment, and it's very possible that we could get up to speed and let it sit there.
okay.
It'd be hard pressed for me to believe that this would be 30, 30, 30, 30.
Right, right. I just thinking, when do you think you'd be able to figure out, okay, it's gonna be 5 for the replacement equipment ongoing, or 3 or 10 or whatever?
What I've learned in the municipal arena, it takes a couple of years to be able to really get a feel for where it sits.
Okay,
And 1 year isn't doing it.
all right. So next year,
We're still trying to identify what we have
right.
and what's usable.
So next year at this time,
Be clear.
you'll come back with a number that's saying, okay, this year I need this for recurring. So, okay.
Expand on that. With what we have in the fire and EMS side, some of that stuff, there's some redundancy, so we don't need to duplicate it. We can utilize stuff that the town's already bought within the emergency services side of things.
Yeah.
So we don't need to buy radios, we don't need to buy all that stuff.
All right.
Okay, on the labor side, it was just, I believe, 1, 2.
So is why, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just trying to look at it. I was only seeing one line with
Yeah, we don't have a deputy director.
orders, yeah, there's no detail behind.
There's just a director's salary listed.
And it's listed at 2331 up to 2378 in it for 26.
Right. Is the deputy then just part of the fire department, or is?
They get paid if they go to a program, they get paid, and
Okay.
we utilize that 2378.
Oh, okay, the 2378 covers both.
Correct.
Okay, all right. So I think my last question, sorry, so line 357 in the omnibus is a repair and maintenance equipment line. Is that different from your replacement equipment at 10,000 that you put in?
So this is the beautiful thing with a little bit of experience. We've got our budget, we got the omnibus budget, we got the one that moves forward. Can I look at what you've got?
Absolutely.
Because our lines don't always line up.
Sure. So I'm talking about this one here,
Yes.
says repair and maintenance, and you've got a budget in there for 1725. And then this one here for your replacement equipment, you've got 10,000. So
This repair and maintenance would be fixing what we have for equipment that needs to be replaced.
right. Okay, and I'm just curious how that's different from the 10,000 is all.
So the 10,000 would be some of the larger items,
Okay,
and the smaller, the 1,700, it doesn't take very much to burn through 1,700.
sure.
And repairing a generator, since we use that example.
Sure. So why didn't we just put this in the 10,000 in that line item and make that 1117.
We could have, it's semantics.
Okay, fair enough.
Or I could say to you, the 1,700 is absolutely necessary. The
Right.
10,000 is mothballing things, bringing them up so that they don't become trash.
Okay.
Are there any other questions on FEMA? Where we can move the wire, so the changes we made is in the expense lines. Moving those two lines over to the warrant article. Now, the fire budget, we start with the labor sheet. Any questions on the salaries, the fire chief and the assistant chief? All right.
No. I only have one question on the labor sheet. For the paramedics, it went from 502 to 549.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what the,
So it's actually part of a 3-year increase, part of collective bargaining. That is a complicated, and I get your questions here, I wasn't ignoring them, but it's not a one-word answer. So between collective bargaining, added expenses as a result of things beyond our control, we've had to put that number in. So I believe in the 3 years, we'll have a 12% increase to get folks up into the range that we can keep them. And that was all done a year ago. We did bring the union, the labor contract with me, but it's all part of the labor contract.
This is just for future reference. I think it would be helpful if people looked at the collective bargaining agreements before we started the budget talks, because it might eliminate a lot of questions. And those are available online under town administrator contracts and then union contracts. If you go there, you can see everything.
Okay.
So it's just helpful to know that. And it could eliminate some questions. You know, things like the clothing allowances and how the salaries increase and overtime things and all of that. It's all spelled out in there. And we're required to follow them.
And I believe it's not a $45,000 increase. I think it's closer to $97,000.
okay, because last year the line was at 502. And this year the line's at 549.
Okay, look at this with the other ones. So once again, our budget, what you're looking at is different in mine, but ultimately the increase in labor should be around 97,000.
Overall,
Yes,
yeah.
with exception to mine.
Right.
And the assistant chief.
And they've just for, on the BVA, that came out at the end of January, so 1st of February, it's a month back now, but we won't have those numbers for another week or two.
Right.
It's at 50%, which is a little bit lower than what it would be, 7 months into the year. So, 297. So it is expended, and it's expended at the expected
Yeah.
rate, that one line.
And for some of the different positions, they're not broken out by individual person in here. I'll take the full-time officer staff. We have one line. How many people is that? Usually it's broken down by individual.
So I've got that here, but once again, we don't have. So what do you have for a number, John?
In here is written for 315-051. How many people make up
Three
that?
15?
Yeah, that's what's in the file submitted.
Can you tell me what line that is?
Hang on.
Oh.
Yeah, that's, I'm looking at,
Oh, okay.
I'm looking at the spreadsheet that was submitted. Let me take a look
Okay.
over.
Oh, right.
Should be.
Oh, okay, the operations staff?
It says operational officer staff.
Three. Three.
And on my understanding is this is similar to the library. The library doesn't break out to each person that's, because it's
Other than-
varying hours.
Other than the text, yes.
Right, they don't
Right,
break out.
The text is the only one they don't break out.
Well, the people that have specific positions are there, but the
Correct.
text, and there's very many of
And,
them.
and that's what I'm asking on this operational staff. Is it a group of people that are making it up that hours vary, or is it individual people that have a salary that is fixed and is having an increase?
These are all appointed at the end of June
Correct.
for the year. And so if you want to see the count, you can typically go there and see how many people there are. Because it does vary. We appoint and take resignations back and forth.
If I go to that particular location and look at the appointed for this year, would I see a position that says full-time operational officer staff and be able to identify them?
Probably not.
Probably not, no,
Okay.
but if you look off to the side,
Do we
on
have
the
titles?
list,
Do we
it
have-
tells who they are.
Do we have
for what
titles
they
that
do.
match into each of these categories?
So you would have one for fire prevention captain. You would have one for ALS coordinator captain. You would have a lieutenant for ambulance maintenance. So you could.
Okay, that might be good. I mean, if each of those has a position and a salary associated with it, if we do have turn, when you go out to post the job, you know how much the salary is that is allocated for the year and what you'd make for an offer for a replacement.
If we posted that, which is fine.
Yeah.
We would go internally to the job description with that line. So it's 61, 62 people on our roster, 55 active, about 50 that we can count on.
Yeah.
This is a moving target on a very regular basis. This is not like the police department, where each person is hired and you know what time, what hours, what they work. So we've got full-time, we got per diem, and we got paid call, and then we have salaries. So there's really a handful of buckets, and it's constantly moving.
Right.
It's difficult even during the payroll, whereas town hall's payroll now is that everyone will sign in online, or some of the other hours, we can't do that. It just doesn't work.
So if you go to the town clerk page on the left sidebar, it says 2024 appointed officials,
Yeah.
and I have the list right here.
Right, yeah, I've done it. I'll put it in an Excel spreadsheet, so it's easy to pull up.
Okay,
And look at a
I thought
spreadsheet.
you didn't know where they were.
No, I knew where they were. I was just asking if I would see and be able to group and know which positions are going into here, so I would be able to do a count of how many people are in those groups.
So do you want us to appoint in groups this is what I'm asking. If you want that, we can appoint in groups in June so that when the town clerk posts this, she has those groups so that you can see exactly who it is. But if I look at this, I see operations captain, EMT, firefighter, paramedic, photographer, social media manager.
Right.
I see all these
And-
positions listed on the website.
They are, and they're not grouped together. It's just as the names go. And
So do you want us to appoint them in a different manner when we appoint? Should we be appointing in groups so that this list spells that out, is what I'm asking. More,
well, if it's active, the main thing is to look at this. Maybe it's an organization chart that needs to be presented with this, like the police chief did, so that we see what the staff is and see what the organization can be.
If you would ask for that, and there you go, this one. It's a flow chart, but, I will tell you what you're making for a case for me, Dawn, is an admin. We don't have an admin, we run pretty lean. And, you're making you're galvanizing, the case that at some point we will need an admin to do more of the clerical stuff to keep folks outside of the internal operations speed on how we flow and how we move. But quite frankly, right now, without that person, we do all of our state, federal reportings. Each person is responsible for it. Each officer that oversees the group has to sign into it. This just is going to add another layer that will put another chip in the camel's back.
Okay, I'm not sure whether it does or not. If we've got the information here, that's really what we're looking for. Trying to, and much as like you said, there's differences between one form and another and who you are. So how they're appointed and listed in the appointments doesn't necessarily match to how they're appointed in here. So you, in the budget, you can't tell how many people are in each of these groupings.
Does it matter?
I think it does. Much like the other departments, we have a breakdown by employee, what their salaries are, and what the position entails. Here, it's really a guess. How many people make up this 315,000?
3.
But there's no way to tell right now. It's kind of like that's
So I guess,
really what I'm
so I kind of
getting at.
hear where you're
We'll put
going.
together,
I
we'll put
kind of hear
together
where
a
you're going,
budget.
but now we're changing the program.
We're really not. It's kind of like
No,
every
we've
other
never done
department has
We've never done that.
presented us.
We've never done that. So you want to change.
Well, it's a change for you, but it matches where everybody else is. In here, we don't see, without seeing the building blocks of how you got these numbers, we don't have any idea how the number is developed.
How much do we pay the admin for at the police department?
There are 2 admins.
Yeah,
There's
and
a
there's an
records
assistant.
admin and a,
Right.
and so,
So
if
do
we're,
we add that to his budget so that there's somebody to do that?
we could.
I mean,
do
they're
that.
full-time for years.
How many hours would you need for an admin?
Well, based on your questions, we'll get into that, but it will be all a full time. If we, as I begin to answer these questions that were sent to me, you'll have a full time admin.
So at the police station for 2 staff, it's 99,326.
That's for 2?
For 2. One is full-time every day. I think, the other person's hours are fewer. So one has, more hours, one less, but they're both full-time and fully benefited.
And how many people are in the police department versus what?
There are a lot more in fire EMS
Right.
than there are in police. Because a lot of the positions are on call or per diem, so it's a
Right.
different animal than the police state, than the police, completely different. So, and if you want to count on that, I mean, we can't always be sure, I don't think, how many people you're gonna have in the, on call or the per diem at any given time.
But when you get to replacing a position, how do you know what was budgeted and what the offer could be for somebody coming in to match that and meet into the budget?
You don't necessarily go, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, on a total amount. You go on a per call or a per hour basis when you do that. So it isn't, oh, well, this person at 30 hours a week is being replaced by this person at 30 hours a week, because this person may only come in, 5 times over the course of the year. You don't know. You just need enough people to cover, and you have a total amount that you expect to need.
Calm down.
I think the on-call is more difficult.
Well, there's four,
you
there's
know,
four,
I don't
there's
know,
really
how
four
many-
baskets,
how
Don.
many-
There's really four groups. You've got,
Mhm.
you know, full-time salaries like myself.
Yep.
You got full-time employees that are part of the union. You've got your per diems, you got your paid call, and they can move back and forth between baskets. And there will be a fifth one. And the fifth one is gonna be driven by what's happening in the medical world, that's impacting the entire country as well as where we are. This is a little bit more of a global conversation, but if we're going there, we might as well go there. The hospitals, the medical transports, the first responders, it's all shrinking. And the ability to cover that is shrinking too. So right now, if we bring a paid call person in and we need to cover a shift, we gotta pay them overtime. And that overtime, if we call it a $30 an hour position, now they're at 45 and they're heading towards $50. We can't afford that.
Mhm.
So what we're attempting to do is figure out how we can offer a stipend for someone to come in either for 12 or 24. So instead of it being 50 by 10 hours at $500 or $600, maybe we say to them, if you take a shift and we do it on a stipend and it can work through the collective bargaining and it can work through the legal side of it, maybe it's $40 per hour per shift and it saves 10.
Mhm.
But it is unsustainable the way it's going. And to say that you've got three people at 315, 5 years ago, we had one person with their overtime was the highest paid person in the town of Townsend at $180,000. And so we've eliminated that and we continue to try to eliminate that. But to try to say, Don Hayes is gonna have this position as a paramedic on the nighttime shift and you're only gonna get $78,000, almost impossible.
I mean, I would think it's similar to the police
Not
department
at all.
where they, I don't know that they have people that cover the arc shifts too and rotate.
But they don't, but it's all paid staff, and so it's more clearly defined. They are all full-time people on the police station. On the fire station, it's different.
I have a question.
Sure.
On the shifts, you know, when they come in per diem or whatever,
No,
are they guaranteed, so let's say that, are they guaranteed so many hours, like
no, a per diem, no.
no, they, for whatever hours they work? I didn't know if they were guaranteed a 3-hour shift or something.
No, we want, I'd prefer 12.
No, I meant, that's not what I meant, Gary.
No, but you're asking, are they guaranteed a 3-hour shift?
Right.
No,
No, okay.
you're not, you have no guarantee.
Okay.
If you're a paid call guy
Mhm.
and you call us for a smoke detector failure in your house and within 15 minutes, you get paid an hour.
Mhm.
That's the best bargain in town, by the way, paid
Right.
call guys, paid call people.
Okay.
And per diem is just paid per the hour that they actually
That's
work.
right. So they are probably full-time in another community
Mhm.
Okay.
and they are probably at the medic level. And so they'll have both a medic qualification as well as a firefighter 1-2 minimum. So we can have them fill dual roles and they're probably full-time in another community nearby. And then they'll come in here that they've already been vetted, they've been through our process, and then we can put them in a shift.
Any other questions? Labor, we can, appreciate it. If I'll take this back, I'll make copies.
Oh, you can have it. I don't know. I just grabbed that the other day and put it in my file. I don't know if that's fall of 24, spring of 24.
Spring of 24.
That's close enough. You can have it.
Thank you.
So I guess one last question. So are the union positions, are those clearly defined? Like, okay, that's this individual, this is his salary and so on. And then you're saying the operations staff, all the non-union positions are the ones that fluctuate and it's hard to say.
No, there's only 2 non-union positions, mine and the assistant chief. And the other staff, the officers, they are union positions. After they move above the rank of captain into a chief's role, then they become a salaried position. So a captain in that 315 is part of that.
Okay, I guess so for like this, it says NU on these line items. Are those non-union or does that mean something else there?
Yeah, the zero. We don't have that position.
Okay. What about, okay, so like this on-call fire, it says NU, and you've got a number there, and I understand that's kind of one of those that you say I can't.
Non-union.
So that is non-union.
Yeah.
Okay. But those are the ones also that fluctuate and are hard to put solid.
If we knew who was gonna have a house fire.
Right, then that'd be
how much
easy.
time we're gonna be able to bring in,
Sure.
how many people are gonna show up, who wasn't gonna be on vacation, we could quantify that.
Right.
So right now, even though we may be, Veronica, at 53%, 55%, whatever our number is,
Right.
if we had a major fire,
Right, that's gonna
it
just go,
could change that number right up until June 30th.
right, sure. So how does it work when you call in other towns for assistance? I know that happens a lot where multiple towns respond. I know we respond to other towns when they need assistance or whatever.
So it is 9:44, and I want to be respectful of everyone else's time, so that's a very good and big question. Mutual aid, we don't pay them. So when they come here for building fire on whatever road it is, if we call for tankers, and it's called run cards, we know inside the water district what approximately we'll need for a first alarm, second alarm, third alarm, fourth alarm, fifth alarm, general alarm fire. That's all set up by a run card. It's all set up internally in the station, and our dispatchers know. So when the officer, whether it be a non-union or a union officer, arrives on the scene, he does a site assessment.
Sure.
He says, okay, this level of fire will require a third alarm. So he calls in for a third alarm, and that is 4 tankers. So 4 tankers outside the water district. Whatever 4 towns those are, whichever part of town it is, they do not get paid. When we get called mutual aid to another community, similarly, we don't get paid by that community. Townsend pays the staff to go.
Okay.
Now, with that little bit of background, right now, we are responding incredibly heavy to 3 other communities outside of Townsend because they have a labor issue. And it is lopsided and it's not equal. So it is not what we would qualify as mutual aid. If you go once in a while and you come here once in a while, then that's mutually beneficial. Right now, what we're seeing in the deterioration of emergency services is that it's very volatile. Some towns are strong for a while and then they fall back. Townsend right now seems to be very strong, and we are out of our community, out of our catchment area a lot. And that's having a very dramatic impact on our salary and on our staffing. And so you ask the long range, I can tell you the long range isn't pretty. It's ugly.
Anybody else have a question?
It's up to him.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yeah.
Is there a possibility that if a town is light in another community, could they then, I have this in trash, to do an intermunicipal agreement that our town, pick a town around the thing is, they're only have one truck or something like that, they need 2 because of more fires. Could we do an intermunicipal agreement and say, we're gonna help you more than municipal and mutual aid, and start an agreement, and you're gonna now, you don't have the staff, you're gonna pay us a per diem.
Can I answer that, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
The short answer is yes. The intermediate answer is we're in negotiations right now on that. As much as it's complicated here to understand our resources and our equipment under emergency management and under the fire, they have the same problem. So finding what that balance is extremely complicated. Throw in the legal piece of it, different animal. Police departments, I believe every police officer in Townsend is also a special officer in all the surrounding communities. We would have to do similarly. it becomes a multiplier. Instead of 10 or 12 people, there's 50 people here. So the answer is yes, and we're working that through. And I will scare you all right now that if it keeps going the way it's going, look at another $1 million in the next 2 years.
Okay.
I think we also all have to understand that these are trained people. They're trained to help us, and you're talking about a paramedic is a minimum of 2,000 hours before they can become a paramedic. So who do you want to come to your rescue?
I don't get what your point is. What's your point on that?
Of the hours involved in becoming the people that he needs to help.
Okay.
My son was a paramedic, so I understand it. And respect it.
Part to that, Laurie, is that communities, there are fewer of them now, or of us now. There are less people going into this, as like many other trades, if you will. We are paying approximately 30 entry for paramedic. The area communities that are beginning the program or readjusting their payroll are at 44 and 45. So if we're gonna keep them, we gotta compete.
Do most of the people in your department live in town?
Everybody, there is a mileage restriction that says that if you're gonna be a paid call person, you have to live within X amount of minutes to, depending upon your station assignment.
Okay,
The full-time staff,
Okay.
if you're living in the station, that requirement does not pertain to them.
the full-time staff for the union positions, correct?
Correct.
Is it the same for all emergency, like even the police have a distance to work in Townsend? For the police, you have a distance as well, right?
Sure, sure.
That you have to be within.
So they don't necessarily have to live in town, but they just have to be
If we
within that.
we don't do callbacks, but they'd have to be within a half an hour. Just to give you an idea of just how ugly it is. We have a ladder truck, which is great. Peterborough's the only one north of us that has a ladder truck. They put us on first run card for towns as far away as New Ipswich, and now we've moved into a first alarm place in Jaffrey. It's too far for us. We don't really, it's not comfortable for us.
Mhm.
So the problem is big and wide. And it shouldn't be Townsend's responsibility to fund that. So to your point.
Moving on to the expense line. Don't have the list that I had forwarded,
Would you like it?
I
I got it right here if you'd like it. And I can hit down through it if you want.
okay, yeah,
Repair and maintenance of building repairs. You want detailed cost of maintenance versus repairs.
the main thing with that is, and we've been hitting on it on every department, we're looking to make sure that there's money in there for the repairs. Because we've had in the past, there's a repairs line budget here. People have been coming looking for the reserve fund money because there wasn't enough money for repairs. So that's the basis of why.
Well, if that's the driver, you can rest assured that's not the case. We gave $15,000 from our maintenance budget to facilities, and we have now taken over all of our facilities.
Right.
We are managing all of that.
Right, so.
We'd like that back, but we've been unsuccessful in getting it back.
So you're comfortable with what you've budgeted? How much, you have your regular maintenance, which I'm sure, my guess is cleaning and things like that.
We are comfortable with it, although we like everyone else are witnessing a 15 to 18% increase in inflation.
Mhm.
So we've got good buildings. Every person in our operation is assigned to a task. So you don't just come and dollars for dollars, sit around and wait for a call to come in. If you're in the building, you might be assigned to building maintenance, you might be assigned to equipment, you might be assigned to technology. And so when you are not doing that medical or emergency response, make sure the chainsaws are sharp, make sure the trucks are on, make sure the oil and grease is up to speed, make sure the building, the trim, whatever all else is done, make sure the computers, the software and all that is up to speed. So yes, we do. Okay. But I don't have a crystal ball of the future.
No, and nobody does, and that's why I just want to make sure there's money in there
Yep.
for the repairs.
Professional and technical services, our cost of billing goes up based on the percentage of calls that we have. With us doing calls outside of our community is part of the intermunicipal agreement, mutual aid. What do we get? So if we do an intercept, we get $350. If we do a transport at an ALS level, it could be $3,500. And so that all that billing, which is determined internally with someone that's assigned to billing, goes to Coastal, a third party. They do the billing and they take a percentage of it. That percentage of it, when the money comes in, has to be written back out. So that's why that's a variable number.
Does that number stay the same, like the 350 you just mentioned, that for above and beyond people's insurance, are they,
No, it's all part of it.
it's all part of it,
So if you lived in ABC town,
right?
they called us for an ALS, advanced life
Right.
support intercept. We would show up in ABC town, would have you in the back of the ambulance. And,
Right,
medic staff would hop in with whatever we thought we needed
correct,
with our fly car or our
Okay.
medic wagon.
right.
And that cost would only be $350. That's unsustainable too.
So but that's if you have ALS, which is, explain ALS.
ALS, advanced life support. So here in Townsend, we have the ability to innovate. We have the ability
Okay.
to vent. We have the ability to do ultrasound.
Okay.
We can do IOs or drill into the leg. We have external chest compression. We have a whole lot of stuff that basic level services can't do.
Okay,
So if you call for that level of service,
right,
we show up. Whether you have insurance or you don't, the town is responsible through that intermunicipal agreement to provide the town of Townsend $350 for that inset fee.
okay. So your insurance company, let's say your insurance company pays, let's say I live in town and I have to have the ambulance and my insurance company pays you $1,800.
Sure.
Does the 350, is that included in the 1,800 or above and beyond?
You live in town or out of town?
I'm living in town.
So the 350 is not part of that equation. The 350 only happens if you lived in another town.
Well, I think I should call your billing company.
No, because it's very, very complicated.
Okay,
The billing. So you have to understand the billing. If you live in town and you're transported,
right,
so that's different.
okay,
An intercept is not a transport. The intercept is hopping into the transport ambulance from another town. But you live in town, so you're being transported by our ambulance.
that's correct.
So if the bill for your whatever issue you've got going on, whether we had to use IVs,
Right,
whether we had to
okay.
do all that, becomes $3,000. And the insurance company
I see,
pays
okay.
$1,800,
Right,
the balance, they will charge you.
Right.
Now, we don't chase that,
no, I know,
but that's just how it works.
right, okay, I'm just curious,
No, that's fine.
because that's what I got, and I just wanted to know,
You only got $350, you're good.
yeah,
If you don't pay it, you're still good.
okay,
Hazardous waste, that's easy. Irene's here, goes to Devon's, and we'll leave it at that. So that's an out of pocket. We pay for that. It takes the responsibility onus from Townsend and it ships it out of town. And we send somebody over there a couple times a year to man the gate. And we pay that staff for that limited amount. They handle the rest. Equipment maintenance, description of items to fall into account. Why the 100% increase? I don't know where you saw the 100% increase, but if it went from $500 to $1,000, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's,
that's pretty-
again, I was described taking notes, so I wasn't necessarily paying attention.
So rest assured, $1,000 does very little, 500 does even less.
Can I say something about that?
Sure.
We are now on that line in the BVA halfway, a month more than halfway through the year at 146% expended. So I expect that's why the doubling.
So I have to sit and look at where we are on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, and we track that all the time. Well, Katie's always getting a request from us to get a readout as to where we are, and I have one sitting right here from recently. And it does change. It changes with the market that's out there, and goods and services provided by the state are not always the best deal. Uniform allowance on.
No, it is true.
It's very true.
Yeah.
Good, and so we chase that because it's in our best interest. So we've been incentivized to make sure that we can do the best that we can so that we can make sure we get the right monitors that are already in our program. We get the right equipment that keep us at a level that we feel makes us a stronger organization. And that also feeds into the ambulance reserve receipt account, which I think should be a topic of today's conversation. But the uniform allowance, it's the same as clothing. And some towns, they use it as an expense, some put it in salaries. We happen to use it as an expense. Trainings and conferences, I think it's only $6,000. That's firefighters, medics, we have to go on for either expanded training or expanded certifications. That's used to do that. And I believe dues and memberships is level funded. Patient care reporting, the new budget line item 25 is over the budget amount. When we were Stewart, it was 0. We knew more than a year ago that there was some trouble over there. We began a conversation with Health Alliance, and we were fortunate we were able to get into line with them. And they charge us $600,000. That's our med control. So if you remember Emergency Squad 51 back in the 70s, they're always calling somebody, hey, what can we do? Before we give somebody an injection, before we go to a very high level of care, med control has to be advised to that. We have to have a doc on the other end that says, look, this is what we're about to do, and this is where we're at. And that cost is $6,000.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought you just said patient care reporting on that. But 6,000.
You did,
You did.
you did.
But the patient care reporting is at 20,000.
Yeah, that's coastal. That's percentage based.
But the 20,
Okay.
proposed for 26 is 26,811, so it's 6,000 more.
Should be a $6,000 fee for the hospital.
Well, that's sort of why it's kind of like,
That should have been broken out, is that what you're saying?
no, we put it in there last year as a first time item. It came in with this. I did speak to Katie and I got a printout and trying to make sure of what's in here. And what who are we paying for what purpose in that account? So
What's the question?
the question, I think the question was, is it monthly, quarterly, annual
Monthly.
reporting that we're doing?
Monthly.
And who's
Oh.
doing the reporting for us?
So
and
which
is that-
reporting? I'm not trying to, spin you around, but which reporting? So we come back from a call, we go to your house, we pick you up, we deliver you, we come back, we do a report.
Well, what is this
Wait a minute,
reporting?
hold- hang on one
This
second.
line was new.
Bear 1 second.
Yeah.
So that report goes in to Coastal. Coastal does a billing and a reporting on that. Another report will go into the state as to what we did, and how we transport it. And if it's fire, it's the same thing. And so and all that is changing effective January of 26. So this year we have to have a new software program to get our reporting. So there's reporting for billing, there's reporting for the state, and if there's something over and above, that'll go to different agencies. So there's a variety of reporting that's going on.
Right. Okay, so then we would see what invoices for what companies in here.
Every month you'll see a billing for Coastal, which is part of our billing software program for the medical side. And I think it's quarterly or semi-annually for the reporting that goes in for our med control.
Okay, so we should have additional charges that are coming in here and it's already over budget for this year.
Could be because after we got the budget, then the hospital collapsed and we had to shift. And we're doing more calls and it's percentage based.
Okay. And, what I was gonna say, one of the invoices that I saw in there was from Zoll Medical. Is that somebody that's doing reporting for us?
So Zoll provides us with monitors, which are $30,000-$40,000. So some of that will be for maintenance, some of that will be the reporting, because when you tie someone into that device will report to the hospitals, that device will, everything is tracked.
Okay, so,
Not a simple answer for that one, Don.
no, I'm just trying to get in there.
Zoll is mostly a hardware piece that is a tool that we use.
Right.
But it has to be maintained, it has to be serviced, and it has to be able to communicate.
Okay, so, do we have other invoices for Zoll that would show up in other places like, equipment maintenance?
Every year they get recertified, so that would be a different bill. Right. And calibrated.
I think that for FY 27, we should expect to add a line for an administrator for the fire department.
We can quickly do that, put it into the 5-year plan. Or multi-year plan, whether it's 3 or 5 or more.
I hope you do it for in the neighborhood of 50,000. We don't need a person that we have to bring along or educate, and that's why we've stayed where we are. Training someone to do this at entry level is not going to work. It's fast paced. There's a fair amount of pressure, and there's a lot at stake. So they have to come in with some skill. You're not going to attract them at 35 or 40. You're going to start attracting them at 50.
I think you need to put in 100K into the
Well,
budget.
I mean, we total.
Not for paying that person, but when you include benefits. Yeah, so you're looking at, 60 to 80 with benefits.
Put it in there and see what it looks like.
Not for this fiscal year,
No.
not for FY 26, but FY 27.
So, Don, in my mind, I'm past the reporting frequency vendors. I'm at new equipment. Do you want to dive into that?
Yep, so the last.
So, there's a hot potato. New equipment, we knew 3 or 4 years ago that our equipment, and once again, if you say to me, we're not gonna give you any equipment, you gotta use a wheelbarrow, garden hose, and a step ladder that you get at the hardware store, that's what we're gonna do. However, everyone's insurance is tied to the ISO, the Insurance Safety Organization. And we have to provide at a minimum where we've been at our response time to deliver, so the insurance company doesn't come back and say to each person, your fire department can't deliver, you don't have the equipment, you don't have the knowledge, you don't have da-da-da-da-da, your insurance rates all go up. Conversely, if we have all that, which we're trying to do, and we ask for a reevaluation, it should drive everyone's insurance down. Very involved. Once again, it goes to the person that you may be a full-time person on a staff, or you may be per diem, a paid call. You have an expertise in that or skill set in that, and we ask you to work for that. So we knew years ago that our equipment was coming up. We had 2000, we had 2002 pieces of equipment that had expired. We had other trucks. So it's just a constant piece of the capital plan. But we had some that had expired. We put in for 2 engines. We got one year, we got one the second year. They thought that there'd be 800 days. They were closer to 1100 days. We got them at 700 and change, and we got one at 800 and change. We got one at 734,451. We got another one at 839,000 today. Both of those are $1.1 million. There has been a request as reports back to line 9 of the contract that says they are entitled to gather any overages. They've asked for an 11% increase on the first engine of 734. That brings us to 815. Still below the second engine at 839. We have fought for over a year to beat these numbers down. I think we've been successful in not allowing the second engine to go up. That's moving into its third year now. We have not been successful on the first one, and I have agreed to that conceptually. But right now, today, at 1.1 apiece, that puts them at 8.2 with an 11% escalation clause built in. That's a $786,000 delta. So for those that are pushing to see that there is no $80,000 increase that puts you in the back of the bus, you'll go to a more inferior quality, in my opinion. Since it's my opinion, I can offer it that way. Piece of equipment, we think instead of a 20-year lifespan on these, we can get 30 years. And I hope that we find a way to agree that that should be funded out of free cash or something else. Now, sour note or not, last year we had been told that we would see 70,000 out of capital planning, and we weren't given that. So we took $100,000 out of our reserve and we funded it. Then the town was short again in August and said they needed more money to balance the budget. We gave an additional $100,000 from our reserves. So last year we gave back $900,000. And I don't know how you'd like to fund this, but I know that there's a little bit of chatter in the background that folks don't think that it should be responsible, the town should be responsible for it. I think it's a bad move not to fund it, and I hope they can find a way to fund it out of free cash.
We'll see what the free cash balance is. I haven't seen, I know what the free cash number is, but I haven't seen all the articles that are coming out of there. We aren't done with the winter season yet, so we don't know what that number is gonna be.
The town meeting warrant, I believe, reads that you're gonna take it out of my ambulance reserve.
It said borrow, I believe it said borrow, and then it said ambulance transfers, but again, not knowing what the balances are in those accounts.
I think we've been inspired to generate as much cash as we can through billing, through a number of practices that we do internally. We've increased our revenue stream by at least $200,000 to $300,000, and we certainly want to give back. We want to be able to use that funds to support us, but last year we gave back more than I think we should have.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So you just said that there were 2 trucks that you had purchased in 2022 and 2023. And did you receive the letter for the increase on both trucks and you negotiated down, or did you just receive the letter on one truck?
No, it was all verbal, and then we got a letter on one truck. I had meetings last year with the selectmen, the liaison, the corporation, Seagraves Corporation, and they were attempting to go with both. We used arguments of business practice and a variety of other things, and at the end of the day, we thought we had it held down to a 0% increase until December. And then in December, it was very clear that the cost of stainless, the cost of aluminum, the cost of transmissions, the changes in emissions on trucks in the past 3 years, it changed that they were going to take an 11% increase, so they were going to bump us up. So we agreed to the 11% increase so that we wouldn't have to buy $1 million truck, because quite frankly, I don't think Townsend can afford $1 million truck.
Okay, so getting back to negotiation. So when you negotiated with them, you didn't see this as a breach of contract or a bait and switch at all? You never,
No.
You didn't, okay.
Was I happy with it? No, but it was made very clear to me under line item 9, and I know you've read the contract. It shows that as a result of cost material increases, tariffs, and other things.
I didn't see that though.
Line 9, section 9, look it up.
I saw the tariffs and I saw the taxes, but I didn't see the materials. The same materials are in there?
So number 8.2, in the event that any applicable federal or state regulation, DOT, EPA, etc., National Fire Protection Association standard import tariffs which enact during the course of this contract and which requires a change in the contract specifications and the purchase price in order for the apparatus and equipment to comply with such regulation, the party will execute a change order describing the change in specifications and increases the purchase price in the amount equal to the increase in cost of producing the apparatus and the equipment.
For the compliance.
That's right. So we had EPA challenges on engines.
Okay.
And DEFs, so you got different tiers, whether you're at tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, I think we're on tier 5 now. transmission change is the same. So instead of a 5-speed transmission, you got 12-speed transmission.
For compliance, they had to be in compliance.
So in order, even in the state of Massachusetts, effective now, you cannot buy a diesel engine according to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Okay, so a state compliance requirement came in between 2022 and 2025. That's what you're saying. So it's a state compliance.
It's a variety of things that we have fought them through. I got one the other day. It cost them $700. It's a zero increase to us. They know, unfortunately, when they call Townsend Fire, they're gonna get an unruly person on the other end of the phone that's just gonna say no.
Well, that's a comfort because that's comforting to me because I thought there was an that you were acquiescing to the company. Well,
Let's call
no,
Most
I
towns
didn't
give in.
understand that.
Most towns have given in. We have not.
They have given in, and there are 2 that haven't, and they filed lawsuits against them. And I didn't see that Townsend went that step, but
So here's the risk.
okay.
You fight them, they put you on hold, they take you out. Our second engine, someone did that, so we moved our second engine into place. We'll receive them both at the same time. So instead of our second engine being a year from now, they're both gonna come in July. And I responded back on an email yesterday that said, this is what we should be looking at. So because someone fought that, they got pulled out of line. If they lose, they're not in at 800. They're in at 1.1.
Okay, I get, so you ran the risk. You
We
through the deck, I
calculate, we
get it.
calculate.
you calculate, okay. All right, I'm just saying for the town, I just think that we all should know that, because that bait and switch thing with those corporations is very popular right now with fire departments. And I just wanted to have some kind of assurance that either you or the town would be fighting for the town.
So there's a $786,000 benefit to the town to continue to move in this direction. I take nothing. My salary is what it is. Any reviews, any trips to the plant, I pay for myself. There is no cost to the town to make sure that stuff is delivered appropriately. And I believe, whether we agree on the functionality of it or not, I believe I understand contracts enough that I can push back where I can push back. And I also can understand where we could lose, and we could lose here. So we've agreed to it, unfortunately, on one. But in addition to giving up that, we've added 2 more years of warranty on it, which is valued at $40,000. So that $80,000 increase, we get $40,000 more on warranty that won't have to go against the budget lines for maintenance. And then we've got a couple of other little things. So it's really going to cost us around $25,000. And I spelled that out in a selectmen's meeting a couple of weeks ago.
So what would happen, just say, if you said, no, we don't want the truck that's encumbered, what would that do to the deal?
No problem, done. You're out.
Of both or just that one? If we say we don't want the truck that is encumbered.
Tied together though now.
So
In
what
the-
would,
No, wait, I'm
what would, that's fine. What would probably happen, okay, you're out on that one. You're not working with, there's no economy of scale here. You're not getting 2, you're only getting 1.
Yeah.
So you're out on the first one, the second one's gonna stay on track. So as I said to him, I go, look at, you want an $80,000 piece. You want an $80,000 increase. I don't agree with it. The contract's the contract. We have an agreement. Companies go broke over contracts. Companies have gone broke. Ashby paid all of their money for a fire truck. The company went broke. They got no fire truck. They were out hundreds of thousands of dollars on the fire truck. I'm not going to allow that to happen. During our negotiation, we pay nothing until the truck is delivered. We're not looking for incentivize the deal to say, we'll give you a couple $100,000 up front. You hold the price down. We're not doing that. So what I say to them, okay, you get the $80,000 increase. It's been going on for a year. If you take my second truck and make it sequential, meaning you got truck 1, truck 2. 1 is following the other one. So the serial number is a year from now. So the second truck is coming into place now. If I said to them, I don't want the first truck, it would make complete sense for them to say to me, your second truck, if I don't want the first truck, your second truck stays in line. So another year from now, we'll have this conversation again in a year.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Wouldn't
So
it
you
make more
okay,
sense to sell 2 cookies than it would to sell 1 cookie? Well, you're giving them away.
Well, I guess if I was, to answer that, honest to God, you want my answer, my real answer?
I've heard the answer coming through the back door. Go ahead.
I answer?
Have you not been to town hall a number of times, not happy that the town is paying $80,000 increase?
Not that I know of, have I?
Yeah.
Certainly in meetings that we've had.
Anyhow, go ahead.
I guess that's it for me.
Go ahead.
Done.
Well, no, I'm happy to answer it, but we come into these trying to understand where people are coming from. And if anyone thinks that I am not banging the drum for the town of Townsend, whether it be under the fire EMS or emergency manager or anything else I do to get the most mileage we possibly can, then call me out.
I don't want to call you out, but what I want to say is I have the same passion for the town that you have, Mr. Shepherd. And I am on the finance committee, which I think I was told was a watchdog committee. And I think I have every right to ask the questions and to ask those questions and then be accused of not having the best interest of the town doesn't work for me as a coming together.
I don't think I suggest you don't have the best interest of the town. I was aware coming in that you had concerns. I wanted to make sure I had them
I
answered.
did have concerns.
Call me, come
But
right down
I-
come right down anytime. I'm always available. This thing rides with me as long as I'm in the town. I'm always available. All right, so that's the ambulance. That's the 2 fire trucks. We have an ambulance that's coming too. The first ambulance we agreed upon was $350,000, but and we approved that with a bond for the town for $350,000. They put it in at $403,000, which included a $25,000 escalation. They're going to exercise that escalation and another one that puts it at $400,000. We have the money for that delta, and it was proposed not only in the ambulance reserve receipt account, but we got $250,000 as a result of the closure of Neshoba Hospital this year by Stewart. That money has already been transferred to the town. It was supposed to be used for capital. Of that $250,000, $150,000 will be used to upgrade that ambulance from a BLS, basic life support ambulance, to a ALS, advanced life support ambulance. So there's $150,000 worth of equipment that'll go in there. There'll be $25,000 of that will be used for the first Delta, and another $25,000 of that will be used for the second Delta of the ambulance. So when we have an ambulance that arrives on the fourth quarter of this year, the town will be bonded at $350,000. We will pick up $50,000 difference. We will do the upgrade with the money that came from the state at $150,000. There were some maintenance issues on our 2 ambulances that will be able to be utilized in the last $50,000. And so we've got about $34,000 right now that's unencumbered, and I'm concerned about what prices may do between now and then. So we've left that alone. So the third ambulance is not going to cost the town any more money than it agreed to 3 years ago. So, and the new ambulances now, base prices on the new ambulances are not $350,000, but they're $475,000.
And when are we getting that one?
Fourth quarter.
So let me ask you something. When we get rid of these fire trucks and the ambulances, what happens to them? Do we get any money back from them, or do we trade them in? Or
I thought you wanted to lead by 2.
well,
so
I have all day, Gary.
I don't, but I will. So that another question that begs a longer answer. The short answer is the value of them decreases until they've been rebuilt.
Okay.
So we paid $850,000 for a ladder truck.
Mm-hmm.
To buy a new ladder truck today, entry price 1.5 to 2.2. So our ladder truck used to respond to all motor vehicle accidents. The footprint is huge. The exposure to that vehicle is even bigger. So what we did is we went to a used rescue truck from another community in Pennsylvania. We bought that, we brought that in. I think it cost us $50,000 to buy it, and it's a $450,000 truck. So when we turn that around and say we want to sell that, I don't recommend trading those in for $15,000. Don't take the $15,000 trade-in value for that. I would recommend to the Board of Selectmen or the Finance Committee that you either sell that to like the Fire Association or
because I'm not sure the town can do this, rehab that truck
Sell it.
and then get 50 to 100,000 out of it.
How much would it cost to rehab a truck?
What needs to be done,
What needs to be done?
25 to 30.
Right.
Double the amount of money that you put into it, you should be able to get back to it. Put 35,000 into it, you'll get a $70,000 return.
Okay.
However, remember what I just said, that buying goods and services the way the state tells
Right.
you to buy it may not be the best way.
Right.
And because of the 3-year lag time, if you've got a truck that's ready to go on the front line, it will sell.
So you just talked about Stewart, we got money, with towns received money because of the Stewart episode. Are we still part of that collaboration of the towns talking to the state to get extra money for ambulance?
Yes, as a chief of the department, I am on that group.
And where does that stand out with the state?
We've already got the 250, it's already been paid and deposited. There's another 350,000 that we're working on, not for 1 year, but for 2, which will be 700,000. Pepperell's got an issue, Ashby's got an issue. Between the two of us, it's 1,050,000. Townsend's been doing a fair amount of heavy lifting. My position is, and it's unfortunately coming out right here, is that it is unsustainable for us to go to Ashby 100 times. It is unsustainable for us to go to Pepperell 30% of our runs. Some portion of that should come this way to support us. So when I say to you, you should expect to see, if this continues to fragment and fail the way it's failing, the additional cost of $1 million is probably real. But there's $700,000 at play for the town of Townsend over the next 2 years, as well as for the others. So it's $2.1 million at play. That's part of our conversation.
So you want a little bit of Ashby and a little bit of Pepperell to come to town?
Listen, we can't solve problems without contributions.
Right.
Understood. Thanks.
Next.
Okay, not seeing any.
I have a question. Can we talk about ambulance receipts? Is this the place or not? What I want to know is what's a fair contribution to the town, given that we do have these trucks coming in that we're gonna have to, they're rolled into, I assume, the death service for the town, correct? And are they both rolled in? So what is the amount that you think is reasonable to contribute to the recap?
So I used to think that I didn't want to tell someone to do their job, but I've also learned in the past year that in good faith, we've given back $700,000 to contribute to our budget. And if you look at our budget, at least since I've been in the driver's seat, I've attempted to maintain the contributions of the town to less than $1 million. So last year, we gave back $700,000 at the first pass, and we gave back another $100,000 for capital, which technically really should have come out of capital planning. And then we gave another $100,000 back to balance the budget. So we gave back $900,000 last year. We brought in $983,000 last year. Pretty remarkable, if I must say. Our department has done a nice job of paying attention to those calls that Jerry spoke about, and to make sure that we're fair to the other folks. But the insurance company doesn't necessarily care how well we do. If we can make the case to be able to generate the money that's entitled to come back into that enterprise account, which was set up 30 years ago, and utilize it to supplement, not supplant our budget. It has become part of supplanting our budget. I think if we maintain, Veronica, to your question, the same level of contributions to the town, relatively the same level of expense, we should get back 700,000.
I will say that having used your service of the ambulance, it was very good. It was excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They take pride. They all take
You know,
pride.
in the funny part about it was I actually knew two of them from Pepperell.
Oh, it,
Yeah.
So my projections right now, it always runs a little bit behind, and middle January, we had 332,000 in that account. November, we had collected 62,000, hadn't been credited. December for whatever reason, being a short month, the end of the year, we'd only collected 33. January this year, we collected an additional 58. February and March soon we'll be able to post. So right now we stand at 486. I'd like to think that we're gonna hit 800 to 900,000 again. We've got 2 fire engines that are coming in that need $120,000 worth of equipment on them to be able to do their job. I've had the conversation with the previous 3 town administrators that, is this something that we should be responsible for? Is this something that capital planning and the town should be responsible for? And part of the sales pitch was, help us balance the budget for 25, and we'll make sure that the town does its part to make sure those engines are up to speed. So we've given back an additional 130 that really didn't go where towards the benefit of the department that generated it, to the benefit of the community. So I think we're gonna need $120,000 to put hoses and appliances on those trucks.
So that will be in the difference between the 700 to the town and whatever the service brings in.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a question. Going back to the fire trucks that I have concern about. So when you sign that contract with Seagraves LLC, Fire Apparatus LLC,
Yeah.
which is a Canadian domicile, are we 100% sure that in July, we're not gonna be hit for any kind of a tariff if they go through?
Can you assure me that that there be no more snow between now and June? We don't know. That's the short. I'm not trying to be sarcastic. So based on the open, hard conversations that we've been having, they have told us, you will not see another increase. This is it. But if you put it in print, it's only worth the paper that it's printed on. So as of right now, Mary Jane, they're telling us, the president, I have a cell phone direct connect to the president of Seagraves. That's how far this conversation has gone with the pushbacks, gone from the regional New England manager to the national manager, into the corporation, and now with the president. So the president and I are now the ones that are communicating. He said, Gary, this is where it stops. I hope that to be the case, but I can't say until those trucks are delivered and the check is written that that's true.
Okay, so that being the fact, and if the tariffs at 25% that have been proposed by the current president of the United States, where does that put us in terms of getting a truck?
So the good thing is, part of our conversation is that I have suggested to him that since these trucks are now in production, that he hedges his costs based on a guaranteed sale and buy all the product relative to these trucks now, except for labor, and put it in inventory. And he said, now that the trucks are in production, they can do that. They can't buy all the supplies and material needed for trucks that are going to be in production in 2 years. They don't have big enough warehouse space. So as of last month, all of the aluminum, all of those parts are now in sequence to go in over the next 3 months. So it is my hope that that product is in place in the factories.
Okay, so hope and a prayer, trust the Lord. What if it's not?
Tell you when it happens.
And will we have the money to pay for the fire trucks coming in?
Don't think it won't be a fight.
Yeah, but will we have it?
I'm not worried about what I can't tell right now.
Thanks. I mean, that helps.
No guarantees.
The thing that I see as the issue going on that is we have not signed yet for the increase. We're waiting for town meeting on the 10th. So we haven't signed that. So there is
But we
no.
still aren't gonna know, right?
Yeah, we will. Because
We
it's a warrant
we
article.
approach everything thinking someone's gonna jam us up.
What?
We'll never get anywhere.
You won't know yet.
No, but I mean, I thought you were saying we won't know whether we can pay or not.
I wanna know, no, we wanna know if it's gonna be tariffs. And if there
Oh,
are.
we won't know that, but we have not signed the 80K over yet.
I'm not talking
The
about the
chief
80K.
has,
I
but we
get
have.
where you are on that, and I'm good with that. What I'm not worried about, what I'm questioning is it potential that the tariffs, which has nothing to do with you negotiating with the president, right? I mean, the tariffs are the tariffs. It's the country. it's coming across the
They got a
board.
60 or 90-day hold right now.
I think it goes into effect March 4th. Didn't he just,
No,
he
I
just
think
changed
it's
it?
longer than that.
He just changed it. I thought it was
What I'm
March 4th.
saying is it's absolutely open for a higher rate because we have not signed that contract for the 80.
Get it signed.
That's what I'm saying,
But
that we would
signing,
be in a better position if we had already signed for
I
that.
know.
And my contention
yeah,
is that this didn't need to go to the town meeting. This is an agreed upon contract that we've entered into. It should have been signed, it should have been
2 years
delivered,
ago.
but that's outside of my level of persuasion. I think that this did not have to go to town meeting.
Okay, so I get your $80,000 request, I get it, but I'm saying 2 trucks, 700 and 800 equal, what, $1 million something, times 25% for the tariff?
1.6.
Okay, times 25%, I'm not good at math.
No, can't be, no, because it's 25% of that piece that goes into the product, not 25% of the aggregate.
Oh, okay, so if the, product is, say, $100,000,
That'd be 25,000.
25 for 2 trucks, right? So
Whatever.
it'd be 50. So we have the
Enough.
money to pay that in the event that it comes. Okay, I just wanna know.
Okay, so my question now is, why didn't we sign the contracts and how did this end up being in the warrant article if it didn't need to be?
You tell me.
Well, I think it had to do with the funding. The funding was taken out at the value that was presented by,
At town meeting.
at town meeting based on the capital plan. So this is above and beyond what was signed in and what borrowing had been done.
Because I guess I'm confused. If we sign a contract, any contract, or don't sign a contract, but say we had signed the contract, this wouldn't go before the town as a warrant article to be voted on.
We signed the contract. There was a discrepancy on whether or not the additional fee, we've had this discussion,
Oh, but
whether or
what
not
the
the
additional
additional
fee?
fees were part of the contract.
Okay.
I maintained that they were.
Oh.
However, others felt that it was not. And that's why it's going before the town on March 7th.
Only because of that additional.
We signed a contract, that had an escalation clause. To me, it was a done deal.
Okay, that would have been, yes, I agree.
It was a done deal, but we didn't have funding that would cover it, so.
But how can we sign a contract if we don't have the funding? Because whenever I've done contracting, you had to have the funding.
You
before
saw
could
the
sign.
borrowing thing that Melissa did?
Yes,
That's how. You know, she went out and borrowed for the first truck immediately. That has been borrowed since 2022. May
okay,
of
and those
2022.
dollars are in some account.
Correct.
Okay, so,
Um,
so then you could sign a legitimate contract because you have the funds.
So you make sure that, just like we did the other day, you know, trying to find out where are the funds gonna come from? Can the
Okay,
town sustain it?
okay,
So it's a little bit
okay,
different in that.
okay, all right.
We've gone a bit beyond. I expected it to be more. If you, any last questions for Chief Shepherd? Being heard? Chief?
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you all for your time and your commitment. Anytime anyone wants, just go to the station, ask a question. We're there. If we're not on the call, 24/7. We'll get back to you as quick as we can.
Something too. Go take a tour of the fire station. I had a
great
lovely
facility.
tour the other
Oh,
day.
really? Okay.
And it's worth seeing the trucks and the capabilities that we have in this town. It's really pretty amazing. So,
That's a good thing, yes.
And-
We could do a field trip.
yes.
And to our team, which is dedicated, takes great pride. You have a very strong program in the community right now.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Chief.
Is your jacket?
Yes, I think we should.
Well, the wizard has to do this.
What's our next thing? It's on the bus,
The,
right?
the next thing is on the bus before we get started to, is that, take a
5-minute break
10 minutes,
or 10 minutes? Yeah, 10 minutes works.
So 10:45.
all 10:45, so.
All right, sounds good to me.
get my water.
Yeah. We can review it.
Wouldn't do that, 'cause I don't like, I don't want trash in my backyard.
Okay, we're back. We're on to second item on the agenda today, which is omnibus budget.
You unmuted.
Yep, it's unmuted.
Okay, now,
What are we on now?
we're on. One of the, we've been doing and reviewing all of the individual budgets.
Mhm.
The omnibus budget is compilation of all of those individual budgets into a single worksheet. And so it's presented, from this into the town report and a town meeting presented from the omnibus budget. So all the work that we've done, the building blocks to this point are reflected in the omnibus budget. And this is just, it's now in one place, so if we have changes we can think of and look at it here, we get that opportunity to see the totality of it.
So Dawn, is our goal to, at the end of this review, to have an exact number for what we're gonna go forward with at town meeting for the override?
Yeah.
That would be my goal. I want to know the number that, because we put a number in the warrant, but I would hope that at the end of this review, we have a number of what we actually need for the override. And that makes a difference in how we review this.
Right.
And then what are we going to say as far as if the override does not pass, either to be put on the ballot or at the ballot box? What is going to be the consequence for the town? I would like that to be our goal by the end. That's what I want to know by the end of today. Otherwise, we're in this quagmire where we're just going to be talking around and around for weeks on end.
So we should probably end up with a column for, do we want to already have or identify those lines that we would be removing, like
This is yours and mine.
the one,
That's yours.
one of the couple of things is, a number different for the schools, or say the 250,000 that we put in for the paving plan. Just kind of like identify them with it in and then with it out. So that as we go through it.
So I have a question about
Yeah.
that. So obviously, the board of selectmen know their part, they know what they're gonna do. But we, as the watchdog committee for the town finances, do we make recommendations and then at the end of today, those recommendations gel with the board of selectmen, or is this a mutual admiration thing, or is this?
It has generally been a mutual generation. We have not had a separate column where it says Board of Selectmen recommended and Finance Committee recommended. That's something that
That's what we should do.
we can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think,
Because I think that we take a, I'm sorry to
no, go
interrupt
ahead,
you.
go ahead.
But I think if we take a vote at the end of the, whatever, at the end of the day, it should say, Board of Selectmen, yes, no, or any voted yes, who voted not, who, but how many. Same with finance. Say there's 3 that go along with it and there's 4 that don't. It should be listed that way.
Well, yeah, because I mean, otherwise, what's the point of having a finance committee if we spend a whole month and then we don't get any kind of an input? I don't understand the role, I guess.
The role has always been to review question and then make a recommendation sheet that goes to town meeting.
But is it supposed to be sanctioned by and approved by the board of selectmen? I mean, is it gonna
Not
be?
No,
Not
Oh,
yours.
not what the finance committee says.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to find out,
Right,
Laura.
yeah.
I'm trying to get that information.
No, this finance committee is independent, we make our
Ah,
recommendations.
okay, so we're an independent board.
Right.
Okay,
I'm gonna have another cookie on this.
so we're independent.
I don't know, but I think many times at, all the town meetings that we have, whether they're special or annual meetings or fall, spring, whatever. Finance committee is always sitting at the table up front and many times are asked for their opinion. So you may state whatever you have on the document that you give to the people, but I've heard comments come from finance or even questions go to finance. So,
Okay, yeah.
yeah, you are an independent body.
Okay, good, okay. Just clarification. So, where does it start?
Okay, do we wanna start at the top?
Yes,
Okay.
I think it would be easier. Yeah, if we just go work our way through the numbers,
Mhm.
then it's easy to follow.
There's only 800 lines, so.
Yeah, well, some of them should go pretty quick.
Yeah, right. Yeah, correct.
All right, so are we
Okay.
starting at the
We're
top
gonna
with
start at
the,
top Board of Selectmen, which,
It's the town administrator salary,
right.
First line.
so.
Must be important.
Yeah.
First line support, but we
How
also
much are you
need
giving us back?
So
You already
what,
answered that.
what is the thought? Is there just gonna be like an overall theme of we need this much money and we're gonna cut a percent from everyone?
if we
To
have to
attain the
go,
goal?
if the override doesn't,
I
so the
understand.
first pass is
Worst
for
case
the override.
scenario.
Second pass, because we have collective bargaining, maybe Nelson can talk to this instead of me.
Oh, some things we won't be able to touch.
Well, we have to
Because of
bargain
contract.
things, and it's apparently easier to bargain an overall cut. You know, so 20% cut in services, and let's talk through the first
Okay,
thing
go
and
ahead.
figure out what we're gonna do
Okay.
the override.
It may be,
And, you know, the omnibus budget feeds into the tax recap, which is basically everything, all the expenses and the various sources of revenue. And literally the last number on that recap sheet is whether you're below, you know, at budget, below or above. And if it's in the negative, that means it's a shortfall, which means you need to cut or come up with that amount. So if you're $200,000 in the red, you have to, it's a combination of cutting expenses or finding new sources of revenue.
just worst case scenario, say you had to let go people, just worst case scenario. Are the union folks immune from being,
Yeah, they're in the union, so we need to come to the table with them
okay,
to negotiate what that would look like. And
okay.
I don't know if cutting staff is that easy. I think the easiest
Well,
thing,
it's never easy.
well, the easier thing to do is negotiate a reduction in
Hours?
hours. Yeah, that is typically done.
Okay.
So is there like a number per thing here, is there like a total number of what we need at the end? Is this
yes.
a good adding thing
Maybe
at
should
the
we
end?
go to the recap and start with the recap?
Let's start with
Can we
that.
recap?
Yeah,
Well,
we
let's
can,
start
like,
Just as an explanation
Yeah,
or a question, as we cut hours, do we also cut benefits? Is there a savings, not just to the salary portion, but also insurance or taxes?
No, if we're reducing hours, we are still providing benefits as far as medical and all that goes.
Can I ask a question? Sorry about that. To bring on that topic, the school district just offered an option that I thought was kind of interesting on that point. Is if your spouse or somebody has health insurance, maybe you can get taken off of the town paying health insurance if your spouse is already having your.
Oh, I thought that
family
was
health
always
insurance.
there.
That's
So I
always
didn't know
there.
if that was there already.
That's usually,
It's just offered that as an option to help them.
I think that's every
Yeah,
company
I
that
think-
I've
I
ever worked
remember
for.
that one before.
Okay, great.
And yeah, I think
So-
that's just a, whatever.
The
standard
goal
practice.
would be not to cut any positions, but that's on the next budget. We have to first.
Okay,
figure
let's
out-
go through this. All right.
So on this one, we need $29,564,949. Is that the,
Are we on the recap?
Which one?
Yeah,
that's the, that's
Is
the
that,
total?
is this the recap
It
sheet?
helped us go back.
It's not,
It's the second file,
Is this
the
the,
second sheet, yeah.
that's the one that's the shot version? Okay.
So, but
Okay.
before we do we can go through the recap, but then we should go through the omnibus, because are we including the highway management? Are we going for growth?
I
On
think
the
we should go
budget.
for growth.
Yeah, no, I think everything was answered in.
Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt or to barge in,
Yeah,
but I
no,
just
no,
figured I was back on my way through, and I know there might have been some questions, more than happy to answer.
Yeah.
Do appreciate you looking at it and thoroughly going through it, so if there was any questions I could answer, but
Okay.
But while you're in the room, we do have new members on
Sure.
the finance committee, so it just to do the introductions, this is Chief Sartella.
it's a pleasure to meet you.
Hey, Walter.
Good to see you. Hi, Carol. Ms. Buzikas, good to see you.
Hi, Mary Jane
Mary Jane, nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you. Well, so yeah, I very much appreciate it. I do try and submit a budget narrative that kind of provides a macro view of my budget, the way we build it from the ground up at the police station. If there's any suggestions on what I can do better on as far as that memo is concerned, please feel free to email me. I'd love to incorporate that. My goal is to try and answer questions before they're manifest themselves in the meeting. I know this time of year for you folks is all scrunched up and there's not a lot of time to go through the budget as much as and thoroughly as you'd like to. So if I can make that process easier, by all means, reach out. Any work that comes of it, I'm more than happy to help Nelson kind of put ours to bed as best we can, make it as efficient as a process as we can. So I do appreciate that.
Very much appreciate you and your force. You're welcome.
Can I ask
Thank
a
you.
question? I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah.
As a resident, I think the couple things, there's nothing for notes here. And I just think people are gonna ask the question, so if you can have it as a note, it'll help probably at town meeting relax, is that there's a number that says police officer stipend certification. It was 80,000, 80,000, 70,000, 80,000, 80,000, and then 117, 118,000. Is there a reason?
Sure, a realignment, I believe, of what actually gets taken out of that line. What gets taken out of that line is their twin payments. And depending on the age of the force and their educational level, that number can change significantly as we onboard and deboard people. So there's that. And I think there was a complete realignment and we started to add more to that. So it's that, it's their annual certifications when Post started to provide certification on a triannual basis. We have that comes out of there once a year annually as well. So that's what that figure is. Just kind of a reshuffling, making it better and easier to kind of see where the money is spent. In the past, and it may come up in another discussion as well, in the past, there was this desire on behalf of the boards, and I don't remember which one it emanated from, but there was a desire on the board's behalf to have all the expenses for an employee tracked on a specific line. That goal really could never happen because it doesn't incorporate their health insurance in there and things that are paid for on the town side either. So sometimes you'll see that, like the police lieutenant line is a good example of that. It's just all concentrated in there with the intent that if you ever did want to make a cut or determine how much that particular position or person, depending on the political climate, made, you could easily see. It never really worked that way because there are costs in that employee's employee that are not reflected in that line, but that's why that was done.
Yeah, and again, I think if we look at the line right now, Lieutenant Peaches is back down at just a salary on that line,
Right.
which may be why the stipends.
Which is why that stipend is gonna go up the amount that was taken out of that line, so
yeah.
reshuffling.
Yeah.
I think a more responsible and pragmatic way to handle it and track it, to be very frank. So I think it's a better way of doing it, but it will show like almost a false rise in that line.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so there'll be a negative, it's negative. If you look at the lieutenant's salary, it's down, but that's because we moved it to the stipend line. In this version of Omnibus, that could change.
Is that the one that looked like it would increase 7%?
Yeah,
Yeah.
in
That right? Okay,
the
got it.
initial
Yeah.
files,
Yeah.
it looked like it was a big increase. And in the omnibus, it's been realigned, and so it looks different in the omnibus that we have today.
That's right. Yeah, didn't mean to interrupt. Thank you very much.
No, I thank you for stopping in.
Thank
I
you.
know
Thank you,
you're-
Chief.
I would like to go, before we go to the recap.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that we have what we need in all the places in the omnibus. In particular, I want to look at the town clerk, because I think the salary that's reflected is the salary that our retiring town clerk is getting.
Mhm.
And we have a new one-year person coming in, and I think that needs to be adjusted.
Okay, yeah, that,
And I
Where
didn't,
is that?
okay.
What
so
line
that's-
is that?
That's town clerk, in the town clerk, there were about,
119.
3 pages.
119.
Yeah, it's not far to go.
Okay, that's the whole part of the horse.
So before we go to the recap, then, can we go through the omnibus so that we agree
Yeah.
with everything that's here?
We can,
Let's do that, starting at one and then go
yeah,
down.
we'll start at one. We won't necessarily, I don't know that we get into the details of,
I don't think there are a lot of changes to make, but if we're going pie in the sky, we should make sure we have things in and we have things correct. So,
and then do we want to also, because we're in the first area, put in the actual salary and then show an offset of ARPA funds on the recap sheet?
no, I thought you told me that we couldn't show
No,
ARPA
that-
funds on the recap.
We can't, but this,
No,
for us, okay, then
we just leave, are you talking about the community services and the human resources?
yeah,
Yeah, no, we just leave that as is on this one.
okay.
The next one, if
The
the,
future.
no override, then I would change these numbers around somewhat, but,
Well, but,
for now, if we're going pie in the sky, we stay with what we have.
but I thought.
So it's gonna be a
community.
okay.
Yeah, so I thought community services was, I mean,
Done.
Okay, can we just go
Yep.
through and then we
Let's-
could discuss it when we get
We
to
get
that
there.
line item?
okay, so let's, okay, town administrator, the line looks like a small increase, but just because last year in the August timeframe, there was money transferred for the interim, town administrator to be paid, that wasn't. Pretty-
Are you talking
It's
about
in,
the
I don't
first line?
understand.
First line,
That's contract.
first
It's in
line.
That's
contract.
contractual.
It's contractual, but what I'm saying is it looks like a 1.7% increase. But
Okay,
it's all a matter of the gyrations we went through last year of paying, reducing, to Nelson's current salary, so that, but he wasn't making 129 last year in the first year of contract, so.
So he has a contract for 131,000 for this year.
For this
That
year,
was
For
that's-
fiscal
that's
year
where it's at. So
27, yeah,
okay.
Don't get hung up that it's not a 4%.
We're not looking at that though, are we?
Are we
Didn't we
just,
do that?
we've already done
We've already
this.
done the
So
percentage thing, right?
are we just going
So why
down
don't
and
we
just
go do the
verifying that
numbers?
the
Yeah.
numbers
We'll get
are
the
correct?
percentage, John.
So
Yeah.
if the numbers are correct, let's just,
Right,
Go
yeah,
on.
the good point, Carol. And then you got your wages for your executive accountant,
Assistant, yeah.
and if,
and nothing's changing there. What's this next?
the
2,000?
auto allowance,
The 2,000 is the auto allowance?
Auto,
Auto,
is that contractual too?
yes.
yes.
It's a contract, there's nothing we can do about it.
okay, and temporary
What's the
help. We had discussed this and I can't remember,
Right.
but I know we had discussed.
It was
so-
community aggregation, yes.
Yes, so,
Yeah.
so we didn't have a problem with it.
We just did this Thursday. right?
Yeah, I know, we just did
Yeah,
it,
it was,
so,
yeah, last
So-
in the brain.
yeah.
The community service person. Okay, that's
Well,
where
the-
Veronica wants to keep it in and then we'll deal with it
Well,
later, okay,
but
got it.
I
Because she's
wanna.
gone, right?
But the
doesn't- you
position
have to
still
fund the position.
exists.
It's kind of like, so if we didn't
I
put
get
money
it.
in here, you
I get
wouldn't
it.
be able to hire anybody into it.
Okay, done.
Yeah, this is the conversation we had the other day
That's
about
ARPA,
the
Yeah.
ARPA non-contract,
But-
correct?
Well,
It's not contract.
that's, my
Right.
question is there ARPA money in FY 26, or do we need to pay the full salary for this position?
There's
That's
ARPA money in 26, but we want to keep it within
For-
the budget so that
For
we,
community service,
for community
Yeah.
services and human
right,
resources,
no, I
in
understand
order
what-
to build, to fill the, to keep the position for next
Yeah.
year.
yes.
there's only enough ARPA money for one
Yeah, we
full
had,
position.
right,
They're
right.
both the same
Yeah.
salary, so you can just say it's, two people and however you wanna.
this is the one we were adding the dollars to build up to.
Right, so.
That
They
is
may go
correct.
part-time.
That is
Yeah.
correct.
It's not
Well,
gonna be
that's what we
full-time.
were trying to
so-
do, but if we only have enough salary for one full-time position, I don't think putting 60,000 in the budget is the right number.
But aren't we gonna do that at the end when we cut? Are we going
This
down
is
this?
our, this
we
is
are
our
building-
contribution that's
Right.
in here now. We haven't paid any more than what is there right now.
So we
From
want
the
the 20 grand
general
more in,
fund.
So
right?
we're going down this sheet and we're gonna come to the fact, the end of the line, we're gonna want X amount of money. And if it's more than the override or less than the override, then we're gonna decide.
We're gonna
What to
decide
cut.
what the override is at the end of this process.
Okay.
This process will go through, make sure we have all the numbers here, make sure that 29, oh, it's not the recap up there anymore, that 29 general, the.
Give the 29,563
Million, yeah.
operating budget is,
Yes,
okay.
and make sure that that number is right, so that we make sure that we ask for the correct amount in the override
Okay.
on the 10th.
So as we go
All right,
down,
let's do it.
okay, so let's just keep them.
Expenses, that hasn't changed from Thursday. Correct?
How do we know?
Well, we had this 5,000 for lane transfer that is not coming into,
We zeroed it. Correct?
so nothing for properties committee if we take anything in to do anywhere.
Right now, no.
I thought we level funded it. I didn't think it was taken out.
Which line are you
But if it's
talking
gone,
about?
it's gone.
14.
14?
Line
Okay.
14.
Okay.
We could put that back in. Why not? We're going for an override.
Well,
There's no position.
Well,
but it needs.
I think the point was to level fund it so that it would be there just in case.
The reason we put that in was because of the Warren Road property, the one that we were gonna cut off the back and sell it to Fish and Wildlife because of the Butts Hickory Hills Wildlife Management Area, and then we were gonna sell the front or give it to Habitat for Humanity.
Yep.
That's not what happened.
Right,
The piece got, I believe it was just put out to auction, is that true? Or has nothing happened?
I
Why-
don't think anything happened yet,
Okay,
not to my knowledge.
it's gonna be in the next group to go out for auction.
Oh, okay.
It was held back because of the working with wildlife and fisheries. It's kind of like they turned down the land,
Uh-huh.
and so now it's just gonna be sold as the whole
Okay.
property.
then the money was for a survey.
It was,
Yeah.
but that doesn't mean that the 7 properties that we're gonna acquire won't need that. There's 7 properties in the courts right now.
I think.
So if we do that, if we take it away and we don't have anything,
I think you need to.
Okay.
put it there.
Just put it.
We
put it
never
back.
had anything in there in 20 to 23. There was
Right.
nothing there.
And
We put
That
that
was
in
put in.
specifically because of that Warren Road property. And we never used it
Right.
before. It was
Well,
never needed by the town.
Yeah.
That was
Properties
not the
committee.
discussion at Properties Committee.
Right, it was not just for, 182 was a place we were gonna use it,
Right.
but it wasn't the. It
That was an
wasn't
example.
what-
Then let's put it back in. If you
Okay.
guys think you need it, put it
I
back
put it
in.
back in. Okay.
And the webmaster, 6,500.
So that's gonna add 5,000 to the Board of Selectmen.
Is gonna add
That
5,000 to the Board of Selectmen expenses. Because properties doesn't have a budget on their own, they don't, it's kind of like it was put in there. For that.
Right, because once properties are recommended to the Board of Selectmen, that's when you would use it if you needed it.
If you need that, if you need an environmental study, if there's multiple, there were
Okay.
multiple reasons why we were putting it, potentially even if we need to keep people off that, we have to put up signs and signage, board up our property. It's kind of like, there was no place to get that money, that's why it's in the budget. Board of Selectmen dues, so that brings the total up to 33,500 for the expenses
which is level funded.
which is level.
What are other charges for 3,000?
Oh, if we have to do a mailing, if we, whatever else comes up.
How much of that have we used in this last fiscal year?
That's not right. BVA.
We are, $2,900.
Pardon me?
We're at $2,900 for the
Okay,
year already.
got it. Okay.
Okay, Terry, anything else for Board of Selectmen?
No.
Nothing being heard. Finance Committee, we have two lines. We have the 750 for dues and memberships and the 50,000 for the reserve fund.
It's the same, no change.
Same, no change, we're not.
Nope.
Town accountant budget, starting on line 36 for the header, the line, the first line is 37.
I have no changes on accounting.
And those are contracts, right?
What a lot. Man. Like an island sea, maybe I can't see the numbers.
Where are we at? Board of
Okay.
Assessors?
Accounting.
Well, just in case people hadn't seen it, there was an increase from our discussions. Lee's anniversary in the office, the assistant is March of this year, so that will bump her up to 1,000 instead of the 500.
Okay, so, yeah, going down, Markham CBIZ, didn't Katie say that was gonna be 25K? She already had, quotes for 3. Do you remember that?
Yeah, well, it was between 25.
Okay.
So it leaves a 30 there
Just in
Okay.
case.
in this budget, in the cut down budget, we can change it.
In the account
Okay.
budget, we can
Yeah.
do
Okay,
it.
and then
Certification, is that right?
Audit, it doesn't
Mhm.
change, that's a placeholder for that now, we've got to get the quote from the audit company that.
Yeah, we
for the
should
additional-
anticipate that it will be, because our current contract ends with FY 25. So for the auditing,
For the,
was
for
that
the
a
audit,
3-year contract?
it's a 3-year contract.
Yeah.
So we expect an increase.
yeah, they had, been doing
45.
$1,000 year over year.
44, 44, yeah.
I'm sorry, it was 500, year over year.
So supplies went up quite a bit.
Well,
How big
it's repair and maintenance of equipment, and she explained that, and
Okay.
I don't have my papers out, so.
So the expenses budget went down by the 18.7%, the total budget for accounting is up by 5
Okay.
Yeah, and you mentioned repair and maintenance, but I don't, okay.
It was line,
It was a separate, like, she had repair and maintenance as a separate line, it looks like it's been added in here into office supplies.
Right.
Yeah, it was.
And it may help because you guys have all the binders, because that's where all the detail is.
Yeah.
You might have to sort of go back and forth between the omnibus and the actual departments, because you probably have notes and things like that.
Yeah.
So there may be times where you might need to
Yeah, so it is-
flip back and forth.
Mhm.
Okay,
So accounting is done?
I think so, unless anybody has anything else, any questions?
Board of Assessors,
Board of Assessors.
It's in line.
But, yeah, salaries and increases level funded on everything else.
Pretty much everything stayed the same, right? Almost.
Well, yeah, it looks like
Actually,
maintenance, the repair and
less.
maintenance went down a little bit. Went down 440.
Over 3%.
Yep.
Versus others that are higher.
Okay.
Treasurer collector.
You go to treasurer,
Treasurer collector, yeah.
And that's 3-year contract.
Yeah, just renegotiated in January, I believe. So,
And that was updated, it's reflected here.
That's salary. Right?
and then again, all the individual details, of what's in each of these is in the detail breakdown sheets for the expenses.
Is this one?
It's Lee, where are we at, treasurer? No, that's Melissa and Anthony.
And Rebecca.
No, that's
Right.
3-year contract is the
Rebecca.
treasurer, but
Yeah,
then Rebecca and Anthony.
Anthony, yeah.
Deputy must be Rebecca.
Yeah, it would be both. Yeah. Sorry, I rolled down, so. Any questions with the treasurer collector? I know we were just going over the 2 staff members.
The tech services, is that also contracted?
It's the
Citizen.
payroll system, what is it, Harper's? They use outside software.
Okay. And since we're in here, I have a question for. It's gonna be, I think I got the answer. It's gonna be in the MIS budget, the stipend for Anthony.
I believe that's an MIS.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
It's Jacob's department.
Yep, it's coming up.
It's coming up.
Yep.
Mhm.
Anybody additional questions with tax collector? Expenses. Okay, that would be heard. Legal, we can talk about this one specifically, but it's going up 5,000 this year. This a new contract, new price.
I'm sorry, the last line, tax collector, other services, 10,000, what's that?
Okay, okay, hang on, let me.
Is it multiple things or?
It's multiple things, but she's got the details.
Let me see. Let me read this. What color is that one?
But Melissa's submittal was bank account fees and shredding services.
Yeah.
That's about 10,000.
Her other is training. How much has that been used?
She has been working on her certification.
Yeah.
So it's been used for that.
I'll send it it was the bank account fees plus the trading services that she are coming from.
Okay, thank you. Is legal also a 3-year contract? Or is that yearly? No, that's not yearly.
No, it's not. So I don't know how it was procured when before, right before MTC took over. but after that, it's a once in a while increase in their fees, so it's not like an annual thing. In fact, I think since 2018, this is only the second time they've increased their fees.
Okay.
And this July will be the second increase they're looking for.
Okay.
And is it a monthly fee, not to exceed hours, or is it hourly?
It is a monthly fee, and that it's unlimited hours technically. There are certain things that they do charge for, like labor or any special litigation that happens, but if it's general municipal questions, it's just a base fee, and there's no limit on how many hours.
I have a question on their services. Are their services only for the Board of Selectmen, or are they for all the boards that are part of the municipality?
All of the boards, my experience, that I had to speak with Adam, and as we were doing a conflict of interest, I ran it by him to make sure we were doing the right things and making sure.
He met with you?
Yes.
Department
Right.
heads.
Department
Can
heads
meet.
and
Yeah,
committee.
okay, well, I just want to tell you that I had an issue
At
with
office hours at the end of the month, the last Tuesday of the month, Adam holds office hours. They're available to anybody, and you have to sign up through Sabrina.
Okay, so
She sends department heads information about that every month. And so you sign up and you go and talk to him. Other times, the policy is you have to coordinate through Nelson.
Okay, so I, as the HTC, went to meet with him. You scheduled an appointment for me. I met with him. He told me that he only deals with the Board of Selectmen. He represents only the Board of Selectmen and not the other municipal
But he
boards.
will answer your questions. He's correct. When
Yes.
you use the word represent,
Well,
that
he
is
used that.
correct.
He used that.
But if, were you asking for him to, I don't know what you, don't answer that question. Just know that you can ask him questions and he will meet with you on a monthly basis. Now, if you're asking for representation in court or something,
No.
that's a different story.
Ronnie, that
But he does represent, the
So any
select
question
board.
we have as a board chair or member.
Yeah, you can go and ask him at the open office hours. That's
Right.
not a problem. But,
Once a month.
right,
Sabrina had her hand up.
Yeah, I just want to say that the chair has to know about the committee member going to that.
Right.
Yeah. So the request for that comes to the
So the request comes to the chair.
Yeah,
Right.
to be signed off by the chair, yeah.
Okay,
Okay, sorry.
just wanna know that it's the case.
So was that legal? Was legal?
I don't know what it
I
is.
think so. Agenda down to-
Okay, that one on legal, no other questions? Sure. Okay, now, we did talk about IT the other day, but for people that are new, we have a town employee that has, that steps up to be our frontline, IT before we escalate to Guardian. Guardian being the support, that way, if there's something we can,
Who is that?
it's Anthony, in the treasurer's office.
Oh.
So he will get a stipend for doing the IT work and being the first line.
How much is the stipend?
that's so the town isn't incurring extra expenses for someone
For
to
Guardian.
reboot their system.
Yeah, so
Pull out the plug and plug it back in.
right, yeah.
Anthony can do that.
He actually, he doubles as an IT aide.
He's our first level, and if it's something
Still
he
did
needs
me
to
a
fix,
for-
it saves
pull
us
the
on
plug
using
and
the
plug it
Guardian
in.
hours. And so it's cheaper and faster, he's in the building, and he addresses it, so now we have the professional and purchase services for IT. The $165,000 is the Guardian.
So when we were talking the other night, Nelson, about we needing to acquire computers, you're doing that under this budget? Is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
And Tim.
And we had dropped the MIS communication, $10,000 in at the August meeting last year. That was to do with the firewalls and the equipment, because we put in the fiber optic, we didn't need firewalls in all the other facilities anymore, so we were able to take it down, take down the support for those, that equipment. I haven't looked at the PBA to see where it is. But that, again, that's where we see the change halfway through FY 25, or at the beginning of FY 25, it dropped $10,000. Okay. Yeah. Any other questions on the IT? Yes, needs interchangeable for me. Town clerk, so
That needs to be updated. The town clerk's salary is set by the town. It is, so it's a non-union position. And so seeing as how this has been a long-term employee, 82,451 is not what we will be using on that line. So the question is, the Board of Selectmen hasn't I know I sent one to you, what I thought.
Yeah.
But it's not reflected here.
Yeah, I didn't know. I forgot.
And it needs to be reflected here. So what does the Finance Committee think is the right salary?
That's an elected position, right?
It is the only elected position that is paid. And it's the salary for the town. In other words, by charter, no elected official in Townsend is paid any money. The town sets the town clerk's salary at town meeting, at the annual town meeting. So if you look, it's always the question right after the budget. Then it sets the town clerk's salary. And so because we have a brand new and inexperienced town clerk, where are we putting this? So
yeah.
How do we know who the new town clerk is? Isn't it elected position?
it is elected, so we don't know. And I have
for 1 year.
We don't know if it's gonna be an inexperienced town clerk.
We don't know.
We don't know. And quite honestly, the $82,000 is a bargain with, we don't get overtime for elections. A presidential election, it goes on for 3 weeks. A primary is 2 weeks. They took it from, and the state has done this, they took it from a 1-day event to a much longer event. And between that and the public records requests that come through my office, I have 7 of them this week, and not small, as Nelson can attest to. So I don't feel that this should be dropped down. In fact, it should be higher than that. It should be more like 95,000.
Do you have an elected
No.
official? You have no idea if they have any experience whatsoever.
Well,
Whatsoever.
Right, I mean,
What's that got to do with?
my recommendation was grade F, step 1.
What's
But
that?
or-
What is that?
But it's not on the matrix.
Well, you are on the matrix.
No.
Yeah, you are. We put you on the
No, I'm
matrix.
not. I'm an elected official.
I
I'm not
know.
on that. I don't get benefits. I get health insurance, but I don't get vacation time. I don't get sick time or any of that. It's not part of that
Salary.
scale. It's what is voted at town meeting and only voted at town meeting.
That is correct. But we did put your position on the Collins scale as based on what it was at the time that we put that into effect. And then the increases that were scheduled here were based on the increases that the rest of the town got. So although you're not a official, town employee as such, that is what was done with the salary, so that we would have somewhere to go from year to year. Given that, I mean, at town meeting, someone could come up and say, we want it to be $10,000 and make an amendment. I mean, that's what could happen. But to be fair, we took wherever you were and put it on the highest level. So my recommendation to Nelson was to go with that grade, which is grade F, and make it step one.
Is that the highest level?
As far as grades go, yeah.
F is the highest.
And then steps go from 1 to 15, I believe it is.
So
So
what amount is that?
What is that
What is
amount?
it's around
And you're talking F1.
62 on a
And it's
40-hour
way-
week.
Too low. You have no idea what my job, what
It's,
the town clerk's job entails.
But it has to be something that the town can sustain, and there needs to be a reason for it.
So
It
wait,
can't
wait,
just
So
be a
you want me to
man.
make, you want that position to make less than all the other
yeah.
directors in town?
Well,
And-
the people that are the supervisors in the supervisors union are on grade F. And so we put it at the same
But you
place
don't,
as
you
that.
rarely start anybody at step one.
We've started a lot of people at step one.
I disagree.
So I just think that is
The
fair.
land use coordinator was just,
Well, if you
Well, we're not-
hire
we're not talking
somebody, you're
60,000 by the
interviewing
way.
them.
A step one, grade F.
It's not
the-
elected.
What's the number?
Go to FY 26 though. Is it on there? Is it the top one?
I mean, I can just add 4% to it. I mean, a step,
I
a step
asked
one, grade F right now, that's just under $68,000. So that's already a step one. So there's no, so 60,000 is, I mean, that's not even part of.
that's a $10,000 decrease.
Well, I'm not suggesting one way or the other. I'm just telling you that step one
Because I have a
is that.
conflict.
Oh, so you're saying the town clerk should start at $68,000?
No, I'm not suggesting.
No,
I'm
that's what you're
I'm
saying.
just-
I was
F1
saying
it.
step
Okay.
one of
Okay.
grade
Because
F.
sometimes it's
68,
yeah.
but yet we have those two ARPA funds that were funded at 73, right?
And they started at the grade F step
they
one.
start-
They
okay.
have been here for now 4
All right,
years.
got it.
So that's why people do start at the first step,
Yeah,
depending,
I
you
started
know,
at-
someone who's
I
been
can't-
a town employee. and everything.
But you gotta remember, you're bringing in insurance, you really have to.
Yeah, and then insurance is over on top of that, and that's included, you know.
Right.
It's-
That's
it's
health
a-
Can we have
insurance.
one person talk at a time?
All right, I have a question.
okay, yeah,
Okay, so do we have a clue what the competitive salaries are across the 5 towns? I mean, what's Pepperell make, what's Ashby, what's Groton, what's?
The thing that is the wild card there is some are elected town clerks and some are appointed town clerks. So it is not a one-to-one from town to town.
But we could
On
know
town
what we could find out what towns are elected and know what they're.
Yes,
paying.
we're working on those,
Oh, you're working on that right now?
right,
I
Nelson?
have,
Well-
ask me, because I have it in the Google group that's done
Oh, well, would you get us that information then?
all of that. I can.
Appointed versus elected?
And years of experience.
Right.
I mean, I would want to know appointed versus elected. So is their salary set by the town or is it set by the townspeople? And then years of experience, because to me, that makes a difference as well.
But you're not gonna find, even if it was appointed, you're not gonna find anybody with a town clerk degree.
But there's
It doesn't-
No,
certifications
because it's a certification
or
and you,
experience.
And you cannot be certified until you've been a town clerk for 3 years.
correct.
Okay,
So, yeah, so
So we're gonna have a real, I will.
it's an elected position though. It's not an appointed position at this point. If it were an appointed position, that
So
would
if
be a
somebody
different
comes
story.
in And is experienced in a town clerk's office, you still think they should make less. I started out making, Dan Murphy started out making what he made, what the last clerk made. Sue Funnioli, I did. And now all of a sudden it's changing.
Yes,
Yeah.
If you wanna look at it that way, the answer is yes.
Who sets the salary, the town or you, or the board of selectmen?
Board of Selectmen puts it in the warrant, the town can change it on the floor if
Yeah,
they choose.
so essentially the town gets to make the decision.
In the end, yes.
In the end.
That is correct.
everything.
That is correct, it's voted.
Okay,
It
so
is
that's
voted.
good to know.
Can they increase it on the floor?
They can make any
They can make any
amendment that they
I was
want.
told they
I
could
always-
never increase
yeah, I
it.
If they increase it, it makes a change in the budget. And so
Right.
if they increase it there, something else would have to be decreased because we're going in with a
Right.
budget that's, that the town can afford, given the tax levy. So, and all the other things that go into, the recap. But, so that's why you were told that, I'm sure. It's just that if you increase here, something has to decrease. So we could decrease the, amount somewhere else within that budget. But that's what it is.
Don't agree at all. I
We should keep it, then let's just keep it where it is, and if we have to cut, we'll cut when we do the cuts.
Yeah, we can do that.
You wanna keep it at the 82,
Longevity.
451 or the 79?
The longevity needs to change as well. I believe that should be,
Jessica's been,
that should be 600.
600.
Although I'm not real sure of the,
500 for her, actually.
500 for Jessica.
she'll be here 6 years.
600.
That's, it's 5 and 10
7
years. It's only
okay.
a 10 years that you
Okay.
Yeah,
bump up.
yeah.
So that should
Okay,
go to
so that
6.
should be 600.
It should be
Wait,
6.
wait, is it 500 or 600? She's.
Oh, she's in the
6
supervisor.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Doesn't the town have a good 800? So it was 600 and 800.
That doesn't
Is it
sound right, does
1400?
it? Yeah,
It
it's,
should be 500, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
500
Yeah, I'm good.
for
You're right.
the assistant.
mhm.
Okay.
Okay, so that's now at 500.
And hers is union contract.
Yes, for the assistant.
Mm.
Anything else on expenses or total funding except postage, which has gone up? As we know, postage rates have gone up.
Mhm.
So, no other questions? Elections. Again, this is down this year because we can,
The whole number of elections, is it?
yep.
Yes.
We anticipate that it's only the annual election next, April 26th. No other elections in the fall this year to cover. The repair and maintenance of equipment has gone up. That's something licenses with.
That's because it was, the poll debts were covered by ARPA funds previous to this.
And no longer covered by opera, so.
Did you still, print the street listings?
Yeah, you're,
So that's the printing expense?
No, that's on a separate budget.
yeah,
The street
that's
listing.
election, that's elections. There is the printing of the, breakers of the voter rolls that have to be done. Street listings is another.
I was
section
looking at
further
street
down.
listings.
Okay, So
Sorry.
we'll move past
Oh,
elections.
you're looking at street listings?
Yeah, well, it
Yeah,
says
that's
street
the
listings.
thing.
Which one is
Um,
that?
One
Line
fifty-eight.
158,
After registrar,
Oh, okay, so,
Oh, okay,
We-
yeah, see it.
yes, we do still, and, but that also includes the census, the mailing of the census, the printing of the census. And then we send off the file for the street lists. It would have been higher, but I started to go, last year I went with, Minuteman Press to do the street listings, so it was a little bit cheaper. We just get the file from the company that we used to go with, and then we send it to Minuteman Press to keep the cost.
Yeah. is that the one at Devon's or?
No, it's in, Fitchburg.
Oh. Thank you.
Okay, so we did, no questions with registrars, we sort of jumped from the town, elections to registrars and, street listings. Conservation Commission.
Do we have an agent?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that Colby?
Is that Colby?
Yes.
Yeah.
Any questions on conservation agent? Expenses. Level funded from last year. MRPC, fees and membership.
What is that?
MRPC,
Massachusetts Regional Planning Commission, and that's our membership. It's like 23 cities and towns that are in the region, and we get back far more than what we pay in membership. Grants.
Oh, and grants.
Oh, yeah, a lot of grants
The DLTA
for
grants,
planning,
all the planning
and-
grants.
MIS. Dr. grants, yeah. The town benefits a great deal from that.
Are there towns that are not in that commission?
It's a state, a quasi-state organization, and the state is set into regions.
Yeah,
So every town is assigned to a region.
Okay,
Now, if the town chooses not to pay the membership, then they would not receive the services that that planning
I'm
commission
just curious
is.
if you know of any towns that do not.
I don't know of any that
there might be
don't.
a couple, because I don't think it's every single city and town in the region, but it is, I'm gonna say 90% of it.
I'm just curious.
I've been very involved in MRPC.
So, Planning board,
Planning board, yeah.
Is that a part-time position or a full-time or multi?
Which one is it?
She's,
The wages.
Isn't she
the wages,
sharing
29,
between
260.
zoning?
There's a
planning?
number of hours per week, and she's planning board,
And
zoning, and something else.
Land use.
Land use admin.
But
So
some
she
get
holds
paid out of
3
this budget.
positions.
Yeah.
Part of her salary is paid out of the planning board.
Oh, and
Part
then
of
the
her
other,
salary is paid out of land use. And part of her salary is paid out of CBA wages. So that is one position. So if you look at planning board wages, ZBA wages, and land use administrative assistant wages, those 3 make up one position.
Gotcha.
And I can't tell you exactly how
And
many
they're all
hours per
related.
each, but
well, the most goes to planning,
Yes,
Yes, 25
and I think,
hours.
9 for zoning. I saw it the other day.
Actually,
What, 5?
Yep.
5? One of them was 9 then.
That was probably the housing,
The land use.
and
housing
housing.
coordinator
And
and, yeah, the housing grant.
She was also our land use coordinator for the months that we didn't have one.
Which has happened several times.
Several
over the
times.
past 5 years.
So
She always
picked up the
fills in for
pieces.
that.
Yeah, it's interesting that the land use, the conservation and the, what's that other one? The agent, that office seems to be, they leave.
Yeah, we don't
Yeah,
pay.
we know.
We don't pay comparable to other towns, and yes, they leave. When they get a better offer.
I mean, we had just hired Erin, who was our grant writer. And she was all
excellent.
excited. And then she got scooped up by a friend who got a TA position someplace else
Right.
and took her.
So the land use is, the land use wage is 52,995, and we add that to the 31,680.
No,
No.
The administrator line, not
It's the third one
the
down.
assistant, the 3,000.
Administrative assistant,
Right,
So it would be
3,604.
lines 187, 201, and 210 are the three that get added together, right?
so that's,
Yeah.
yeah,
Administrative, what was the other one, 180, 201? Oh, 6,071.
And right
Or
now, we don't
that's-
have a land use
that's this year,
coordinator.
the FY 26 is 6,337.
You do not have a land use coordinator at the moment?
Just left
She just, yeah.
last week, Wednesday, this past Wednesday.
Yeah,
When
she's
she
only been
presented
there
to
a
us-
few months.
Oh, yeah, you weren't.
But
here.
she
Not
had been
even.
our grant coordinator in our
Yeah,
housing
yeah.
admin before, so she moved from a town position to a different town position. She was very good.
She was
Yep.
there.
She
She was
presented to us, and then the next day was the last day, I believe.
Correct.
26,
Mhm.
presented to us on the 25th.
Right.
So,
I wonder how much extra she made.
I don't know, I didn't ask.
She was worth more.
Yeah.
She
Well,
really
that-
was.
that becomes the thing, if the salaries aren't high enough, people get some experience. Time under their belt and move on.
Just the grants that she got for the town were worth more than her salary.
Huge amount of grants that she brought in her, 8 months here,
Right.
prior to being land use.
Okay, no other questions with planning board, zoning board of appeals?
Facilities.
So we don't have a land use coordinator, but we're budgeting 52,995 for that position.
Mhm.
And is it expected that the housing and grant administrator will be the same person? So that the total salary for those two positions?
No. The housing and grant administrator is typically a different person, and I believe we have someone starting next week, hopefully.
Correct.
So
But she
Erin
was doing
had
both
been,
of these.
she had been in the housing and grant administrator position. In January, she stepped away from the housing and grant, although she was still doing the job.
Yeah.
Okay,
She was just being paid to be the land use coordinator,
okay,
beginning in January. They weren't coupled.
right. And then she moved on.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's posted now?
The land use coordinator?
Mhm.
Yeah, correct.
Any applications?
I haven't heard anything yet.
And land use expenses is level funded as expected. Okay, so, facilities. The wages we just. They all run together, it seems like you just last couple of meetings.
I think it was Tuesday,
Mm-hmm.
or was that, yeah, and then Wednesday at
Yeah.
Capitol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, all right, so our government total, do we have that?
Government total,
line two
it's right
fifty-three.
here. I can't read
General
it.
government.
What is it?
I,
Can we read it?
1,921,795. And
Nine what?
if I,
Nine what?
That's it, it
nine
says,
point one,
Okay.
795.
$7.95.
oh, is that wrong?
Why
What's
do
up
I
there?
have a different number?
It says,
Because we adjusted, we had a few adjustments.
I may not have adjusted.
I did adjust on as I went along, but I might have missed one.
okay.
Because I
see.
have 1,922,695.
I have the same amount as Dawn.
You do?
Okay.
So I made a mistake.
Did you miss maybe the change in the stipend,
The longevity.
the longevity?
The,
Maybe that's
Stipend
it.
was
I mean,
reduced
the
900 for the, was reduced by
For the
900
town
for
clerk.
the town
So,
clerk.
so what's the correct number now?
What is the number again, please?
$1,921,795.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I missed.
That's what you meant?
Yeah.
Okay.
General government.
So yeah, you put that in, now you match.
I didn't hit return, that's why.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Damn computers.
Yeah, really.
They want you to hit return.
Yeah,
So
now I've got it.
we're all agreed in general government.
Okay. Well, we're not, we agree the numbers are right, yeah.
Well met.
No match.
Okay.
Okay, the next section starts is safety.
So this is called safety, this.
This is, this next section is safety.
You mean police?
Public
I have
safety.
Public safety is police, fire, and what?
256.
Highway, I believe.
Highway on it?
I believe, and
Communications is in there.
communications, TEMA.
The building department.
Why is the building department?
Yeah.
Building department's in safety?
Because of all the inspectors. I
All the
think.
inspectors, if your house.
I don't see, where is that?
It's gonna be down towards the end.
Plumbing,
Yeah.
heating, gas.
It's down.
Okay,
Building,
that's fine.
buildings after
Okay, so,
highway, building.
so we did police, right? So we're done with the police?
Yeah.
We're good with the police? Okay.
Yeah,
It was good with the fire.
Yeah,
and we're done with the fire.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're done with fire, done police.
Okay,
Mhm.
So the only thing that's not in the fire is that 80,000. That's not in this budget, right? Because that's a
And it's
special,
Because it's a purchase, like a capital one-time purchase. Those don't typically
those don't go in
into.
here.
Right.
Okay,
okay, so,
That's kind of,
And to recap, in TEMA, we took out those two,
30,000.
those two equipment
Right.
line items. So that got reduced by 30,000.
all right, because we're gonna do that through a special article as well, right?
Correct.
So it was that reason that I wanted it taken out. I mean, if we were gonna buy those things every year, it should definitely
Right.
go in here.
Right.
But it's not, so.
no other adjustments for the police, fire. Sorry, fire, labor or expenses. Team had a communications center.
That was done. Okay. Communication center, right?
Yeah, we didn't really,
And that's because we're in that regional thing, that's the
Mhm.
280,000 line and everything else. Most everything else gets zeroed out, right?
Well,
we
they,
don't have any wages.
We don't have any wages yet.
right, right. They give us pretty much the amount that needs for our town.
To cover that, yeah.
Yeah.
And they did a pretty good job of keeping the
Yeah.
increase down.
What does the regional, what towns does that regional communication cover for us?
I think it's 5 towns.
Mm.
Pepper Townsend, yeah,
Yeah, Dunstable, Pepperell, Townsend, Groton,
Yeah.
Ashby,
Oh, Ashby, not Air. Air is the other one, the
Right.
Devons.
and Lunenburg?
I don't think
No.
Lunenburg.
Okay.
So we're Ashby, Townsend, Pepperell, Dunstable, and Groton.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
I assume that central place is in Pepperell somewhere.
It is in Pepperell, yeah. And.
Right next
if-
to Dunkin' Donuts.
Right, yeah. In the old police station.
Good place to be. In the
I've
old
yet to,
police
I've yet to
station.
tour it. I really should get a tour.
That would be
So,
good, yeah. That'd be
It
fun.
used to be a school.
Used to be a school way back,
Yeah, my
and
kids
then
went to school
converted
there.
to police station for a long time.
No, Claire Shattuck.
Okay, building inspector,
Yeah, didn't we have some questions with him?
the next question, I thought he had.
He had to take something out.
He did take something out. Let me see what it was.
Oh, he did take it out.
That amount that you see there, the 22,650, that is a slight reduction than his original ask at the meeting. I'm trying to,
Which one?
see what it was that he reduced.
I wonder about that $15,000 that he found. He didn't know where it went. Did he make that?
I know, that's the permalink software, I think, is
Right.
that what you're talking
The
about?
permanent,
No, he didn't know.
Yeah.
Permit link.
Um,
I think he replied back to Don, or he had spoken to Katie
Yeah,
about how the fees and how that.
and how it goes, it's
Yeah.
kind of, it was, the fees come in, the fees will go into the general fund, and the invoices come in, and they get paid, but the invoices aren't in anybody's budget, and so it's a wash based on the fees, but there is an income and an outflow, so.
So my question is, where is it reflected in the recap?
I think it's under the other revenues, so we can. go
Okay,
back.
as
It's
long
just
as
kinda like
it's-
We need a breakdown of all those,
Yeah.
you know, are we getting all of the other revenues in that recap? But that's where the revenues come in, so.
As long as it, because then it's a wash with the additional amount on that $16,000 line.
But it's actually, yeah, it's an the 16,000 will be a wash, and this is only an estimate based on history of how many
Right.
permits have been pulled.
Right.
Could be higher, could be lower, but the number's not actually gonna change because the revenue comes in from the permits purchased. And the invoice will come in and wash it, so. It has a number and there is an expense, but it's all covered by
So all those gas people, the gas
the gas
plumber,
inspections.
right, those are all inspectors.
They are stipend positions and inspectors, yes. So the gas inspector, plumbing inspector.
Wage, deals and wage.
This is
Electrical.
wages,
Yeah, sealer
So-
of weights.
the wages, 125. Okay, what's it, 125?
Which one?
Wages for the gas inspector?
Stipend, yeah. So the
But
gas,
it says,
it says
okay.
$129, yes.
oh,
So,
okay,
That's the alternate inspector.
Right, then there's the next
Oh,
on
line,
the next line, they have it
He's the,
almost opposite.
the
so he gets $129 for the year?
he's the alternate. If
Yes,
the
he's-
first guy can't make it.
What if he gets called twice?
Where do you see that?
that's down.
It's down line.
We haven't finished the building inspector
Oh,
expense here.
sorry.
Oh,
Thank you.
sorry.
Yeah,
Okay,
Sorry.
so I see him.
back up.
So, where are you?
So we're back in the building inspector expenses, lines 397 to 402.
Yeah.
Just if there's any other questions, that we've got it right and.
So I do have a question. Under office supplies and professional services, the note says increase to accommodate printer lease FY '24. But is that different from the copier expenses in office supplies? I guess that's and I think this has to do with the printer that just got purchased or some such thing.
It doesn't, he explained that, I
Oh, he
think.
did.
they have a
Yeah,
separate-
it does.
None of that.
They have, yeah,
They
they
have
do have a
one.
separate one, but I thought it was purchased recently as well.
I
thought it was.
A couple of years ago, I think, so they still have a lease on that.
So is that different from copier expenses in office supplies? Because that went from 600 to 4,332. And then professional services went from 4170 to 16K.
So,
Or,
so the 16,000, that's mainly due to the permit link, expenses. The 4332, that is, the expenses related to the copier, and it was, paid for through ARPA funds the last couple of years. That has gone away, so they have to account for the
how
expense.
did it get paid? The only thing that ARPA allowed, we permitted 60K for the permalink software. And then maybe they used that 60K part of it for buying a printer.
Yeah,
Put
those
it down
expenses,
there.
yeah, those
Because it was
expenses.
supposed to be for the, the kiosks that were gonna go in the hallway, so you could just come in the building and do it at the kiosk and not interact with the.
Yeah, so
building
those
department.
copier expenses were, being funded out of.
I'm gonna leave it exactly as it is, but I think it's interesting that we went from the 4170, which I thought was copier, and then adding the 12K or so for the permalink, permit link. And then down on office supplies, we went from 600 to 4332. So I'm wondering if that $4,000 is being reflected twice into items. That's all I'm asking. But we can leave it. It's fine.
I think he covered that.
Mm.
I don't
Did.
remember the answers, but
Yeah, I
I think
don't
he covered
either.
that in our meeting,
Yeah, and
explaining why they were
Did,
both.
Yeah, and there's
what I'm
some notes
wondering is,
here,
did he
is-
move the 4332?
Or the 4170 into that office supplies line, and leave the 16,000.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
I think that's how it went.
Yeah,
Is
so.
yeah.
Anyway. I think there's some play in that budget, but that's okay.
Any other building inspector?
Okay, so he had permit link at 15K in what he gave us, and that was a new separate
That was
line.
a new separate line.
And then under professional services, he had the 4170 for the other, for the printer thing. I think there's a $4,000 play in that budget, but I think we should leave it as it is for now and fix it on the other one. That's what I think.
Okay, so continuing on from building inspector to gas inspector, 2 lines, the gas inspector and the alternate. Level funded, all of the other departments that in the building department have been level funded. There was no increase in the stipend and no increase in any expenses.
Did we decide that the 1,200 was right for the animal inspector?
Not necessarily. Okay, so
I'm good with it there, but
gonna go with
it was a
go through
question.
plumbing, sealer and waste, electrical inspector, the last of the building department. Now we have the animal inspector. And this was the positions posted, nobody discussed it. It has a requirement, it was mentioned to maybe this, the animal control officer may do it, but it did not seem that the 1,200 on its own was enough for somebody to fill it. But
Right, this was
raising
the guy who used to drive out
vaccinations.
my driveway and ask me how many animals I had.
Yes,
right?
that's it. It
Oh,
was
really?
John
Yep.
King, I think.
So
But now that I don't have any, he doesn't have to do that anymore.
And we don't have someone
Then
that
we don't
does
have
it.
We don't
Okay,
need to
do
do
it.
it, so it doesn't matter.
you want to do it? No. I don't have your-
Is that like a requirement by the state that we have that position?
I think it is.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, it is, and it's kind of like. the
Is it because
order.
did they do that in Boston?
Well, we're a agricultural community.
Yeah, we're farming, a right
We're
to
a farming-
farm.
Right to farm, so
So
we
Is
use
it
it
that's why
animals.
it's required?
probably.
Well, it's required because we have barns and animals.
Yeah.
They don't know. It's somebody made that, it kind of, so, I don't know that the 1,200 is enough, but I don't know that we, well, the other possibilities we
Do we
can.
have a clue
How
how
long
many
a time,
barns are in there?
whatever that, do we have any idea of how many hours this may
Right.
take?
Well, how many places do they have to go?
I don't know. How many farms are in
How many
town?
farms
I don't
are
know.
down? How many Kane's have a farm, I know that.
But I mean,
Well,
there's other,
listen,
there's a lot of other little farms. Yeah, but then there's people that have a
Yeah.
pile of animals in the yard, so
Right,
that's
is
not
that
a
a
farm.
farm?
Anything
Is
that.
that considered?
Well, that's somebody that has to get counted. if they
Oh, it
have-
does.
It counts all the
Yeah.
animals, so that are
Anything-
non-domestic.
Even if you had 5 dogs, so they have to report
So,
5 dogs.
do we have records of when we did have a person?
Oh, yeah, there are records.
So we know, we can find out how many.
At least to start.
Yeah, if you want to, you can go and get those records.
Just
There's a
to find
barn
out how
book.
many there are. Yeah, the
Yeah,
barn.
there
I'm
is.
curious just to how many.
Well,
So-
obviously, people don't know what it's about. Maybe that's why they're not clamoring.
Maybe that's why they don't want the job.
Yeah, yeah.
They're not doing it because they have to get rabies vaccinated.
Oh, the people do?
Yes, the person who does
The
it.
person that does it, so
Oh,
one
I
of the,
don't wonder, I have 4-H tomorrow, I wonder if our club here in Townsend would be kinda take that on, I don't know if that's
It's
something.
interesting.
It's the rabies thing that changed it, that people, the people that were doing it said, yeah, I'm not doing that.
But you can't
It's a
get
state
rabies.
requirement
Can you
Oh,
get
yeah, have
rabies?
a rabies thing to be able to even do
You could
it.
pick
to
one
do
out.
it, yeah.
Well, I know,
I mean,
right? So what's
I mean,
the
this-
probable
Probably
shot,
it
right?
had to do with
COVID,
litigation
flu,
somewhere,
blah, blah, blah.
you know, someone
Oh,
got
gets
bit
bit.
and they were employed by
Yeah,
the town.
that's kind of nuts
And-
because,
Well,
and
that's
so
how
there's
all
no
those-
requirement.
When the person-
That's how those things
But that's
happen.
how-
I know,
don't
but it's
but-
because, I mean, when the person came to count our animals, he
Yeah.
never even looked at it. He came up the driveway, I walked out the front door, he said, how many animals you got? I told him, he got back in his car and he
Right.
left.
So that's it.
He
And
was in no danger of getting bit.
But there might be some people who take their job seriously and physically go count every animal and
Oh,
don't
I
take
know,
it.
so that's
Maybe
what
for
happened.
the 1,200, maybe you make it that it's not, the animal control person is the one that's touching the animal, they're going near the animal, but maybe this is just a count that we can now do by phone or email.
we'll check with the state
Mm.
because
Yeah.
we need to-
when I looked at
they-
this 5 years ago, it was a requirement
But
that
how-
it was a
But if we don't have
specific
anybody,
thing.
we can
and
go in your system.
There's
There, you
probably-
have to, there's an office in Boston that you have to send your stuff into when you, take on this position. So it's,
Yeah, and I'm sure there's a.
But I wanna know why,
Yeah.
Veronica, why was the rabies shot? Is it
I
just a
don't, I
bad,
can't answer why you
But
have
is
to
it
do.
just a shot?
is it
I mean,
shot or is it like a?
No,
like-
I think it's
No.
kind of horrible.
It is horrible
I had
because
no
I
idea.
almost had to have the rabies vaccine because years ago. And I mean, it's a series of shots. It's not,
It was something that was added on.
it's not a little
We'll bring it
thing.
back.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, were you gonna take on the service?
I'm good at animals.
Yeah, just leave it as it is.
Yes.
I mean, it's a bad little thing to know.
And then we have animal control, which is different than animal instruction.
Which one is the dog officer?
The
This
animal
would be
control.
Animal control. So. Is level funded year over year, the increase in. They've been,
Inspector of the Board.
Pretty good.
just the 2 lines. Tree warden, again, the, increase in the stipend for the 4%.
Did we decide that we had a
Okay,
tree
fine.
warden or no?
We do.
Oh, we do.
We
Yeah.
do, yeah.
Yeah.
Do we know who it is? I'm just curious.
Dharma Super.
Oh, he's been born, didn't he? He's been born.
No, it's been Dharmasuka for at least the last 10 years.
Oh,
Maybe it was way back
Could be,
when,
yeah.
yeah, I don't know.
maybe.
Okay, no questions on,
Is that the Pepper Fire Chief family?
So it's, yeah.
okay. The
Okay,
burial agent,
That's a town clerk, right?
It's a town clerk, yeah.
it was, yeah, it's kind of like, but it's in the safety, this is a function she performed, so it's not part of general it's in the safety section,
So she gets, how much does that say? $151?
$151. And then parking clerk, doing another stipend for $70.
I always thought that was from the parking clerk instead of the town clerk.
Another $70. Whoa. Wow.
Yep, no increase for this year.
Do we have parking meters? No, we don't have parking meters.
No, we don't have
Speeding
parking
tickets.
meters, but parking tickets and things.
Yeah,
can be-
Speeding
you know,
tickets.
yes,
Speeding
speeding
is
ticket.
different than
I know, but
parking.
the,
Well, if you park in a handicapped spot,
If you
Oh,
park in the street.
or if you park in the
In the
street
winter.
where you're not supposed to, you know,
Oh,
when they say.
except at Clips. To
Except
block that
exit
intersection.
yeah, I know, I hate,
Yeah.
I
Oh,
hate that.
please. I talked to the town administrator about that before, maybe I should talk to you about it.
Right here?
Eclipse.
Yeah.
Well,
One night,
that's a
yeah,
separate
well, it's a
comment.
separate
Yeah.
conversation.
I know.
I've
feel that
actually
now.
noticed that
You
because
aren't
I
allowed
can
to
see
park
right
on the
outside my
same
window
Sorry.
and
No.
I spoke to the
It,
chief.
it, plus it makes it,
He said
plus
it's
when
just
there's
been that
3 or
way.
4 cars, it makes it hard
But I agree.
for that
like,
intersection.
Because I can see right outside my window.
I'm sure,
Yeah,
yeah.
and just,
Rows of cars parked.
and you know what, Nelson? It's always been that way. It's not always the best answer.
I know,
Thank you.
I know. But I noticed it
But it,
too.
yeah,
because
but
I
it is
see
a safety thing at that
It
intersection.
is.
In front of McNabb's, you shouldn't be
Yeah.
parking anywhere on the state highway.
That's what I thought. I
Yeah.
thought the state highway was prohibited.
But who's gonna police that?
Right.
You know,
State
not our police,
Yeah,
but
but
it's
you know
the
what?
state
Call the
that
state
need to
police
come in.
once.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come at the end
Okay,
of the
so
month.
we're through parking court, that's the end of public
We'll give it a
safety.
whirl.
Okay, so our public safety total is,
I have $4,369,311.
4,369,000. 69,000. What was the rest of that?
So 4,369,311.
311, okay.
Oh, that's taking out the 30,000 from that.
Yeah.
So you can see how when we're doing these changes, like, you know, everything, the totals end up changing. So it's a very fluid document, if you will.
Okay, now we're into schools.
Ah,
All the education
Yeah.
areas.
does that match up to everything that just came out like yesterday? or-
It did not, and it goes to show you how quickly things change. I sent the omnibus to you and Dawn around 8:30 on Friday. And then half hour later, I got the new numbers from the business manager from the school district. And so I'll let you know what those numbers are, so we can plug it in.
Can we put them in now?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, good. I didn't know if you meant now or later. Good,
No, may as well put them in there.
yeah.
So the number for the North Middlesex assessment is now 14,037,426.
Mm-hmm.
All that,
well, that's
What?
good.
it didn't make all that big a difference.
14,037.
14 million.
14,037,426.
And
I would have hoped that.
Now, is that the full thing or is that just
No.
town?
No,
that's
That's
Townsend's share.
$14 million?
Right, there were $66 million budget for the school.
How many kids are in the school from Townsend?
It doesn't make any difference.
Doesn't make any
enough
difference.
to make the
Oh,
assessment.
Let's
Which
just-
I know.
Then we can have questions.
Try to.
Is the debt changing?
I hate charter schools.
Should.
No.
Very much.
Okay,
But that is about a $250,000 decrease, which is great.
yeah.
From what? From the original ask?
So, yeah, like, back in, like early February. when it was
The
at
February 6th.
Yeah.
The debt is decreasing.
Yeah.
As
maybe
the
we could
years
go
go
ahead and
on,
maybe-
we're paying off the school, you know.
Right.
Is
and
that
all
what a
that
large
stuff.
part of that is?
Yes,
Well, it's a separate line.
No,
it's a
that's a
separate
separate
line.
line.
That's true, the exempt.
The
Anyway,
exempt-
go ahead.
the exempt debt is the second line, so you add the two lines together, and you come up with the 15,293,530 is our total for North Middlesex.
And then is the
that
tech
Neshoba?
number different, or is that?
Yeah, that's
Neshoba
different.
too?
That's different.
No, I know,
it's the
no, but
same
I'm saying,
number,
is that
hasn't
number
changed.
hasn't changed?
It hasn't changed.
Okay.
Hasn't changed, so
Okay.
the total Neshoba is $1,471,933.
Her number won't change because she knows what she's doing.
Yeah, and it's based on,
It's kind of different.
yeah,
It's a different deal.
Yeah, because it's a tech
No, it
school,
really
it's
is.
only a high
she
school,
goes
the
out-
transportation
Oh, you're
is
saying because
different.
of the high school versus the elementary and.
right.
And
yes.
the
Yeah.
rules are
It's only 4
different.
grades, if you, and we only have 120, about 114 students this year. On that number.
No, but I mean, the template is very impressive versus what we get from the school.
Well, the
district.
template's completely different.
Yeah,
And,
I
and
mean,
again, there's a lot of grants that the technical schools can get, that the regional high school can't.
So
There-
what is a deficit that the state is not giving us that would go towards this $14 million?
It's the per pupil cost that we don't get at the same rate as gateway cities or or the school districts
that
that are
211
subject to whatever the SOC, the Student Opportunity Act or
Okay,
whatever.
So
It's,
it's a percentage that we're not getting, that the other school districts are getting because
Because
they're
we're not
part.
getting enough transportation money.
and
That too,
transportation
yeah.
is another.
Transportation.
So there's two areas,
Transportation is
transportation.
almost
No, there's even more than that.
There's a third.
Mandates that are
Oh,
unfunded,
you're right.
we have to do them, we have
Okay,
to pay for it, but there's no.
Isn't there a law that says if they don't fund it, you don't have to do it?
If only.
You know what? The town of Middleton is suing the state for the
Oh,
type of
really?
stuff, yeah. For the mandate. I think every town in the Commonwealth should sue the state for mandates that are
They should.
unfunded.
Get on that bus, let's
Some
go.
of them might
Okay.
be federal, I feel. I don't know the nuances,
So-
but it could be
so-
federal as
So
well.
if
A
they're
lot of
state-
them are state mandates that are not funded in every single town that has been state funded, state
Sure, that's-
mandated fund. should
That's an
be.
excellent point, because if they're saying you must do this and we will give you X, and then you have to do it and they don't give you X, that breaches the contract.
Because I went on Scottsdale's website about the schools one day, and she's got a line in there about the school mandate, I forget exactly, but it says, the state's legally bind if the funds are appropriated, but if the funds are never appropriated, then they're not bound to give us the money, and that's the problem, they're not appropriating at the state level, they're not putting that money into
Oh, the
the
state's
budget.
not appropriate.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, I mean, we all can agree it's really at at the state level. That's why we're,
It's the pavement management plan.
Oh, yeah.
Deal, you know, we'll give it to you if we
We
have
have
it,
it.
but oh, we don't have
have
it.
Yeah,
You
They
know?
do have it.
that's the
but they do
job.
have
They
it,
do have
yeah,
it.
they do.
Right, so we'll have
So
to jump
what
in.
do we have, what was the total number for North
What do we
Middlesex?
have to
Do
do?
you have that
if they're not paying it?
total
14 million,
Okay,
for the total?
14 million,
so if we didn't do a
I'll give you
mandate,
that,
would we be fine?
There'll be
14037,
severe
comma,
consequences.
426.
The state or federal government.
Okay, that works for me. Yeah.
And enforce you to do it, so you might as well just do
Wrong
it.
place to put them.
So what happens if we don't
Okay.
get the federal money next year?
Well, it's all state money that comes
Oh.
from the federal government. So,
So,
it's a big mess.
Yeah, it
Okay,
is,
so
okay,
just, would I jump back?
okay.
So we have the numbers for the school, everybody update?
Okay, so what was the total, just the total for North Middlesex, so
Yep.
it's the,
You want all 4 lines?
Yeah, give them one at a time.
okay,
Okay,
North Middlesex,
okay, so the assessment from North Middlesex is $14,037,426.
Okay.
The North Middlesex exempt debt is $1,256,104.
okay,
Everybody good?
Yep.
The Neshoba tech assessment is $1,392,094. And then the exempt debt from the Neshoba Valley is $79,839.
So it really didn't change all that much from what was in there.
The total,
About $250,000.
Yeah,
the total education line
Mhm.
is gonna be 16,765,463.
Now, does that, compute to a per pupil number? Do you know right off the top of your head?
I don't know the total population of students off the top of my head, so I can't.
It's about 3,000, give or take.
In the
per
total
student?
school.
Yeah.
In the total school.
Yeah, total, I mean,
For North Middlesex.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but, and I think Townsend's is about 38 to 40%.
Hmm.
So about 1,600 kids from Townsend go to Middlesex, North Middlesex.
oh, so we divide 16.
Yeah, I mean, if you,
Yeah.
roughly.
Yeah.
I'm just curious about what the number is, I mean, no harm in knowing the number.
The school district has that all on their website. If you look at their budget pages, they spell all that out.
Oh,
They just give us the final number, say, here you
Yeah,
go.
here's a line for your budget. Okay,
And they only count students that are enrolled, right? Like if there are students that live in town but don't go.
It
North
depends
Middlesex.
on whether they're private school or charter school. It makes a difference.
and homeschool?
I'm not sure if
Those are
they
the three-
can,
Yeah,
yeah,
there's
'cause
three
they-
categories of students that aren't
Yeah.
in the building.
and it's different depending. So the money that the town would pay follows the kid to the charter school.
Right.
But if they go to a private school, that money doesn't follow.
And if
In
they're,
other words, yeah,
That-
the
that-
school
that-
district keeps the
That
funds.
number would still get counted into Townsend's assessment of how many, of what
Yes,
percentage.
yes, but when they give money away, go ahead.
I just wanted just the number, I just did a quick calculation, so for every student in Townsend, we pay each year $13,370
I was gonna say that.
per
That
student
sounds
for their
13,000.
education, which I think is average.
Mhm.
A lot more if you did private or you did preschool, I feel like I
Right.
paid that for preschool per kid
mm,
a year, it was crazy.
Okay, we good to move on past education
Yeah.
into highway.
So we don't put highway into safety?
No, that was my mistake.
Oh, because
Highway is on its own.
Highways,
Oh,
Highway is on its own.
No.
All, three. Highway,
now, is
Snowway,
there a reason for that, or is it just the way you
Um,
guys did it?
the,
another DP.
yeah, it's kind of like,
So it wouldn't be under DPW if we had a DPW.
if we had a DPW,
DPW
it
would
would
be.
probably be under there with other departments, but,
Yeah.
it is on its own.
It's,
Um,
I'm like,
No.
no,
No,
it's not safety.
No, not the way historically.
Mm.
In
It's been-
Townsend.
It's been broken down,
Right.
yeah, it's its own separate category.
Yeah, I see.
I think it's a safety issue, I do too, but I mean, it's just on its own.
I mean, you know,
guess.
you have a car accident, you gotta call fire and police, right? So if you
And you
You don't call highway.
Right, you don't call highway, but.
I
Who
thought
cleaned up that mess? Who cleaned up the
I
mess?
thought they.
But that's the police calling highway.
Highway,
That is
yeah.
not the,
Well, what's the difference?
Oh, the people you're saying?
if
Yeah.
you call 911, they do not call the highway.
No, I know they don't. But the highway department comes,
May
like,
respond.
they respond to the police.
Right.
I understand that, but if the roads aren't safe,
Oh,
when
I
the accidents occur, like potholes, et cetera, low curbs,
Right,
you know.
snow,
gullies,
ice, sleet.
Snow and ice, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good stuff. I guess it doesn't matter, because eventually it goes into the big number. What is that number?
The only question on this is, do we include the pavement management plan or do we not?
Well,
If we're asking for an override,
if we're asking for an override
I think
and
we
we
should.
want some in, then yes, we should. If we start, when we have those other cutting points, when we have the multiple columns, do we do it as a partial, fund half of it, or fund none? It's
None.
kind of like,
Oh, we gotta,
And then-
gotta get something.
we
So-
put this in the capital plan for
'Cause
3 years down the road,
Mhm.
for not next year, but you know, like FY 28, 29,
Yeah, that's
and
what he-
30. I think we put it in for 3 years, just to have it somewhere, as opposed to part of the budget. But really, if, you know, the way the article was written, it should be right here. This is where it should be.
Right, this is where it should be,
So-
it's supposed to be part of the operating budget. If
So we're
we-
putting it in?
I, we put it
For
in.
now,
I think so.
Unless our override gets so huge. If the override ask is that huge, we can back it out, but.
But I think, I think we really need to inform the public of, what else is going into this override. I mean, so much of the public thinks it's just one thing. So I think, just say, well, we want to put 50,000 into this and, 25,000 into that to make your town run smoothly.
Right, and everybody always complains about
Because
the
they don't,
roads.
because they don't.
But the roads are huge. Everybody uses the roads.
Everybody
So
uses
roads
the
and
road.
trash, the kids in school.
Exactly.
Well, the trash, I don't get that much, but roads I sure do.
So let's leave it in.
Okay. If we leave it in for now, that's the highway, then we're into snow and ice.
Well, we don't have any.
What?
We don't have any choice on snow and ice. We don't know what it's gonna do.
No, we don't, but we budget it, and one of the things that we have to, I would say we need to consider is if we get tighter on the budget, there may not be enough free cash to cover this. We're looking,
I think we have to cover that.
well, we have to cover it no matter what, but if we don't have it, because we don't have enough in free cash, which is certified unspent money, then if we budget too tight, you're not gonna have free cash to pay this line, this.
So you think we should go up on that?
No, well, it's a possibility,
where are we this year on it now?
I think we were, last, when the highway was here, I think they said it was 160,000.
It was
Over.
plus another
Which is-
6%.
It was over already.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
probably
Right,
at least
Always
two.
is.
Well, I thought last year it was under, because last year wasn't that bad.
No,
It
last
just
year
wasn't
was-
over by much.
It just wasn't
It was,
over.
no, it was pretty over. It was
Well, yeah.
241,000 or something
It's,
last year.
So it's, at least here in Townsend, it's perennially underfunded. And if I have any say in this, I would actually keep increasing that amount each year. Because I know it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, whether you budget for it or it comes out of free cash, in the end to balance it. But
Right,
if that number, this number, the base number is so out of whack, you really should be, I mean, I would be happy if you increased it by like $5,000, even though it's a drop in the bucket and the $200,000 right now. It's not a realistic number. It might as well be zero, to tell you the truth.
And the reason is because it's the only way we've been able to balance the budget. I think we did increase it. A
We
couple
did,
of years
a
ago,
couple of years ago, we increased it.
we
but-
increased it, but the town has always had an easier time balancing the budget with without that in there, and then dealing with the free cash, the
Right.
snow and ice later. That's how it's
Yeah.
always been done here.
But, just from a
I
budgeting
agree with
perspective,
Yeah.
even a $5,000 increase year over year,
Yeah.
is better than keeping it the same amount year after year.
I mean, the salt prices have gone up hugely.
Yeah, that's where it is. If I'm gonna flip over to my December BVA, and his salt at the end of December was already 16,000 overdrawn. Yeah,
Mhm.
it's and the budget for snow and ice was already minus 159,000 at this point. 169, sorry,
at the end of December?
at the end of December, yeah.
This year?
This year, yeah. So, and at the time Jim was in, he said he's already another 60,000 over that.
So it's 200.
It's in the 210 range already, 220 range already.
And we don't budget for that. Why? Because we don't know what it's gonna be.
Oh,
We don't have to.
Oh, we don't
this-
have to. Oh.
We don't have to, and it goes, this is the only area of your budget is really allowed to go negative. But if you then would go in and put 300,000 in here, If we had a slow year, you can't ever change it down. You can't, so it's a balance and a dance of trying to have money there, so it's not too big, but you don't want it so much money in there that you can't.
You don't want money in there that you don't use because you can't use it somewhere else.
And you can't use it somewhere else, and you can't go less than that the following year, in the following year. So it's kind of like, so you can't, you know, so it's a best, it's a best estimate without going over. I'm sorry, yeah, it's also 16,000 over, and the repair and maintenance was also over, so, but again, we, you know, these are the places we can go negative, so, if.
Right, so we let it go negative because that's the only place we can.
Right, it's kind of like but we do wanna really, as Nelson said, maybe bump it up, you know, maybe it's time to increase the salt. But if we're gonna do it, now's the time to do it. Do we go to just round numbers? Do you wanna go up to 100,000?
For the salt?
For the salt, yeah.
I think we should leave it as is. That's what I
Okay. Balance the budget on the same.
think. Yeah.
Okay, highway, snow and ice covered.
Yeah,
Streetlights, one line, level funded year over year. For the 17,000. That is the end of highways and streets. And that is 1,126,730.
1 million, say that again.
1,126,730. And everybody get their numbers and okay, solid waste is on its own. The landfill,
and so this is expenses on the landfill that we have that's closed and we're not using anymore, correct? But we have to basically pay to maintain.
That's the engineering side. Looking at this is the solid waste side. The fact that it's energy, I think this is the recycling center.
Oh.
I'm gonna
The energy, curbside pickup.
The landfill engineering you were just mentioning, I think is line down 642. So landfill engineering, professional services. Sorry, I'm jumping around, just.
So you're saying the landfill lines 566 through 569 are not for the old landfill?
That it's not for the old land, the closing of that dump. Let's separate between landfill and dump.
Okay.
That's the old dump that was covered. That's the engineering. This is for.
Is this paying for the landfill that our stuff winds up in right now?
Yeah, the active.
This is just for the active recycling center.
Yeah, and well, and curbside pickup.
Okay, I'm just wondering why those lines don't say recycling center then instead of landfill, because the landfill implies this is where the garbage gets put, and that's not what it's for, you're saying. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're in the same location, so because the recycling center is right
before, it's right before, you would go further in to get to the old.
But if this,
They have it under landfill engineering. I see what you're
Oh,
saying.
yeah.
It's,
it would be clearer.
It's the same word, it's not clear.
Yeah, so it would.
It should say recycling. I mean, if this is for the recycling center, which is fine, it ought to say recycling center.
Yeah, and that would make it very clear. We're down to 566.
Okay.
Right.
One was in the right place.
Yeah, because, yeah,
And that's-
some of these things make it very confusing to
Yeah, it's really
understand.
confusing, yeah, really confusing.
Is there a
Well, maybe
way to
that's the plan.
change that at some time in the future to recycling, or does that take a whole, like a,
I can ask to see if we can rename that.
maybe not for this time, but maybe for the next time?
Yeah, but if we get to the point, if we
Yes, yes. Well, it's not
Well, we-
entirely self-sufficient.
get there, we, yeah, it's kind of like see if the accountant can update it without redoing all new accounting numbers, but.
Lori just asked me a question. She said, I thought the recycling center was self-sufficient, so why do we have these numbers here? So what my understanding is the fees that come in from recycling pay the wages for the people at the center.
Yeah.
And I believe the disposal of goods.
And the whole one, yeah.
Is that true? We have Irene here, so she might be able to answer that. I don't know.
So say your question again.
So what does the fees that we pay at the recycling center, what do they cover? Because here we have energy for it says landfill, but it's a recycling center. Repair and maintain the landfill building, that's the recycling center buildings. Professional services.
I'm assuming that that's the attendance that's there, that's just twice a month.
Yeah, the professional services, then what happens to the fees? Because Carla the other day said, oh, it's self-sufficient.
Yeah, if they have a revolving account that I know of.
Right.
And
And
what,
then you
what
have
is,
money that the fees come in there that people pay.
yeah,
And then you also have grant money that comes in through RDP that I help with the recycling dividend program. That also can help. And in the past, the solid waste contract had lines in there that just included collections, which I think has also changed at the transfer station, at the recycling
at the
center.
second center. So those funds are reflected in the budget in the recap, similar to the permit link funds that come in. Correct?
I don't think so, because we're not paying labor out of here, the labor, I believe. is
Well, what-
revolving.
What Irene said is the professional services is.
To my knowledge, I mean, it could be, someplace else. Well, it
Yeah.
might be under the Board of Health.
What
but
are the professionals?
I'm not on the Board of Health.
Yeah, so the Board of Health revolving, is for temporary help, and other services, which is, for pickups, for, mattresses and other things like that.
Kathy has.
So out of the revolving account, I believe for the Board of Health, that this is how it used to be. What is covered out of there is the hauling fees to get rid of all the stuff
Mhm.
that comes in.
Yeah.
So that's.
Oh,
that's
professional
it.
services, okay.
Yeah, and also the workers that.
Thank you.
Yeah,
The work, the wages.
I'll look at it, I had requested when the accountant was in, I mentioned that we'd be looking at revolving accounts, I have all of the detail. I have not, I thought, I wanted to get to it, but it's too much information, I wanted to get to them after we got the budget, so it's kind of, so rather than search for them.
But I guess the key question that we seem to have is, are these 4 line items, which are in our town budget, are they funded by money coming into, as revenues into the town from the Board of Health?
I would say no.
So if that's the case, then, right, then you're kind of saying, well, that means the recycling center is not really self-sufficient if the
Right.
town has to cover these items in the town budget.
And that is exactly what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what has happened recently because of changes in the contract from the last time, I think that they were more covered and I don't know the current.
So which then
Bills.
would support increasing the fees to
Right.
cover this,
Mhm.
Right.
so that it actually was self-sufficient.
And then we would have to take the revolving account and increase their amount that they have.
Yes, in the
So
town,
it yeah, it
the
changes.
allowable amount,
Yeah.
right? So, because it's only, what, like 14,000 or something over?
Yeah, 14,000.
Yeah,
I think that's the total is 14,000, so you don't see the money coming in, it's probably on another line item.
It's the recap.
So this is the
Right.
cost, you don't see the revenue.
We don't see the.
Right, we don't see,
Not in
well, but,
here.
and that's what I'm asking is, does that revenue come into the town coffers? And the answer I got was it does not.
It doesn't come into the general fund, it
Right.
stays within.
It stays within the,
They're
right,
revolving
Fund.
funds, the
Right.
revolving fund, but we should account for that in the recap. I believe
Um,
we do.
There's only a
Revenues.
few, revenue sources in the revolving fund that comes back to the coffer. Everything else is kind of like just,
I know, like
self-sustaining.
Rex doesn't come back in.
Well, it does, a part of $10,000 from. Rex.
Yes, but for the programming, it doesn't. So what's the split between the recycling center and what we're looking at here? I guess is a question,
Yeah,
but
we can take a
we can-
look at it, but
yeah.
I don't think it's in the recap, because it's,
I don't think
it-
we've transferred money from.
yeah. You can only transfer money into the coffers if you take more than you expend, like
Okay.
ambulance receipts and things like that. So I don't think that's a revolving account that really generates a surplus. That's the word we want to use.
Take a look.
Yeah, but I don't see it in the recap anywhere, so
Okay.
I don't think it's.
what about the permit leak stuff? Do you see that in the recap? So then,
We can talk about it when we get to the recap.
Yeah,
let's just keep going here.
and then the last big item on here is the curbside recycling.
and is this 780 number, is that based on one of the contracts we were shown the other night?
I think that's the
It's the
inclusive,
all-
right?
and I think it
Yes.
was a little bit more. I just used a nice round number, but I can find,
It's pretty much there, she has a big road.
yeah.
Either way, it's
Seven.
exactly the same if it's all included as one contract or if it's broken down. 99% of all curbside collections are broken out.
So
I just have like 3 that I've ever heard of that is all included like what we currently have.
So model B, what is the amount? Looking at your
I know,
paper.
I gave it away.
Oh, did you give it to me?
Yeah,
I've written all over it.
That's fine, no, I
Um,
gave it to everybody.
What
Oh,
is the
did you?
bottom line that
Okay.
we should have in the budget? For this curbside pickup and trash?
So the cost of the program by contract of what has been given to us is $877,220.
220?
That's the whole cost that includes for pay as you throw, that includes that. Oh, that actually includes the recycling stuff ahead of that. So you could pretty much take out the 23, you can take out 23,000 out of that because you already have the recycling center is above that line item and she has education in the, and I saw it someplace else.
So,
So
What does it come down
854,
to? What is it?
Yeah.
854, 220?
Yeah,
but that's the current. Don't we have to go?
no, that is the proposed number,
Oh, okay, so the current column is the proposed number.
right? But that's
Okay.
including with pay as you throw. That's including the pay as you throw bags in there.
Okay, so we should take
and-
out the 20,000 for the recycling center and the 3,000 for education.
Correct. If you want to be
Okay.
more technical, the bags of our current contract is absorbed in our revenue. If you wanted to take that out, you could. I mean, down dirty, the contract with Shaw's of just collection, disposal, recycling collection is the 770,460. That is the collection cost. And I think that includes all municipal buildings at the present time in that.
No,
No.
it's separate, but it's only another
10 or
10,000.
Right.
Okay, so we're good with the 780 that we have in the budget. then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just used a kind of a nice round number. I think bottom line is, we're expecting probably around 40,000 a month in the pay-as-you-throw revenue. So, if you net it out, that's the net cost to the taxpayers or the town is $300,000 that we're short.
Okay.
So if the override passes, we can pay this. If the override doesn't pass, we're looking at Model B, which would be $100 fee for the people who are using service from the town. So if you're using the service, people would be charged $100 in addition to purchasing
And
the
that's
purple bags.
$100 a
what,
month
month?
or a
No,
year?
a year.
A year, oh, okay.
So $100 a year
A
and you
year.
buy your purple bags.
Correct.
And that's cheap. From
Compared to
other
600
places, that's
would be
cheap.
Private.
If it's only 100 a year. If that can legally be done.
Well,
If that can legally be done.
It can be done as long as it's paid only by the people that are using it. And so we would need a way for the people that are using it
To identify.
to identify, so Shaw's knows who they're picking up from.
You just be a list like they almost have now. They have the list of people that have opted out. You have that same kind of thing as the people that have opted out.
The difference, the people that have opted out, they're being picked up on Wednesdays. They still put stuff out on Thursdays, or Tuesdays, depending on your pickup day in town, because we, the town, are covering the entire town right now. So there's no need to identify, because even if you've contracted privately from Shaw's, you can still put stuff out, because they just pick up whoever has trash out on Tuesdays and Thursdays
Until July 1st.
until July 1st.
So
They
you're-
know their people for Wednesdays.
so you're saying the $100 a year is gonna make the budget balance? I mean, we're gonna be able to pay $800,000 or whatever it is, 700, and that's not gonna increase.
Well, it's over
With the
3,000
bags, you have
parcels.
the bags
Say
plus-
3,000 parcels.
Right.
I mean, it's still a big assumption that, we can get enough households to do it. We don't really,
Right, yeah.
we actually don't know how many, we don't know the true number of households that have gone private. I know some have gone to Shaw's, some have gone elsewhere, so.
Yeah, I have neighbors that have gone to somebody called Ken's, because their
Ken's?
barrels say Ken,
So,
they barrels say Ken on the
I
side.
so
didn't
unless
know
you,
there wasn't even
so unless you do a
When we
top,
go, if
so-
people go to other places, we're gonna have less money.
so unless you do a
Right.
top
Which is
to,
why I'm,
unless you do a top to down audit of every single household, we're just, it's just, a number that we're assuming and,
You're right, Nelson, that's
Yeah.
exactly right, and that's what we've been doing for the past year, is the assumption, and it's been not accurate, so we, as a taxpayer, we don't know.
right, so.
So you're saying the bag, so if you buy two $10 or what, how much, 17, 38, 40 bucks a month, plus, yeah, I mean.
comes out to about 10 a month. Eight.
No, plus the bags, you're
Yeah, you
buying
pay the
bags too.
In
So
addition,
so you're buying your 10 bags a month at $5 a bag is $50.
no, we,
Oh, it's
we,
$3.50?
Right.
$3.50 a bag.
Okay, so it's
Okay.
5 bags, 17.75. So let's say 20, so $20 a month for bags, if
And
you're
then
putting
your
bags
fee
out.
of
That's if you're throwing out 5 bags a month. I mean,
Right, I
Here,
get,
okay,
but
You can do that in 2 or 3
But
months,
see,
or 6.
well, I mean, I
But
guess
then
it
you-
depends on what your household is. I mean, you
Right.
can't make it,
I know, because my neighbor puts out trash once a month. I put out trash every other week.
I could
So-
put it out twice a week.
So, but if you did buy one set of bags a month, $20, say, and then you were paying 8 or 10 a month for the fee for pickup, that is still less than paying the per
Private,
month
it
for
is.
private pickup.
It is.
so the $100 would not be on your tax bill, or you wouldn't be obligated to the town if you got private pickup.
If you
Right.
got private pickup, you would be paying 50 or 60
So
a
whatever you'd
month.
be paying, but you would not be paying the $100 fee.
Right.
Right,
Okay,
and the
that's-
$100
more.
fee is a per year, it's not a per
No,
month.
I understand that part, yeah.
Is there a like minimum amount of people you need in town to have that rate?
That's a good question, yeah.
Like if 2/3 of the town decided not to do it.
Well, I mean, it's just,
Well,
it's just simple math, we're $300,000 short, and we need to
So
raise
that
that.
number wouldn't change even if less people were using it.
Well,
Correct.
So
The,
that's
the amount that we would have to pay Shaw's, the 480 collection stays the same. The tonnage might drop
Yeah.
because you
That
have fewer
480
people,
doesn't change.
but that 480 does
Yeah.
not change.
So if that $100 is assuming that most people opt in?
Yeah, because it's.
Well, I think
yeah,
the $100
that's
sounds like it's, it
Yes.
sounds like the intent of the $100 is kind of to pay the per, make up
It's
the
the thing
percentage
that I was
charge.
trying to get them to say, how do we pay the
Right.
tonnage?
Okay, but
Right.
now
Yeah,
this
okay.
is the other question. So what's gonna be the cost of monitoring the $100 per
I
household?
estimated 20,000 on there.
So is it-
And
That's
20,000 for the admin.
To the admin to do, right,
To do the
in today's
fees
society, it
and
should be
all that.
easier, like, it should just be like QR code.
Yeah,
And just
yeah,
pay that, like, just like we just did with the dog licenses or something like that, you can just have something like that.
Mhm.
it is gonna be, an uptick in, administrative, hours that are needed. You know, cause some people can, opt out and then opt back in, maybe, you know, cause
So
they
you're
change their
talking-
mind.
But that's not a daily fee.
No, but,
It's
you
a
know,
cost, it's a cost for the
It's-
trash, right?
Right, so
But it's
in,
an additional cost to the trust.
Yeah,
You have to have
exactly. So we're not
somebody
getting-
monitor who's in, who's out. This is the whole reason why we didn't
That would be up to
go with
Shaw's
the,
though.
that's the whole reason of going with the pay as you throw, so you didn't have the software, the admin costs.
but,
Yeah.
but
Can that be
you
up to
have,
Shaw's to do?
No,
No.
and don't do that, cause that's what killed Ashby. Ashby decided they want pay as you go curbside, then they said to to Murray, you do it, you do everything, and they're like, if I'm gonna do everything, then it's $600 a year.
But I think that if we're gonna talk about trash again, after that horrible last year, we have to tell the townspeople every single thing. Like you're talking about, it's a great question, and I think the town should know that. We shouldn't just say $100 cheaper, so you should do it. That's very demeaning to the people who think for themselves. We should give them every single solitary number and let them make a decision.
well,
Oh, they will.
they will. I
But
mean,
we had to
the-
pull it out of you today. You know, Carol asked her question, you asked your question. I think it should be presented, not, well,
Well,
if you don't ask, we won't tell.
Irene has the numbers here, and the $100 fee includes the administrative costs.
Oh, does it? Okay.
Yeah, it's up, it's one of the
And
twenty
then just to
thousand.
say,
I
we
don't
did
have
have
the
the Board of
sheet,
Health
I
and
did
Shaw's
get one.
were here this morning, and you
They
guys
were.
said you weren't gonna talk trash, so they all left.
Right,
So we did have the Board
Shaw's
of Health.
was here?
yeah,
Shaw's
they
was
were.
here.
They were.
Two people from Shaw's and the Board of Health
Oh, I
chair
didn't see
were
them.
here,
I saw
and they said,
Christian.
oh, it was taken off, so. and I
well,
think
as a
probably-
separate item, yes, but I mentioned that we would most certainly be talking about it when we're going over the omnibus, which we are, but, you know, we start at the very top and now we're working with
Yeah,
it
so
down.
it's what
If they
do
were
we
able to put it
include
in.
for the number, for the override that we ask for?
We
And
put something in the number?
if the override passes, there is no fee.
Right.
You have to do the
Right.
pay as you throw
100,000.
bags, but there is no fee, because we're gonna incorporate it into the override.
And I still think the 300,000 is, we've only had a couple months in, I mean, we've only done October to think, so I still think, I have not been privy of all the revenue coming in. So I think I heard 214,000.
Yeah, the other day.
The other thing, so if that's from October to January, because we're in February right now, so I
Right.
don't think we have February's
Right.
data. Then we're gonna do that again, and next year, we're gonna have a whole year, not just
Right.
9
Right.
months.
No, I understand,
So
Yeah.
40
where's the administrative fee in the $100?
Yeah,
I
right
guess
here.
I'm not seeing it.
Right here, 20,000 flat fee costs.
Oh, that's, so the flat fee
That's an
cost
extra
is,
cost.
is the
Another
administrative.
admin, yeah,
That's the administrative fee, is the flat fee cost?
yeah, to administrate.
Oh, maybe that's why I didn't recognize it as
Well, yeah,
administrative.
because I
it
was looking
wasn't-
for,
yeah.
yeah. I was looking
Well, that's
for-
how,
My
it's a new
point,
cost.
exactly.
Will you
Okay.
have that sheet for everybody on the 10th?
I don't know how, it's up to you. I have two different hats on. I have technical
Okay, all right,
assistance from the
that's fine.
town
Well,
to look in
that's
this
my
as
point.
well as the recycling committee chair. But it's up to you on how you wanna disperse this.
I mean, I appreciate the analysis, but it's, if we were to present that, you're really digging into the weeds.
Oh,
you know,
yeah, if we start going
yeah,
down this
you
rabbit
know,
hole,
like,
town
something
meeting will never
high
get
level.
over.
Yeah, high level, just really basic
think-
summarizing
I think we need to,
what the
we need to
implications are.
explain.
Which doesn't get
It's gonna
to
be-
Mary Jane's point that you don't tell everybody every single thing. You know, we aren't telling every little thing, but if we tell everything, everybody goes blah, 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 and runs out, you know?
What we gotta tell them is,
I think we have.
to tell them exactly what,
Transparency, I guess that's a word we don't.
but we need to tell them, okay,
Something.
about
I
the
think we're
trash.
very transparent. We're
The
saying
trash
that
is
there
gonna
are
cost
meetings
the
that
thing.
anybody can watch.
Yeah, go ahead.
If we're gonna go to the $100 fee, just explain why we're gonna do it's.
It would be if the override doesn't pass. We just need that delta.
So that's plan B or C, so
Yeah.
A
Yeah.
is keep the $300,000 in there. And that would be with pay as you
Okay.
grow and 300,000, the budget would
Down,
be.
but we have to still
even at a-
explain.
Even at
how we get to
$100
this cost.
per household, I think I don't know what the percentage is of people who have defected or may defect if you implement this fee.
I took it at 2,800, so that's my numbers that I use there, 2,800 households versus the 30.
So you
We
figured
said
10%
31,
of
yeah, we already
people.
lost about 10% to my knowledge.
28.
So 2,800 households is,
I know,
that's
but you
the,
lost 28.
What,
10%.
10%.
Oh,
so right now,
Or
we're at
280.
3,200 households, to my knowledge of 3,200 households in town. And I think we lost about 200, so we've been saying
Oh, you
about
lost
3,000 have been
Okay.
participating. I was saying if we went to the $100, I put it on here, the little number of,
Yeah,
so I said would be a 2,900 is the numbers I played around here. That, and it could be a little
So
less than
so all these numbers are based on 2,900 households
this particular number of.
for the
Yeah.
$100 fee.
Yeah, and actually,
Okay.
that's more, I did 90, so that would be a little more,
Okay.
but to round it up, 100 would be.
Okay.
Just one comment on that. So Pepperell, you can get the $90 sticker and then their bag fee is about the same. And it's all one place. So people, I'm running the Pepperell line, a lot of people have been talking about, they'll probably just, because they won't have to go to the recycling center here. Pepperell, they can make one stop. It'll be the same price. It'll be $90, same relative bag price, and they'll be able to bring everything to one place.
well,
So
here's
we
the
don't- we
thing,
don't
if
have a
we
transfer
charge
station.
a
Oh, no, no, I
fee.
know that, no, but like, but so say I have a dishwasher I wanna bring to the recycle center. I'd be able to go to all one place. That's what they're saying. I won't have to go to the Townsend Recycling Center. If I have a Pepperell sticker, I can do it all there. I can bring my car if I have a construction project. So they're saying by getting that sticker, they'll have all access in one place.
But here's the
$90
thing,
So I'm just saying that number might
Can we
go
go to
down,
Pepperell for
or
$90?
go up for that option. That's all
but
I'm
on
saying.
a weekly basis, you can just take it to the end of your
Oh, yeah,
driveway for
I
the
understand.
same
I
amount.
get it. I was
you
just,
know?
that's what I'm hearing on that side of
But
town.
I
that
have-
would be-
I've heard
More
the same.
Townsend, pay $90 and go to Pepperell?
Yeah,
You could
even I think
buy the
it's-
sticker for
I think
Pepperell.
there's an, for.
75 for you.
non-resident, pay a little
So
more.
you can, if you live in Townsend, you can go to Pepperell and buy a $90 sticker for your car and take all your trash there.
Or
and
more,
pay
for
for it.
non-resident. You still have to buy the bags, but you have to buy the Pepperell bags,
And then
but you'll have
they,
to
if
buy.
you have like
Pepperell.
construction debris there with your
No, but
car.
I see what you're saying, the convenience is huge, because you're going one
It could
spot.
be. I
Yeah.
don't, I'm not saying, it's just, I heard people on
Yeah.
that side of town.
No, I've
Yeah.
been to that.
Yeah, no,
I've
heard the
same thing.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you have
it's
to-
still different right now.
Right.
Try to bring it back.
All right,
Okay.
let's go back to this, let's get that
We
trash
yeah,
in.
let's go.
Yeah.
I gotta-
So, we'll leave it-
What time is it?
leave it in, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotta leave.
We're,
I mean,
we're closing in on the
What?
600
Cemetery.
line, so let's,
that's,
Yeah.
we're gonna leave trash in at 780
okay, yeah.
for now, and then work with it. It's kind of like the funding sources are gonna be there. Okay, so that's the end of solid waste. One department, 794,664.
What did you change it to?
No, it
No, no,
shouldn't, it didn't change.
It's no
That's
change.
what was there.
No, it's what's there.
Should be what was there.
770, 460?
794,
664,
660. This,
664.
I'm sorry, 664.
I got four numbers.
Yeah.
Where am I keeping this?
And I'm just getting the it's human services is the next section.
Cemetery and parks?
Cemetery and
Oh,
parks
no,
starts
human.
it, yeah, cemetery and parks starts, I'm going, see
What
the
the-
black line above that says solid waste total?
Yeah,
That's why I say, the next section is the, what did I say, human services? It's kind of like, yeah, human services, so.
really?
I go down
I
and get
just
that
think
name
human
and
services and
cemetery and parks.
Is it parks? I know, that's what I was thinking myself. That just sounds weird, but okay.
Wait a minute. Where's the black line for that? Or did you not?
Cemetery and parks, right, there's no black line, this is the section that starts human services. So
Oh,
cemetery
I
and parks
get
is
it.
the
Next
first
page.
department, yeah.
We already did this.
Yeah.
He's good. He didn't have them.
Now see what he had his increases for salaries, no change in longevity, increase in longevity, as we have. His level funding on expenses. So,
Yeah, I mean, we went over this, we went over this
yeah,
before.
Roger. Yeah.
So this was a,
Okay.
we're good there.
Okay.
Housing authority. Next, starts at line 606 is one line for personnel.
Level funding.
Level funded on expenses.
Okay.
Any questions on the housing authority? Board of Health. This is.
That's all you know.
And, other lines and
Just had a question on illegally dumped items, and this is just a general question, not the budget. Say if can a citizen call the Board of Health and say, I see mattresses and all kinds of
That's what it's there
stuff?
for.
Do you know who they call?
The
The highway department.
To go pick it up.
Oh,
What if
That's
it's not
who-
on the highway? She's talking about stuff in the woods, right?
Like if
Yeah,
I take a
that's
walk
true.
in the woods
That's who
and I,
goes
and,
and picks
and,
it
They go-
up.
the highway department
and
does
I
that too.
see refrigerators and couches, my neighbor said she'll never find that spot again, but I've heard other places that I could call if I found stuff like that.
That's what this was intended for,
Okay.
for the
I-
things that were illegally done.
I mean,
We added this in, I was still on the board, so maybe
Mhm.
3 years ago.
yeah, it wasn't long ago.
We added it in
So it was cut 50%.
because they said they didn't, we
They
asked
weren't
about
using it,
this.
yeah.
when
Yeah,
Board
the
of Health
usage-
was in.
All right.
I mean, I was just curious as a citizen, if
Mhm.
I was walking.
So you call the Board of Health, but they're probably gonna call the highway
Mhm.
department and
Yeah,
tell
they
them.
don't have the
to-
labor.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
Board of Health doesn't have the labor to
Okay.
pick it up
Right.
with the
Okay.
equipment.
But I just didn't know what the process, I just
Yeah.
curious, thank you.
We all set with Board of Health?
Yeah.
Okay, moving to Neshoba Board of Health, we had, I think it was Tom from Neshoba. Called in and.
Right.
It's the contract.
Yeah.
So What's the contracted price
He was really
for the
good.
year?
Yeah, that's good.
He gave me a lot of information.
And we're, no question here, we're line 642, the landfill engineering. This is where the monitoring of the closed landfill is done by that engineering service.
And who oversees that? Is that overseen by the Board of Health?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's,
So that's like an outside contract?
it is an outside contract.
Tigan Bond.
No questions there. Council on Aging. So we got the community, just a note for the community outreach. We have been funding it within the Council on Aging, and it was moved to the Board of Selectmen. But it's good to see the history, have it here. And,
It used to be that they would put 10,000 a year in. They stopped doing that 2 years ago. So.
Because funding would come from two places and it just would make it a little easier together.
So they're up 12% where?
Probably
longevity.
all the staff at the senior center is union staff.
Oh.
None of the staff at the library is union staff.
And I think the increase on the union staff, was it opera money went away for position?
Positions at the library?
No, this is, I'm sorry,
No,
from the library, I was on Council on Aging.
Council on Aging? No, they should be 4%. I don't know if they hired new people or there. I thought it's longevity.
Longevity went up a bit, but
Yeah,
on the line for the operating staff.
You'd have to look at the way it,
Well, okay,
it fell
you know
out.
what, yeah.
Her sheet where she
Right,
itemized, they might have added
Yeah,
a
we had-
position. I don't know.
I didn't see anything there, but if we look at FY '24, the number's down from FY '24, so somehow FY '25 like that.
I think they did some, had to do with the head cook, chef, was going to retire very soon, so they were gonna change how that was gonna be, how that would work in the future. So I think,
It was gone over
Yeah.
when we talked
I
about
saw
it.
that. Yeah.
And that number is the number we have.
Yeah, that's right, that's the same number that we had when we talked about it.
Yeah, and there were no changes that we
Right,
made.
it was just the difference in,
Yeah.
that stuff. But then
Yeah.
way back.
Is that longevity amount correct?
The longevity, it was,
It's a $600 increase. That's the only reason I'm asking. It might be a different union. The different unions have different longevity amounts.
I think, one of the staff members finally hit their 5-year mark.
And they
next year.
must be in a union that does 600 longevity instead of 500.
Correct.
Okay.
Was it a part-time employee or was it that, remember we talked about that?
I think
If they're not partial, they don't qualify for longevity.
Oh, the fractional,
Yeah,
was it the fractional employees?
We did talk about that.
We did talk about fractional employees and whether they were, subject to the longevity. Did we ever find that out?
I don't think so.
Oh, you said, when we were talking about it, it wasn't the correct, whatever wasn't on the website. Yeah.
Oh,
So,
That fractional.
I don't think that was under
part-time
Council of
thing,
Aging,
yeah.
though.
No, that was under library.
But that was,
Right,
but yeah, it
but it
might
was
not have
in
been
that
council, but it was
That night, same night.
whatever, whoever had fractional employees in general.
I think the library.
Okay,
The
library.
yeah.
I think Council Aging have fractional employees do that. I'm sure they do, under.
Because I think they said there might
Oh, I
have been
see.
one employee that could have had longevity if fractional employees.
Yeah,
were
no, there is
subject-
one, it's the assistant program coordinator, it's a 600 instead of a 500. As far as longevity goes. So that's why.
Okay. But did we ever find out about the fractional people?
Numbers agree. What we talked about.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Um, So we put on council on aging, looking at veterans agent.
What's Ask Natalie mean?
Those are my notes. I was gonna ask her what dues she had, so, I haven't had a chance to ask her yet regarding that, but yeah, some of those are my notes.
She's got
I'm
one
sure it's
thousand one
the
fifty.
veteran thing.
It's the same, but
Right, but if we look at it in the BBA maybe, is it not?
She's not much at all.
No. Yeah, the dues was only about 4261. So I think that's why it's just to make sure that if there was something.
and what's the 75,000 other services? What are those? You did go over those?
Those are veteran benefits.
And I think we get reimbursed by the state.
We get, yeah, some, yeah.
There's a certain amount per veteran that they get.
So it's reimbursed, the 75,000?
I believe it comes in from the state based on the number
Yeah,
of
it
people
could be
who
part of the cherry sheet.
take
numbers and
advantage,
transfer.
yes,
I've seen,
exactly.
I've looked at the breakdown in the
Yeah,
cherry sheet.
it comes back to the town.
So that'll be part of that.
Is that like the tax deferment that
I
a
was just
disabled would
thinking the
get?
same thing, it's like it's the
It's
same
not.
number.
No, it's a benefit that you get on a monthly basis or quarterly, I don't know what the thing is, but it's a benefit that a veteran gets. And Natalie manages that, she works with the veterans. And then I think it is on the cherry sheet, you'll see a veterans thing, it's based on the numbers for each town, you get a reimbursement from the state. And that's what funds this.
So it's not a deferment on the tax?
And that's not-
It's not a tax thing, it's not a tax thing.
It's just funny, that's the same
It's a
number.
benefit.
Yeah,
we have
exactly, yeah.
In the assessor's overlay.
And that's a question that we can ask her, right? What is that? What is it? What is it? We should know.
Question on that, I'm sorry, is there a way to like put like a different, if you can't include it in that line, in that section, could there like be an asterisk next to it to say grant reimbursed, or has fees attached to it that pays it off? You know, just so people know that
That's a good
yes,
point.
it's a high number, but it's not really, we're not paying for it. Like you looked at the trash number and you're like, oh my goodness, that's so much, but really, we've already put money in, so the pays go. You have it on the line item, but if there was something before that, like a little asterisk, fees are offsetting this
That's
cost.
very good.
Or
point.
to look at the recap,
That's
Right.
because that's where it's reflected typically.
And
But
then to
again,
note that
the
it's
notes
some-
on the expense,
yeah.
I get it, it's kind of like you're looking at an expense, you're not gonna jump to recap to figure out that
Right.
you're
Well, the
getting.
town people aren't gonna do that.
Yes, that's
Dear
what I'm
God
saying.
in heaven,
Right.
yeah.
They don't even have paperwork to do
Of
it.
course
Right,
not,
yeah,
right, yeah. No, I
Okay,
think that's a
Sabrina
very
has a
good
comment.
point.
I believe the Veteran Services Officer membership and dues is for a training conference once a year for $1,000, and membership in Veteran Services Officers is $50 annually.
Mhm.
That's the
Okay, which is the training
That's
part
the
of it.
training part of it.
that's
Yep.
membership.
And that's
Membership and dues,
right.
okay.
It's-
So it's not the
Well-
other.
Well, it says.
No,
it
it's
does say
dues and training, it says.
Yeah.
It depends, and I think the BBA was.
Oh, so now, oh, you've got all the answers over there. What's the 7,500 for? You know?
75,000.
7,000 then.
That's a benefit
Don't they have
paid to
them?
the veterans.
I'm just curious as to what that was, because Veronica said.
Well,
it
the
was
benefits I
afterwards.
don't have, but
Well-
it's pretty much what Veronica says. It's-
It'll come back to us.
Yeah, yeah.
We pay it and we get it back?
Well, you look at the
This-
cherry sheet
this-
number, the state cherry sheet has a veterans benefit line.
And I don't know if it's 100%.
I don't know the
I don't-
percentage, but I know we get funds
A large
back
portion
from the
back.
state,
Right, so
exactly.
Right now, the FY twenty-six cherry sheet, which is preliminary, you're saying 26.9 or 29.6.
And this is it depends on how many veterans are in town, so this is kind of the number that we've used for a while now, and we might not pay it all out.
Mhm.
It depends
Do you have
on,
usage on that for last year, per se? Or a couple
I know a
years?
few years back, they came to, FinCom and asked for some extra money.
yeah, that could happen. So
They used just under 27,000 last year.
in the
And
entire
before?
year,
Yes.
yeah. So we got, anyway, let's not go into last year's cherry sheet to see what we got back, but they're probably using the fact that we spent 28,000 last year or just under is probably what drove the cherry sheet number
this
for
year.
this year, is my guess.
Okay, so we still have a couple of questions, but for now, the numbers look like. we'll be in there. So this section, human services total, is going to be 580,212. No changes. Let's see. Everybody?
Yep.
Good, Brenda has.
Oh, question more, last year's budget, the software was added. For, software for veteran services officer. And, 100% if that's the total of that software. That could be a placeholder.
For other services.
For software.
So it could be more than 500?
Could be in. Now I come to Betty May.
No, it's in this section, but we start with the library.
Oh, the library.
Culture,
Culture.
culture and recreation.
The library is good. We had no issues with the library, remember?
Right, yep. Yep.
And we
learned
good,
all
and
about the
we-
reimbursements.
Right.
Yeah. And the qualification.
Yeah, we're real happy with that.
Okay, everybody good to move?
Yep.
Recreation. Okay, very similar to the note we see here in the notes, the 10,000 is funded from the recreation revolving account for the assistant director position. So that
Which is not filled, right?
It is not filled, it is open right now, but we need to budget the,
Got it.
budget for it so that it's there if somebody comes in.
You know, sometimes I get, confused on our budget.
Mhm.
We're talking about recreation.
We're on
Recreation,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Because, I'm not sure what she does totally. I mean, I don't know, I've asked for the last 3 or 4 years, I've asked how many people this involves, what are her programs, how much should they pay per child? And I just don't seem to get these answers, and I'm not sure what her hours are and other things like that. And I don't seem to be able to get answers. And I know that it could vary from month to month as to how many kids show
Well,
up.
there's a preschool, a before school and after school
Right.
program, and so there are hours for that. I think it's
Yeah.
6 or 6:30
It's
in the
6:30
morning.
till something and then
And then in
afternoon.
the
But what happens in
afternoon.
between there? Is she there in the office?
No, not
No.
usually during the day unless she has planning to do.
Mhm.
But the hours are such that she's usually there 4 hours in the morning,
Okay.
4 or 5 in the afternoon.
Okay.
So it's not a
All right.
matter of
Okay, so it's not an all
working.
day, yeah.
Right, she's
Okay.
there for the before school program, the after school program, and sometimes there are evening things. Like if there's the,
Or weekend things.
or weekend things, so it depends on what's going on.
Well, that's what I think is part of the problem. We don't know, we don't know what's going on.
Have you ever been over to the rec?
I have.
You have?
I have.
We all have.
We've all been there.
Yeah,
We've all been there.
but have you been there when the kids are there?
Yes, we've all been there.
When the
Not
kids are there?
inside, but I've
And do you
seen
think
them
nothing's
outside.
happening?
No, no,
They're
that's
not-
not what
we're saying
That's not what
here.
I'm
What are
asking.
you
I'm
saying?
asking about numbers, about
Yeah.
how many are coming in and how many are going out and, you know, is the summer program, would it be beneficial, you know, to have the summer program as the major program rather than the afternoon and
There are
morning?
people in town that count on the before and after school care, that I know.
Do they pay
What
for
is
that?
that?
Yes, they pay
Yeah,
for
they do
that,
pay.
yeah.
As
So,
opposed to using the North Middlesex one?
Correct, yeah, there
Because
are,
North Middlesex has one also.
and so do daycares and et
Right,
cetera.
yeah.
It's an
But
option
Spalding
for
has
people.
their own.
So, and do you know the ins and outs of that one? I mean, I don't know. But, as far as the summer program goes, that's well attended to.
I know
That's
it is,
not-
yeah.
It's just as important as the other.
But what other programs does she do during the year, I guess is what
There
I'm
are
getting at.
babysitter courses. Usually I find them on Facebook.
Okay.
She has a Facebook page that you can look
Mhm.
at. There's a website that you can look at.
Mhm.
So I don't know,
So what's all the revenue that she takes in?
it's a revolving, same as the landfill.
Okay,
It's a revolving account, so the revenue she takes in pays for the programming that she has.
But the town pays her salary.
Correct.
okay.
Other than that,
So, yeah, but that was the question we had. So if there was no recreation program, what happens to her position? Does it stay because she's a town employee? And you find something else for her to do? Or is she hired as the recreation director as a town of towns?
she's hired as the recreation director for the town of Townsend. She's a union employee.
Okay, so if there was no recreation, she would still be hired as, she'd still be there.
Not necessarily, are you saying that you
Oh,
do
yeah.
away with our recreation program?
Yeah, if there wasn't a recreation program, this would be a town position.
If we didn't have a dump and we didn't have trash, would the Board of Health position go away?
Well, can't you just say yes or
Same
no?
thing.
Oh, okay, so I guess that's a,
It's a what if. I don't think we're planning to get rid of the recreation program.
no, we're
are
not
we?
planning, no, but we're just asking questions. Aren't we allowed to ask questions?
There must be,
Absolutely.
I mean, she must have an accounting of like each program and how many.
Well, that's what I wanted.
Well, that's what
I wanted to
Or
know.
whatever.
Maybe
Yeah.
Nelson can answer that question.
I don't, so you're talking about enrollment numbers, right?
Yeah, the
I
whole
don't-
nine
I don't-
yards.
I don't have that. I'm sure we
So
can get it.
But what I'm guessing at is Townsend Recreation, I know they have the summer program, my grandchildren used to go to, it was wonderful. So what I'm asking is she basically a daycare rather than a real recreation department?
It depends on, for before and after school, then probably yes, basically a daycare.
How many before and after school programs are there? The high school's doing one and Spalding's doing one and she's doing one.
And there's
Can they-
probably one at Rainbow, and I'm sure
Yeah.
there are a lot of private homes.
But if the schools are doing them, is there some way to consolidate it?
I think I don't know the pricing, but I'm almost certain that the recreations is much more,
Affordable?
yeah,
Okay.
so,
Then like the school,
yeah.
like Spalding or the high school?
I think anything's more affordable than
Yeah.
the school.
And I know people use it. I see the line of kids getting.
Oh, yeah.
on
Oh,
it.
yeah, I've seen that,
Yeah.
I've seen
That's
that.
not what I'm saying, I'm just,
According to Valerie, it is a financial situation because it's much cheaper.
Okay.
Okay.
No,
Right.
but, okay, so that would help.
I think that's true.
Get us information.
I don't know, I just always think of recreation as programs rather than babysitting.
We could do that, I suppose, if we put money into.
There,
Well,
to fund it.
the library does a lot of programs for the kids.
Yeah,
Well, I know
they
that,
do a
yeah,
great job.
yeah, she does.
And I wonder, and that's, I guess, where I'm coming from, because when I think of recreation, I think of all those things that the library is doing. That,
Do
and
they do
the,
that for free?
yes, most
Yeah, most of it
everything's
is
free,
free,
yeah.
yeah.
And I think historically, those were part of town recreation activities. But in our town, they have been kind of moved to the library and they are free.
Oh, I
And
see.
so,
Okay.
but they're not totally free because there are the Friends of the Library who does fundraising for those programs. The library has an endowment fund.
Okay.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying
To
is-
fund these things. The recreation department doesn't have the advantage of that sort of funding. Because the recreation department is more self-funding than the others. So what she can do is based on what she can afford
Raise.
to raise
Raise.
through the people that use those programmings.
So I
And
guess
from what I can tell, it's a needed service, but there is babysitting classes. I'm trying to think what else I've seen. There was a cooking class.
But is this
that was in
ongoing that she
place.
has them all the time?
They're not all the time. It varies depending on what she's able to fund. She might put a feeler out and then see if she gets response, and if she doesn't, then she can't fund it. There were programs that were funded through ARPA because she knew she had the funding to bring in the people to do the programs.
Well, the ARPA's gone.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and
Right.
I wasn't, when I was talking about free, I meant free to the taxpayer in terms of having to pay to go to the event. Not like getting grants and things like that, just like the dancing stuff we went to, it's free. I understand it's not free in your concept, but if you're not paying for it to go to the event, it's free.
Well, we could set up a Friends of Recreation and, and the Recreation Endowment Fund, and then I'm sure there would be more recreation programs. It sounds like you're trying to find a way to remove
No,
that
that's not
position
true.
and that department.
No, that
Just
is
asking
not
questions,
true.
Veronica, and we have a right to
Okay.
ask those
You
questions.
do, but that's just the way it sounds, so I'm
Okay.
trying to figure
No,
out.
it's
So
not
that's
that
how
at
you're
all.
interpreting, that's not where we're coming from.
Okay,
Okay, we wanna. Where are we? Are we good with the recreation department right
Yeah,
now?
recreation
we're good.
department.
Okay. Just move on to band.
Okay,
Memorial
Memorial Day band and band concerts, so, first three are Memorial Day.
Betty Tenny wants to keep that, she told us.
I wonder if a way to save a little money, I like the bandstand, by the way, I think it's very nice. I tried to work on it and all that happy stuff, so, but, my question is,
Watch it.
okay. She starts like in the first week in June,
After Memorial Day.
after Memorial Day.
Mhm.
It's cold at night. It gets dark earlier at night. I mean, I know we're in daylight saving time, but wouldn't you be better off to start in July and August? And then there'd be a little money to save there because there's about $1,500 per. And I just think the kids are still in school. They shouldn't be out that late at night. It doesn't start till 7:30. They don't get home to 9:30. I mean, I wonder if that's a consideration Betty might take.
You're trying to get rid of it?
No, I'm not trying to get rid of it.
She's not here this week, but, I can talk to her. I'm not sure if it's the first Thursday.
Oh, well, she told us it was.
Did she say it was the first
Yeah, she
Thursday?
said the
Yeah,
first
okay.
beginning of
Yeah,
the first
when they
week in,
start.
you know,
And when's the
She said
last
the
one?
first-
in August, but I go every Thursday night, so I like, and it has nothing to do with that.
The mosquitoes.
I pretty much go all the time. We use it as a fundraiser for different things. When I had more Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts, we'd have events before kids went away. So
Right.
it actually helped in early June to help us. But because of COVID, our programs have been decimated.
Oh,
we used to have, my husband was the Boy Scout Cub leader. We had 70 kids in the Cub Scout program. We have 2 Boy Scout troops. Currently, Townsend and Ashby, we have no Cub Scouts. We have 15 Boy Scouts. My oldest son just got his Eagle last January, last year. So actually a year ago today. He got his Eagle, and that's the last one we've had in Townsend, and we actually don't even have a planned Eagle soon. We're working with Pepperell to have move kids for Cub Scouts that way. For Girl Scouts, we have 2 troops in Townsend, 1 troop in Ashby. We're working with Pepperell as combined. I have 3 girls that are over 6th grade in all of 2 towns. There's 4 of us, if you count Ashby and Townsend, 4 girls over 6th grade. And then we have my little one who's in 1st grade. That group, there's 20, and I think there's 25, 30 between Townsend and Ashby. We are still decimated. I can't have them plan what I used to do when we had 70 Boy Scouts to run the food concession and another 20 girls do a thing. I don't have them at that age. We will in about another 2 years, but that's why we love the band concert. One thing that has always been brought up is if it's raining or if it's bad weather, we lose money. The Boy Scouts lost a lot of money last time of, getting all the food together. It downpours, it's over. We'd always talk about, could we move here? Could we go to one of the churches, someplace indoors so that we could still have a great event without losing so much money?
So what's your position on dropping the first 2?
No, it's been a tradition. I think we're the longest going in the entire country. Just keep going.
You talk, I understand, I completely born and raised here,
inside.
but in terms of finance, and we're in a crunch crisis, I mean, moving something from 441 to.
Oh, can we just move on? I gotta leave it too.
Yeah, I know.
I just
We
gotta
don't
leave it
ask these
too.
questions, we're never gonna be able
I
to
know.
make good decisions, that's all I have to say about it.
Okay, and last item in culture and recreation is the flag committee level funded year-over-year.
Actually, they took a cut from 3,000 in 2022. Because I asked them if they would cut it down.
What did they spend last year?
I don't think they spent much at all.
Flag people? That's to
They
replace.
did replace
worn
flags,
ones, right?
maybe before we did the cut, they replaced all the flags. And then we cut them in half,
Okay.
because they had just replaced the flags.
Well, they have to replace them every so often. They
Well,
just-
And they very
The one across the
graciously
street from my
agreed to
house
that.
is completely rad.
spend anything last year.
Yeah, I didn't go down. It's really only when they
Really?
Okay.
you know,
Yeah.
they've
So it goes
also
back
We have to-
volunteers.
Right, but we have to budget for it so in case they need.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If that goes back into the general fund when they don't spend it, right?
That is correct.
Well, I know they're
Okay.
buying one flag, because the one across the street from my house is completely ripped.
Okay, so what's our culture and recreation total?
Culture and recreation total, 576,914.
Okay.
Let's say next. The debts.
Those are just.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah, those are what they are.
What's a short-term ban mean? I don't know that terminology.
The ban is the,
Band in, bond anticipation note.
yeah.
Oh, the acronym.
It's an
Yeah.
acronym, yeah.
Yes, remember she was talking about the
I-
short-term loans
I
and the
understand
long-term
that.
loans.
Okay, all right, so,
Yeah.
all right, so these are all, okay.
Yeah, it's an acronym and every time we run across it, we do that.
So you can't do anything about your debt, right?
Nope.
Other than paying.
Other
Yeah,
than
yeah.
and we have schedules, we saw Melissa's.
Yeah.
All right,
invitation
so that's
charts
that,
and
I mean,
like-
that's not even a.
I found her very, very
She's knowledgeable,
Yeah.
very knowledgeable.
Yeah, I made sure she, spoke at length.
right.
you
She
know.
did a very
She
good
came
job
to
helping us
It was
learn
great.
everything.
It was
Yeah.
She
great.
was the most
Yeah.
helpful, and the guy from the Board of Health, I thought, was and the library and the senior citizen people were very,
Very,
very.
very good,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, for new people, I mean, those of you who know everything, you don't need it, but those of us who are
No,
just
it-
trying to learn so that we can serve the town, they were the most helpful.
Everybody in.
Yeah.
And then, so the total debt is 405,480. Then we're to insurances.
Does that include the fire trucks and the highway department trucks or just,
It's all rolled up
When we-
in there.
it
When we
is,
get to, yeah, when you get to the general insurance, is it general insurance?
Yeah, the vehicles.
No, Mary Jane was
No,
talking
no,
about that.
Oh.
Yeah.
oh, the
Oh, the
debt.
debt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all rolled
I'm
up.
sorry, yeah.
But the two fire
But
trucks
not
he
the
was
two
talking
fire
about
truck,
aren't in there yet because that doesn't,
Actually, they are. The
Yeah.
first
The
one
first
has
one is.
already been borrowed. for.
Well,
We're not paying on it yet,
right.
but it's
so
already borrowed.
so is it in this
Right,
debt
but it's-
department?
but it's not, but we're not paying, we're not
You won't-
paying
you
payments
won't
for
see
it
it
yet.
come
Is that
in
Not
true?
yet.
Not till
Not
it
Although-
arrives.
So we have that
Till it
money,
arrives.
but we're not paying on it until we get the truck.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Well, it's-
it's
All right.
our
Never mind, I
rating.
get it. I
We're
totally
within
get
our rating of what we can do.
Sure.
So that's that.
When we receive it, we'll start paying for it, so those, we'll be in here under long-term debt.
And then, right, so then that payment will get added into these numbers. Okay.
Retirement?
For insurance.
Yeah, so the county, county
Is that right,
retirement system.
internment?
What?
Oh, retirement, okay.
Retirement.
And that, is that an assessment we get from
The retirement board.
retirement board calculated based on the amount of revenue or?
How is that, like, is that based on the people who work for town and now are retired and they get paid? Or is this, debts that are gonna be paid when they retire?
I think these are the pension payments.
Oh, okay, pension.
Those are contributions that we make
Yeah.
on behalf of.
Correct. Yep, and so we get a statement from the Middlesex Retirement Board and, this is what they figured out.
Yeah.
Retirees, and this is what we pay out to them.
Okay.
And when are we gonna convert all the employees to 401ks and get rid of retirement like every other company?
I know.
I don't think a
Yeah, they-
municipality can
keyword
do that
company,
because
yeah.
it keeps the state going too.
Yeah. It's usually
So
that.
we pay in, do we know how the monies are accounted for?
At the state level or here?
Well, I mean, this is
It's
this is
all
this is a
state.
county retirement board, so I think they have their own checks and balances. And, we're just one community in that county. So I think there's checks and balances.
These are on behalf of our employees.
Yes. Unless we're
Well,
Unless we're gonna remove ourselves from the retirement system,
which I don't think is
which
possible.
I don't think we
we
can
can
do.
do that.
This is something that comes to us. We can't change that, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, they tell us. The only way we can change is say, yeah, we're not paying anybody retirement.
Yeah.
We're not participating in retirement. And but
That's a
like Nelson
negotiated-
said, I don't think that's an option.
That's a negotiated contract thing, the retirement?
No.
Oh,
No, it's
No.
No, it's,
these retirees it's a calculation based off of years of service, their age, what they used to make, so it's.
oh, it's a municipal state requirement that if you work for the state, you get retirement.
And I think it's also, I could be wrong about this, but I think it's also the percentage that we have to pay into the retirement. I mean, employees pay in some too, but so does the town.
it's matching funds like.
Oh, it's a
for-
matching fund thing.
And I don't know
Yeah.
if it's matching,
Well,
but
it might
it's
not be
some.
I
matching,
get what
but,
you're saying, yeah.
but
And
Yeah.
it's a requirement by the state, that if
Yeah,
you work for the
usually.
state, you get the retirement.
Right.
well,
We have to
usually, yeah,
raise this
yeah,
That is correct.
but, yeah, so please put in so much.
We don't get to opt out of this.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's,
This is all employees then, like
Yeah.
Carol was saying, police, fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And unemployment compensation, level funded year over year. Health insurance.
that one.
Oh, boy, let's talk about that, but I can see that would be welcome, thank
Do you go out and bid for that? I mean, is that something you go out and bid on health insurance?
Once in a while, we may go out to bid and you will essentially start the whole process over again. Meaning, providers change and then that has a negative.
Do you have
impact.
one provider or do you have like more than one provider that people can pick from?
Also, I think we have Blue Cross Blue Shield,
It is.
and it's through Maya, which is a quasi state agency.
Is that, okay, that was gonna be my next question, is if you went through, like, the states have multiple plans that you can piggyback off of?
We could do a consortium with other towns. There's that is an option.
But Maya's already a big one. I believe over 100 cities and towns are with Maya, so they have extremely big purchasing power.
Okay.
So
Okay.
if you went out alone.
But I
you have-
didn't know if like the state had like the federal government, they have the federal level, they contract with a bunch of carriers.
Yeah.
And then you as an employee, depending on your state, you can go and then look at the benefits that you can get and how much you want to pay. I didn't know if the state had the same
There is
kind
one,
of thing.
it's called the Mass GIC, that's another big one, it's through the state, and that's probably the second biggest group that cities and towns use, and I think that's also over 100 cities and towns use that, so when you have big groups like this, you get, I would say.
Well, yeah, you're
better
gonna
rates.
get better rates.
Right.
I just didn't know if the town like looks at these different things to see which.
How often did it look at? Because they change all the time.
It's very disruptive to keep going out, we have Maya, they're a big group, so, I'm not saying.
So what does that mean?
So you don't take a look each year
Yeah.
to see?
No.
I'm only gonna go on what I know from the federal government, because the federal government goes out every year and recontracts with all these carriers. It's by, not every carrier is available to every state, but they do renegotiate their contract. And then me as an employee, I can look at the state of Massachusetts and see which carriers the federal government has contracted with, and then they have comparison charts, your benefits, the cost, what you get for your dollars,
For the person.
for the person. So, I go out and say, Aetna, Blue Cross, whatever the carriers are, and okay, does Blue Cross have the benefits I need, or do I go to Aetna? And then they all have different prices and different levels.
So when you say the process is disruptive, what do you actually mean by that?
Well, for example, I think we have Blue Cross Blue Shield. If we went to a different carrier, they might not do Blue Cross Blue Shield. Maybe they do Harvard Pilgrim. Or some other one. But so in the employee, maybe their doctor only takes, or currently takes Blue Cross Blue Shield.
So you only offer one carrier. So Blue Cross.
No,
Blue Shield,
he's saying they only go through one consortium. They go through Maya. They could go through, what is it, Mass?
But
GIC?
does Maya have more than one carrier?
Probably not. No. Okay, what you just described, when you were picking, you're like second tier down. The government decided who they were gonna go with.
Right.
We're deciding who we're gonna pick to go with to get to the person.
Okay, but see, that's why I was asking if the state works the same way the federal government
No, I
does.
don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
So
I know how you are.
So even though we have a choice, as an individual person, I have a choice of maybe 5 or 6 carriers.
Because the country or the federal government chose those 5 people, this MGIS will choose who.
They only choose one.
Yeah, Maya only has one.
Okay.
And they only offer Blue Cross Blue Shield.
And what about the MGIS? Is that only one too?
The Mass GIC, I'm actually looking at their website now. They offer a few more plans.
See,
but Blue Cross and Blue Shield is not one of them. So,
So do we as a town look at those offerings every so many years to choose?
Every so often we do, but certainly not every year. Because it's impractical to switch back and forth between groups like that. I wish it was that simple. It's not like shopping for, I don't know, I don't know, a car or something.
No, but
You
just
would
the
have
cost
to
not that
hire a
within.
consultant
It's not
to
that
do
easy.
that.
Don't they do it
For
every,
the town?
every 3 years or something like that, isn't it? Don't we go into a contract like for so many years?
There's no, once you sign with the carrier or the
Yeah.
group, it doesn't expire.
It doesn't,
Yeah.
okay, that's what I
Oh,
wanted.
okay.
Yeah.
And it goes up every year.
Well, yeah,
Just like
well,
everything
of
else.
course it does.
And this year in particular, as you can see, the number is pretty substantial. I've spoken to Pepperell, they're also in Maya, and they're about the same, 15.5%. It's a big number, 15.5% when we can only go up by 2.5%, 3%. So
Yeah.
last year went up by about 10% as well.
Okay.
So it's
All right.
And is that the same as like retirement? You have to offer all those health insurance?
It's part of,
It's part of the,
I'm looking at the collective
it's
bargaining.
part of most of the union contracts that you need to offer.
Town pays
Okay, so wait a minute,
75.
so is that different than retirement? Is
Yeah.
retirement
Yeah.
union contracted? I'm just trying to understand
Didn't
because
you just say that the retirement was mandated
by
or
the
told,
state,
the state tells you how much?
The county.
Oh, the county. Middlesex
Those are just
County.
retirement benefits, that has nothing to
That's
do with
what-
health insurance.
Yeah,
Yeah, we don't offer health insurance
the
to,
state tells them for the retirement,
I get it,
that's just their
Okay.
pension.
okay.
the
You
union
don't get any health
contracts.
insurance.
Okay.
No, currently.
What I'm saying is-
retirees.
The state requires you to have retirement benefits for municipal employees, correct?
Paying into the county retirement.
Doesn't matter where
Well,
you get
I
it, the
think
state
that if we
requires.
didn't have retirement benefits,
No, I'm
yeah,
not saying
it's-
that I wanna get rid of them, I'm saying, I'm just trying to understand it.
nobody would
Okay,
ever
never
work
mind.
here.
No questions.
Yeah, no questions, okay.
Do
That's
they
it.
have to be with us a certain amount of time before they get put into all these benefits? Or is it immediate upon hire?
The health insurance is immediately upon hire. What other benefits are you referring to?
Retirement, well, usually you have to work so many
Well, you have to,
Not us, that's the state
state, yeah.
that determines that.
Some
Yeah.
years, isn't it?
You have to work 10 years to be tenured. Until 6 times.
Okay.
So.
yeah, you need
is
10
health
years.
required by the state?
I think health insurance, I believe, if you have so many employees, no matter if you're a municipality or private, you have to offer insurance.
Insurance.
Or to offer it, so that becomes the negotiation for a contract, as opposed to the retirement money, which is not negotiated by your contract. So what I'm going here is I'm trying to find out what is negotiated by the people who negotiate for us, to make sure we get the best
I don't think
negotiation.
For Middlesex County retirement, I don't think there is.
Well, that's my
No,
question,
yeah.
No, but the health insurance.
But the health insurance and the collective bargaining agreements determine what percentage the town pays versus what percentage the employee pays.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Thank you.
It's getting tricky for.
Okay,
Okay, Carol.
okay, gotta leave it too.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
So
10
life,
minutes done.
life insurance level funded is $500 again this year. And Medicare, the town share.
And that number will certainly go up and down depending on how many employees we currently have and how much they make, because it's this is it's a pre-prescribed number from the federal government, so if you
It's
have,
what, 0.029% of.
yeah, or 0.145%, I believe, so depending
And
on.
then town employees, municipal employees, I assume, are not part of social security, is that true?
Correct, yep, but you still have to pay into Medicare.
Yeah, no, I
Yep.
understand that. I
Correct.
just-
Yep, so
For
in-
your employees, or does that come out of their paycheck?
what was the
It's
question?
matched, isn't it?
Medicare is both.
Yeah, it's split, yeah,
It's matched.
the employee and employee,
Or-
employer, employee it's 50-50 split.
Just like social security,
Yeah.
we don't do that for the municipal employees.
Correct,
They're
you
part
pay
of-
into the.
Into the retirement system.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, just like federal employees still pay.
Right.
We pay Medicare, but not social security
Right.
benefits.
And else?
The vehicle insurance.
It's general, liability.
Vehicle.
Yeah.
Car insurance and workers' comp.
Property, is that property insurance too?
Yes, yep. So it's all.
All the general.
Yeah.
all General insurance. And that 10% is the number that I was provided by the insurance. Agent. That's what we expect to go.
And just out of curiosity, because we had there was an item, where the workers' comp evaluation, there was no money in here to pay for it when it came up this year.
So that was a town meeting article, so they'll do an audit once a year, and then depending on how many workers' comp cases were from the previous year, they'll take a look at that, and if they find that, it was above and beyond what they were expecting, that they'll hit you with an additional assessment or premium for that, so unless we have no idea.
I didn't know if they were three different invoices, should they be on individual lines, one for property, one for vehicle.
Yeah, I think you had that question recently. I don't know if they separated it out, or if it's just one
bill
or something. That I don't know.
Yeah, the numbers here, we can use it, but that if they did have three different costs, it's kind of, it'd be nice to see the individual costs rather than. Okay, so that insurances, the total for that is $2,741,747.
This to the back, which is the total thing is.
The total is 29,282,000. Sorry, 29,282,316.
And so that's the
new budget.
That's the number that we're gonna base.
That's the number we're trying to base.
Right,
on the
and then we have to determine what the other revenues are. That tells us how much tax money we need to bring in to match. Correct?
Yes.
But if you're leaving now, does that mean we're not gonna be able to go over the tax inputs? If you guys have to leave? 'Cause we'll be losing
I
our
have to
quorum.
leave, my granddaughter's performing tonight, so I need to go.
I thought it was over.
In trouble. I'm sorry.
Can we plug the number into the recap and come up with a bottom line, not change any of the recap numbers?
Do you want to take over and chair, or do you want me to?
No, you can do it. So you would go into the second tab, what ifs.
Yeah.
So you'll have to go to the very top. Actually, no, I think I need to drive because I made some changes.
You made some changes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then.
Should be Nelson's screen we're looking at.
Okay, so that's a 2-1.
Yep. So you can see here.
There, yeah.
And, it's broken down by general fund, general operating, as well as the schools. So yeah, so it still adds up to that number there.
The number we just had.
Yeah, that's the number you have, right?
And so
No, we were at 29.
282, 316, which is that number right there.
Right. And so
I guess
to make that number, we have to do an override.
If you scroll down, yeah, and we'll get to that in a couple seconds. So now we have this blue section here are the other amounts that we need to raise. There's a current overlay, which I believe that's really driven by the assessor's office. And 120, that's a good estimate to use at the moment. Snow and ice deficit, I think we're talking like 250 in all the meetings we've been in.
Is that to cover the deficit for this year?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's those cherry sheet offsets, which are, I believe those are mainly driven by let's see what. Yeah, it's just offsets.
It's like charges back on the cherry sheet. They have the money they're gonna give us, and then on the back side of the cherry sheet, there's some charges for the different pieces. I can't think of them off the top.
We can tell the state we're not paying them.
The cherry sheet is what the state
It's,
gives
yeah,
us.
it's a net. It's kind of
And
like
then
they
they
tell you
take it
what they're
back.
charging you and give you the difference.
Let's see. State assessments, that's part of the cherry sheets as well. It's just fees that it's things that they charge us for, and it's all on the DLS website, so they come over preliminary estimate, and you just sort of plug that in. And typically, it just goes up by about 2% every year, which is pretty. Even the cherry sheets are about 2% every year. This one is an interesting one, and it's going to be at the town.
It's a warrant article.
Yeah. So the HERO Act it's geared for veterans, because currently veterans get a $400 real estate tax exemption on their tax bill. So there is so the new, I don't know if it's a clause or something in the HERO Act. Cities and towns have an option of providing more than that $400
They're doubling it.
Yeah, you can double it to 800, as well as have a inflation rider attached to it. So that 400 is static,
Right.
So, but in order to keep up with times, you can also add an inflation rider to it.
Okay.
So this is going to be a warrant article at the annual town meeting, and if it passes, the town has to pay whatever that benefit is, and you won't get reimbursed for it. Currently, that $400 exemption, the state will match, or is it a full match?
85% is
85.
given back.
In a
The state pays 85% of the 400 that you give out.
Okay.
So overlay pays for the rest of it from the assessor's budget. I mean, this is a great thing to do, but if the town decides to do it, and right now, according to Vicky's estimate, they give out around 70,000 out of our overlay, the assessor's overlay, a year, and 85% of that then comes back.
Comes back from the state.
If we double it, which we're allowed to do,
Yeah.
or give a cost of living increase, there is nothing coming back to the town.
So we'd still get reimbursed on the 85% of the 400.
Correct.
But the rest of it
The
is
rest
on
of
the
it has
town
to be
cover,
budgeted.
has to be covered by the taxpayer.
Okay, so if we wanted to go up to 800,
It's not coming back.
we'll get 85% of 400, and then the rest of that difference has to be covered
So
by.
just go into down.
And I'm not saying they don't deserve it, and that it's not a wonderful thing to do, but we have to have it in the budget.
And this is different from the 75,000 line. that we had in the Veterans Department.
Correct.
Yes, this
Okay.
is not the same.
And so, so if this passes, would this amount get budgeted in the Veterans Department in the future then?
No.
No, it would
No,
always
this
be here.
stays in the assessor's overlay,
Okay,
because this comes from the assessing.
so it would have to become a budget item in the assessor's office then?
No, it will
In the
just, you'll see
overlay.
it here,
Mm.
but the overlay is
Well,
here,
The overlay will go up.
correct?
Once this is
But this is
voted.
not the general government. It's not the budget for the assessor's office. It's part of the recap, the monies
Oh, yeah.
that we
wherever
need
you
to
put it.
spend. Yeah, you
Yeah.
don't put it,
Okay, so
You
you
won't
never,
see
you don't
it
put it
in
in
the
the general, you don't put it in the general budget?
But the assessors have, like, when we talked about this in the assessors, meeting, where we might use. Okay, you see where it was 135 at one time, and this has to do with, abatements. When abatements happen, it comes out of our overlay. And then it went down in 24, and then in 25, it went up again. If this 75,000 gets approved, that has to up
That'll get
the
added,
overlay.
okay.
If that gets approved, it doesn't stay separate, it goes into the
Yeah.
overlay,
Mhm.
because you have to be able to give it out.
but then doesn't it also come back so that the town sees it the next year?
I mean, they could see what happened, yeah, or what you did the year before, sure.
Is what you did the year before accounted in the overlay or in the HERO Act? In other words,
No,
will
it's
that
not in the
HERO
HERO
Act
Act.
be there every year? Or is it just
I
this
don't-
year and after that, it's only reflected in the overlay?
It's not just for 1 year,
I know.
it's an act that will stay, does it stay in that line? I don't know. But all I know is it comes out of the overlay in the assessing
the-
department.
So the overlay, if it's voted positively at town meeting, we
Right.
won't see HERO Act again. We'll only see the overlay close to 200,000.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, if that's, as long as everybody understands that that's what happened, that will be the history.
Mhm.
If you
Right.
wanted to keep it separate, I guess you could. But it comes from the overlay. It's the only place it comes from.
And I only put it on there because it's a potentially new item and I wanna make sure it's
Yeah.
spelled out clearly.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of lumping
Yeah.
it in to the overlay.
Right, right.
But then it probably should be explained that you're not gonna see it here again. It's telling you that it's something new, but it comes out
Right.
of the assessment
And that,
overlay.
and that number of 75,000, not necessarily exact, that number depends on the number of veterans that are living in town.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and what
But
that
they've given
inflation.
close to 70 before, so if
Okay.
they double that and you do
Yeah.
any cost of living, it's
Right, no, I understand that, I understand that. I'm just saying, over time, that number's
go up
gonna
and
move.
down, yeah, people pass away, whatever.
Just like
Or move, or
just like the
Yeah.
overlay amount obviously changes.
Right.
It's, you know, it's a very weird
Yep,
number. 'cause
yep,
it's very
okay.
Exact. So the bottom line, 29,838, 740, that's how much our expenses are. You wanna call it that, because at the end of the day, it's expenses versus revenue, and you pay all your expenses.
Where's the revenue?
So the green area here, this is all the revenue. Cherry sheets, that's what we get from the state. Goes
They
up.
need to give us more, those cheap bastards.
They usually only go up about 2% a year. You know, it only went up 3.64 because of, I think, some,
So their mandated spending goes up 10%, and they give you.
Yeah.
Thanks a bunch.
And again, these are preliminary numbers, so.
The second one is enterprise indirect cost. That's basically the water department giving us some money because they are a town department, so there are costs associated with running the water department that the rest of the town incurs. So it is there's a formula involved and it depends on, you know, how much our expenses are, but I'm estimating about 410,000 coming from them. And then local receipts, that's basically everything from meal taxes, excise taxes, hotel lodging.
Does that include like the dog licenses, the other, like the health,
It would, I think, I think it includes us,
building permits
Yeah,
and things like
it
that?
includes all that, correct.
So it includes,
What about the revolving funds down lower?
Yeah, we can get to that in a second. I
Okay,
just-
keep going then.
Yeah, let me just,
I thought it was like food receipts.
yeah, it is, meal taxes, excise taxes,
Right.
it's a whole bunch of stuff that.
And ARPA funds?
No more.
That's just a note on FY 25.
Yeah.
I think. I
That-
thought that the estimated receipts did not include any fees that came in from from fees that are incurred by town departments. But I could be wrong.
Receipts is really it's just money, it's just, money
Meal
that
tax,
the town receives.
excise tax,
Okay.
things like that.
Yeah,
Versus the dog fee or the amount that you pay at the dump to get rid of something.
So it's a tax, not a fee.
Would, just a quick question, would that also be like
Yeah,
for
that
the
might be a good one.
fire and EMS, when they get reimbursed, would that be coming into that? for-
No,
No,
that
that's
comes down in
ambulance.
ambulance.
That's an ambulance receipts.
Farther
Oh.
down.
Yep.
Yeah.
So anything that's a fee that the town charges for things would come down below, which would include, like next year, if we do the trash fee, that's what it would be.
So I included a line for, trash, because that is,
right, that's
revenue.
the bag income. And then if we added the $100 fee, that would go down in the fee, in a fee line down below is what you're saying.
That's what I believe.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
And then, this is where the, ambulance receipts.
Right, and that's where he asked us to stay at 700.
Yep, and that's what I budgeted.
That's what you put in.
And wasn't that actually 900 last year? The beginning?
Yeah, it was.
PEG access, I don't know what that number is, but it's almost a wash, because if up top, right, where is it? For TCAM, that's PEG access right here. It's the amount up there and the one down there are the same, so it's just neutral.
Okay.
So shouldn't we put a number down below then?
Oh, I didn't put it up
No,
there
we didn't
either.
put the number
Oh,
up top.
yeah,
So-
okay,
so-
so that's fine.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, so it's a wash.
Okay.
I mean, I could put a number there, but it's
No,
zero.
it comes in and
Yeah.
it goes out.
Correct.
It's not.
Okay.
Title V, those are the fees that the Board of Health, takes in for inspections. So it's a revenue source that we actually get a little bit of money from.
Yeah.
The Townsend Reading Room, we get some revenue from the rentals. I estimated a little bit low, we can always bump that up, but I don't have too much there, so I can certainly bump it up a little bit.
What was the actual for this past year? Like, how much have you received so far versus 24?
I'll need to take a look at that. I don't have that readily available. Recreation revolving, so it looks like they give us a little bit of money every year. And, let's see. This one.
Transfer from other funds, yeah.
It's been pretty okay the last few years, but apparently there was nothing last year, so I don't know the history behind that. I'll need to look into that a little bit further.
And so that's where you put the pay-as-you-throw grant money into this.
Correct, and,
That hasn't come yet.
and there are talks about using some of that money to, do some educational materials, things like that, so I'm not sure if that 62,000 is really gonna be that amount. When all those expenses are taken into consideration.
Who's having talks about making those expenses? That
Board of Health.
expenses we decided? The Board of Health? is
Yeah, the
deciding?
Board of Health would like to, put out some educational materials.
Okay.
The grant can be split over 2 years, so it could be, we can use it all in this year, or it can be between this year, fiscal year, and next fiscal year. It depends on the receipts. You have to have the receipts to show. So if we don't have
You
enough
spent it for a
receipts,
certain purpose.
yeah, if you don't have the receipts for by July, then we can get it in the next, we'll have enough in the next fiscal.
Free cash, I just, thought 200,000.
How is that gonna work?
Oh,
Because I don't see the warrant articles, there was a warrant article, up somewhere up top. And we had 0 up there, correct? Usually that number covers things that are part of warrant articles.
Yeah,
Um,
so I need to add that in.
and so if there are no warrant articles, that should be a 0.
Did you make that a handout, this sheet, or not? Do we just have to follow it?
No,
There's a,
You got one? Oh, it's that.
Oh, I couldn't see them.
So I'll need to add that in,
that's what it's not just free cash to supplement the budget,
No, I don't think
is what I'm saying. So if that's 0, same as we can.
so what happened? So we just got certified some free cash in January. You're saying we can only use that on specific warrant articles?
Typically, yeah,
And so what happens if we don't have a warrant article for using it?
then we have money.
Okay, but if we can't use it in the general,
Typically, we would move it to stabilization or to capital, to either the regular stabilization account or the capital stabilization.
okay, it's not used as general income for the operating budget.
Correct.
Okay,
And usually we have some warrant articles that are asking for free cash. I know there are gonna be capital planning articles that are asking for free cash.
Right.
We haven't worked that out yet because
So-
we haven't had a meeting to talk about it. But
so should I be taking this out then?
if you put that there, put 200 up top. Or,
Then
But
it's-
I was gonna say, the other thing, you could have another sheet with free cash on it. And
yes, yeah, you can do it that way as
then
well.
bring in the number after you have each of your articles
We,
listed. right?
down at the bottom on the recap, we usually had a free cash piece there. It's not in this one.
Right.
But if in prior
That
years.
allows you to track the full amount of the free cash. And then as you have your warrant articles and take some out for it, you'll see what the balance is and
Yeah,
so you can have one number go to the top for what the costs are. The other free cash down here.
right. So for the purpose of this, what you,
I would either make it a 0 or I would add a 200 up top, either way.
I'll just get rid of that.
And I would call that school and general government override.
I'll add another line, just put it down there.
And I think that 200K that we just popped out, we might have to take 200K out of the pavement management to make this reasonable.
Pavement program, how is that an income?
Well, it's not, it's just to change the numbers at the top because we're at 3 point, we're over the 2,
So I know that,
the 2.5. Or whatever, anyway.
So should the rule be a negative 250?
Well, this is fun, so
Okay,
it's
this
the
is-
same thing. I just put it in here just to show, cause I'm saying it's a fund, so
what
it's the
if?
same thing.
But that 250 is in the operating budget right now.
Correct, yeah, and
Right.
I put it in here just for me to do some scenario analysis. I have no problem taking it off, it's gonna really. It's gonna.
Adding it in there is almost like taking it out of
Yeah,
the general government.
Exactly,
It's-
I did that just
I
to do some
understand.
analysis, but it's really gonna croak the numbers
Yeah.
at the bottom, like really bad. So when you add that all up, you have all these funding sources as well as money from the state and everything else. So you add that up and then you subtract it from the top number, which is where all the expenses were. You need to, this is the amount here, the 22,646, 487, that's how much you need to raise in taxes. And as you know, you can only raise taxes by 2.5%. And
So shouldn't the override number go up so that number, the total amount to be raised is at 2.5%?
I think that's what needs to be raised. Then there's gonna be the tax levy considerations down below, how much can we?
Yeah, let him
can we
finish.
get?
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's sort of a subtotal.
Okay.
Now we get into, the
so,
real need is 2.5.
yeah, so this amount here was how much we were allowed to raise last year. You add 2.5% to it, and then you account for some new growth.
Which is new homes being built, is that what that is?
Additions, things, yeah,
Yeah.
so anything that's a new growth.
Yep. So this is the maximum amount that you can levy, and then when you can take off some debt from the schools, because that's part of how you make the calculations. And then this number here, as you can see, it's in the red.
Right.
$370,000.
So that we either need to increase our ask for the override, or we need to cut that much from our budget,
Or you can do a combination.
or a combination.
So right off the bat, that 250,000 for the pavement, if you got rid of it, that amount would immediately drop by that amount.
We'd still need 100,000 or so more. With an override.
Oh,
Is the school already included? I'm sorry.
It is included,
That was reduced by the 250,000?
yes.
so if we don't get the override, we have to go up with the 200.
No, if we don't get the override, we gotta come up with a lot more than that.
Right, then
Yeah.
we're talking another million.
We have to change the numbers to get that number to zero.
I
And
understand
that's
that.
that gives us the number, the override number.
So we would have to cut $1 million something.
That is
Yeah.
correct.
Rather than
About
348.
1.5.
Right.
Oh, that's not too bad. Okay, I get it.
No, it's actually not bad.
No, well, not really, given what we went over for the past month. I mean, this place is, it's not a happy thought, but it's doable. I don't think it's.
Well, there's certain things that
You're cutting 1.5, about 1.5 million
Mm-hmm.
out of the town's budget that's less than 13 million.
I'll show
To pay
you,
for the school, that's almost 16 million.
I can show you what those cuts would look like. So
Let's see.
I don't want to keep us here too much
Yeah, but just in
longer.
a minute, right?
So this is like the total of everything.
Mhm.
It's changed a little bit, but it's just to illustrate to you. These are all the buckets that we've talked about.
Yeah.
There's certain buckets that you can't touch or that we're not going to. You
Can't, or,
Well-
we can if we want to,
Well,
right?
debt you can't, insurance you can't,
Okay.
public safety,
You
that's,
can't.
yeah, you can't. Education, we're not doing that. So when you get down to it, the budget of over 29 million, this is all you can, cut.
So you can't cut
That's all
insurance, you
that's
can't
left.
cut debt, you can't cut, what else?
So you're,
You can't cut public safety or education.
Well, it's against the law to do that?
Well,
Or you just, it's a policy that we don't do in town?
no, I'm just trying to, this is just a budgeting exercise that
Okay.
I'm developing here.
Yeah.
So this number here, 4.5 million, as far as I can tell, that is the number that you need to work with to cut the 1.5 million.
it.
That's like 30% of the,
it means closing a building one
Operating
day a
in
week.
town.
It means
Okay,
that we're
okay.
not, we're open 3.5 days a week, essentially, is what it comes down to.
But we wouldn't be
Um,
forever, it would just be until we can budget ourselves.
Well, it depends on really when the state decides to up more funding to the schools.
Get better.
That would be where it would happen,
See, then
that we would have more funds. Other than that, we don't. So, you know,
Well,
we
yeah, but
could,
who's doing it?
we've left trash in. We could take trash out and everybody, it's
Well,
more
that's
expensive for
That's
everybody.
$800,000.
It's more expensive for everybody though, to go out and do their own. And so, what we don't have in here is a fee for trash. We haven't put that in yet. So there's a lot of playing that could happen. If we put 300,000 for fees in trash, we might not have to cut the trash. But, you know.
But on the other hand, if you cut the trash, you cut out $800,000 of this money that you need.
well, it's really.
No, I'm just
it's really
saying,
like
I'm not telling you that that's what I
It's a
think we
net.
should do. I'm asking the question.
It's a net.
I would like the answer.
It's a net. You're gonna lose some revenue because you're not selling purple bags anymore. And so you cut 780, but you're cutting off, what do we estimate, 480?
400.
Yeah.
So you're
So
saving
it's
300.
And move out that
Or
63K too. for
Okay,
the
but it's
300,000.
380, it's
Right,
380.
that's it, yeah.
No, 300,000.
It's 300,000 is 300,000.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, got it, okay,
Yeah.
I just wanna understand.
Yep. So, there's only so many places you can cut and they're really painful.
I understand that, but look what's going on federally. It's gonna be really painful. Sometimes you have to do what you have to do. I'm not suggesting Elon Musk come here, but,
I
you know,
want to give an example of like what happens when you start paying that to, like recurring, you actually start to lose money. So if we cut more than 15,000 from the library budget, we lose all our state aid. So we
okay,
actually
okay, that's
lose-
good to know.
So we actually lose about $50,000.
So
And
that's,
then, and then we lose all our interlibrary loan, which the schools use to get books
gotcha,
for their
okay, so
classes.
that's
So
important
this
to
is
know.
like, these are things that are just important, like it's, you might cut this much, but you're actually gonna lose this much.
So that would be a library thing.
It's just, like, I'm just giving that example that I know.
That's huge to know.
So, but if
That's
we
huge
keep
to
the
know.
if we keep the library open 40 hours a week, it's not as drastic. Is that true?
No, it's the state aid calculation. So Stacy just did the state aid calculation, the maximum amount we could cut is 15,000 to retain our state aid. So,
Okay.
and our interlibrary loan and our certification. There's no library in Massachusetts that's not certified right now. So we would lose, like, if you want a book out, you can't get it from another town.
What would happen if we had to close the library 2 days a week?
So that would have to be decided by the library trustees and it would
Right.
have to be, this group would have to come with a number and then the library trustees and the director would decide how to spend that money.
Right.
But if we would lose certification, so then you lose all your state aid.
You
And
would lose
would-
certification?
We don't want to make it so that we lose certification in the library.
Yeah,
That
so-
would
so
be a
then-
mistake.
So then $15,000 is the maximum amount you can cut from just that one. thing.
So that's good to know.
Yeah,
Good
but I'm just
information.
giving like a,
But the
I
library,
don't know the other departments, how the ramifications roll down, but I'm sure other departments have a similar thing where you cut a certain amount, you don't get your state funding, your grants.
See, my position on this board is I don't feel that we're being told everything, like that information is huge. So if we didn't know that, we can't make good decisions unless we know that kind of information. I don't believe we're getting that complete information so that we have a big picture on what we can do. It almost seems like we're being told, well, you can't do that, but we can do it, but we can't do it to the, whatever level we can do it to.
Stacy did talk to that, or was it?
A little bit, yeah.
I think it might.
She didn't say
Yeah.
15,000, she said 40-something
Yeah,
hours.
no, no,
Oh,
yeah,
it was
yeah.
the 40 hours a week.
And I don't know how the council, I'm sure the Council of Aging, I could have to talk to Lisa, but I'm sure they have some state grants and
Right,
transportation
that would be
things.
jeopardized if there
If
were
you
cuts.
cut more.
And I think that's information that we should
And
have.
like I say,
I don't think
you're in a
that's been out
bad
of line.
situation, so I'm not saying it's not gonna happen, I'm just saying that it's like that, say you cut 1 point something million, it winds up being more because we're not getting as much from those departments.
Right, yeah.
No,
But
yeah, there
without
are
that information,
ramifications,
we
but-
can't make good decisions.
But there are things like, the town clerk's salary. We can change that. It doesn't have to be 82,000.
There's a lot of things I think we can do.
There are, and, but $1.2 million to $1.5 million is drastic, and it probably means town hall closed. Several days a week. It probably means the senior center and the library not having as many hours. But, that's the way it goes.
But if we're a town that can't afford things, why are we kidding ourselves by having things, if we can close 2 days and operate? Why would we stay open 2 days?
Well, what happens is, because we have to collective bargain for all the employees that are union employees. So it means that we lose our long-term staff. We lose the people who have been here for a while and know what's going on. It's why the override is important, I think. Sure, you can cut them, but you're gonna lose people. And you're gonna be operating on a wing and a prayer.
No, I understand that. And I guess as a person, I just don't like things to be forced down because that's the way it always was, or that you're choosing not to give us all the information.
What information?
No,
We
she
don't-
just,
we don't-
Valerie
we
just
don't
gave
know
us
what we
I
don't
that.
don't
know.
know, like, I think you'd have to go through every
Yeah.
single little
Yeah,
thing.
right, yeah.
And I don't know if we don't have to do a town meeting, do you know what I mean?
No, this has to be done ahead of time.
Yeah.
We have to come in with a
No, I
budget
understand that,
that
yeah.
if it doesn't pass, this is what's going to happen.
But you said you
And-
wanted to do that. You wanted to do A and B.
Yeah,
So
we
why,
don't have
so
time
where are we gonna
today.
find B? No, I get that, but if that's a
Oh, I have
reality and you
some
really want that.
suggestions. I have
then-
some suggestions for that. And we can put the fees in for the trash. We don't have the 300K in fees in here. There are things that are missing because the budget we have here, and we still need to cut some, don't we? Or at least put in, what I would put in the recap is the 300K for fees. We can add that for the trash because we put the trash in fully. And so we should plan to charge the fees.
But what if people
It's
say
maybe
no?
even more than that.
What if people say no,
To the thing.
charging of the fees? Or you
Oh,
saying they
no,
can't?
they aren't gonna be asked. It's just
Oh,
gonna
you're just gonna
happen.
do it.
Yeah. It's just gonna happen because that's what, we're gonna tell people it's gonna happen. But this is contingent on fees being charged for trash in addition to the pay as you throw. Otherwise, it goes away and it's more expensive. It goes away and people have to contract their own.
Right, but I mean, that's not the end of the world. It's bad, but it's not the end of the world.
It's not the end of the world. No, it's not.
Just so you know, I have 75 communities in just central Mass. 17 of them are private subscription. They all want a town contract because their residents are paying triple the cost. And
Right.
what we have right now is only doubling. If you go to Pepperell, Groton, they are paying triple. And for private subscription. And Stowe, it has no program. They have no option. They can't go to a neighboring community. They can't go anywhere. It's $800 to $1,000 for a trash pickup a year. No matter if you're a senior.
But we're
I
not
have one little
Stowe, we're
grocery
not
bag.
Stowe.
No, I'm just saying is that if you go to Hubbardston, they have the same thing in Hubbardston. They have no program.
I assume you'll be making a presentation on March 10th
I don't know if you wanted a presentation, I could talk, I could
I mean,
share.
you could talk.
It would be
Tell them.
nice to have a cut down slide like this that takes out all the details, even though you say that's not transparent, but if someone looks at this, their eyes will cross.
Mhm.
It needs to
It
be,
has to be
if
precise.
we, here's what the trash costs us. With the override, we don't pay any additional funds beyond our taxes.
And
How-
pay as you throw back.
Bottom
right?
line.
Right, and
And
it pays
if you
you.
choose not to, you're private anyway, so you're.
And this is what private will cost you. And if we don't get the override, we need to charge a fee. And this is what the fee will be, in addition
Well,
to
I
the
thought you said we
pay-as-you
need the
go.
fee, even if we do have the override. Because we're still 300.
Okay,
Yeah.
and that's
300
why we need the fee,
Right,
right?
because we're 350 off right now.
And if we
right?
add in
Well,
the
you might be able
300
to take
fee,
that though from other places. The three, you could
I thought
probably
you had
split up.
250 in one spot
Yeah,
for,
paving.
that hasn't been
pavement.
used, and there was a couple others that you said,
Well,
we're
we need to-
placing it there, but
we need
it's
to-
not being
Yes,
used. You said it
it's,
was
Yeah,
on weed level. We
Right,
would take
right,
that
right,
as in their
Right.
placeholder.
so
We
there
might
are
have
things that we
eliminated
can
just
take
the
out
roads.
in the budget.
I think what we really have to look at right now, and I'm gonna be dead honest with this group. Last year, when the trash issue came up, this was presented to us, the override, the school, the trash, it was thrown down our throat. We weren't given all the information. And the Board of Selectmen lost all credibility with a lot of town people. I think that if you're gonna be the representation, which you are, the credibility has to be rebuilt in the town. And I think the only way that that can be done is by not saying, this is what you have to do. You're gonna have to be a bit more transparent because your credibility is
So
not
What
great.
would make it more transparent?
Well, I guess I would have to talk to people and find out how they feel about it, but I can tell you, sitting here at this board, being a new person, that the interaction is not welcoming, it's not,
It's frustrating.
education, it's frustrating for us to learn. And you, every single time the meeting comes, you ask people for volunteer, they're not gonna come and be treated the way we have been treated. We wanna learn so that we can help the town. We don't wanna be accused of doing A, B, C, D, E. We wanna cooperate and be on both sides of the table. And I think that the credibility of the Board of Selectmen has to be rebuilt, and that's in your hands.
But the numbers are there.
I
We
get
can't
it.
change the numbers.
If you want the override, you're gonna have to get a delivery that's a little bit less to the town, because that's what we were given last year.
Why don't you teach us then how to do that?
I,
Because it's very frustrating to try to present this information that is not,
I'm sorry that
Pleasant.
I'm sorry that I gave any kind of criticism, because I'm not trying to criticize, I'm just trying to help the board, and I'm trying to help the town. And if it's gonna be
we
interpreted as
spend a lot of
negative,
time trying to do that. We do. On many levels.
And, we do need a presentation that says, okay, here it is. This
Yeah.
is why we're asking for an override. This is what we need. This is the services, for the most part, it won't be 100%, that you've come to expect from the town. This is what you'll get. And we need the override to do it.
The
Go
one thing
ahead.
is, I shared this, and Nelson showed me a great slide and presentation that Arlington has of their budget, and it's very visual. This is always just very hard for people to go through.
Yes.
And to understand that, I just wonder if we can have this kind of breakdown in a more visual way to show to the board and to show, 15% goes up, we have no control over that. The state only gives us 3%, we have no control over that. All of our bills go up 10%, we have no control over that. And we have to go up, we can only go up 2.5%. So it can be a graphic design that's more visually, to show these numbers in graphs.
that's a good idea.
Yeah, that is a
helps
good
everybody.
Just hearing somebody talk
And
and
to
tell
just do
you.
that example,
Yeah.
like in Arlington's case, you can see the whole budget in visual graphics. And then you can put in your number, I pay $10,000 in taxes, okay. That equates to, and just give an example of whatever the average is in Townsend. And use the example of like, okay, that means you're paying the library $100. You're paying the school $8,000. You're paying the thing $1,000. Okay, town hall gets $500, you know, just to kind of understand where you're,
Percentages of
and
where
it
the
kind of
tax
brings
dollar
you
goes.
into it. And so we talked about that when he first started, and he has that in Arlington. So I think we can try to use that just as a couple slides. Not, I mean, Arlington's thing is a really big in-depth.
If we go to Excel and we pull up, can we do graphics from Excel with the data that we have?
Yeah.
So we might be able to generate it pretty quickly.
Yeah, and just have
using
a couple
the data
slides
we
like that,
have.
like this is the budget, this is what was the changes, you know, and you realize the state has given less to the school district. And we have more mandates, we have, everything else has gone up with inflation. And now to understand, here it is, if you just did 10,000, this is your cost.
Right,
And
we
then
could do that.
If you pay 2,000, we can pay everything and nobody goes up, you know, if everybody goes up that little. But people just don't want, they want to be involved in it.
They wanna be involved, they don't wanna be insulted in me and be told what to do.
Valerie has provided, the sheets that, Pepper used at their town meeting last week, or last year.
Yeah, so they just had a why the override. little
Yeah,
presentation.
like, yeah.
Yes.
Everybody can find it on Pepperell's town website.
So do we still need to go back to the recap and get that
Yeah.
levy
I think we
capacity back to zero?
I think we do.
For town meeting, annual town meeting, we would, correct.
Okay.
I mean, certainly even before then, so.
Right. So if you wanna,
We need to work on, what we need to do to get it, at a, you know, either at zero or just above.
right, so do you wanna go back to that sheet? Can you go back to the?
Yeah.
To the recap?
So bring that forward for-
Just a quick question, was it mentioned to, add numbers for the board auditor?
We talked about that, it's just, it doesn't, add to the levy, because it's a plus, it's a come in, come out.
Right, yeah.
But but we probably, from a transparency point of view, do want to put in whatever the number is, even though we subtract it out at the bottom,
I don't
as
know.
opposed to putting a zero.
I don't know what it will be, but I'll just put it in.
Do use 130, that's usually about what it comes in, but fewer people are taking Comcast these days. So it's been
Yeah,
decreasing.
and just so you know, this recap sheet, it's just for our internal budgeting purposes. The omnibus is the only thing that really gets published in.
This one here.
Correct.
Right.
This is this is the tool that we use to incorporate everything to figure
Right.
out what.
But would, I mean, it seems like this would be good to show the town too.
It would be, but I don't have a problem sharing it, but I would then have to spend.
We'd have to spend the time to talk through
To
it,
talk through every single line,
Right.
which I don't have a problem doing, but,
right?
you know.
That's
it's-
tough at town meeting.
Yeah, it's really the omnibus that's presented and shown, and even then, that's 800 lines that I can't imagine a lot of people are going
Agreed.
through a fine tooth comb. I know we did today, but you can't do that at town meeting, go
Yes,
through each single
agreed.
line.
Agreed.
So,
Okay, so we're gonna,
We need to go to the omnibus then to remove things, correct? Or are you just doing the recap?
well, I'm just looking at the recap. You wanted to add in the fee, the $100
The
fee
$300
and see,
fee.
and
Oh, I see.
And what about the 250, take out that 250?
yeah, I'll need to do that.
Possibility.
Do you wanna leave this one there and make a copy of it and play on another one?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
that's
call
a
this,
good
I'll
idea.
call this version.
Oh, no, I just meant another tab, copy the tab, make an additional.
sheet,
Totally
the
up to
new
you.
sheet.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's a long day. I like to
If you do that, you should tell them that 250 was taken out of the paving allowance for the town. So
Right,
that they know that too,
Right, all
all
of
the
those
things
things
that
that
were taken away.
we're changing, yeah.
Yeah, so,
Under the other available funds, I guess is where.
I think I was saying it'd be 2,900 versus the.
yeah, even that, I'm very, I feel like our trash numbers have been
Inflated?
it's been off, like, you know, your number's only as good as your assumptions, and I mean, the pay as you
That
throw
is
that.
why
that
I
didn't-
want the all-in contract. That is why for budgeting purposes, it's easier to have the all-in contract.
He makes it either, if both of them are the same amount.
Pretty.
I mean, they're
Yeah,
exactly the
But,
same.
but then
It's
we
just, we don't get the
know.
benefit, we didn't get the benefit for us reducing our trash by 30%.
What is, oh, you mean we wouldn't
We
get that?
paid an all-inclusive number. It was trash,
Yes.
recycling, collection, disposal, and recycling processing all in one. So he had to give you the biggest number he can give you.
Right.
And now we reduced 30%. We're gonna still reduce another. We're gonna go down to 50% because that's the way the program works. After you have a year and a half, 2 years, you go down 50% of your
That's
trash.
what you've seen
Yes. You have
across the board.
communities that you're like, that's not gonna happen here. It happens. And,
Okay,
but we haven't received that benefit because
Because we
have
paid the flat fee.
we have the flat fee. If you break it up, I say,
Yeah.
even if you just do it for 2 years, you can go back to the all-inclusive, but take it, separate it out, so we do get that benefit of that reduction.
So this 290, I really don't think we're gonna realize that. I would,
How much do you think we're gonna realize on it? I mean,
I would say 20, I would say
250?
250.
okay,
Okay,
put in
put
250
that
there.
My number.
Put in 250.
It's kind of like that says 2,500 out of the 32.
Okay,
So gives us some more
Yep.
erosion.
So I think that we're down to 118,000 for a deficit.
okay. And so one way we could cover that deficit is we could add 118,000 to the override amount,
but
right?
then we would be asking for more than what we published.
Oh, is that what we published, a number saying this is the override amount that we're
I
looking
believe
for?
the number you had on the override was the number we published.
So,
It's like
so this is the budget, so I wanted to discuss this. This is the budget, this is the amount right now, the 1,334,198. That's what's published in the warrant article for
Okay,
the special town meeting. But this was based off of the earlier number from the school department. As we talked about earlier today, they reduced the assessment by about $250,000. So in theory, I could
Take the 250.
I could drop this by 250.
Yeah, do it.
well, no, because that's,
Then we have to go
Then we've
back
got
to the
another-
omnibus.
then we got another 250 we gotta take out,
Right, that's right.
right?
I have places that I can take out, but I don't have 250. One is the town clerk salary. I really do have an issue with paying 82,000 for
I
a
mean-
brand new town clerk. I am good with
That'd be
step
20,
one. I am.
That's 15,000 in savings. I mean, it's not, it's
Or
certainly.
20, it's 20, it's
So-
about 20.
Okay, so so we leave that at 1,334 because that's what we published.
That is what we published, but we can change that on the floor. Just politically, you don't want to go higher, especially when the school has cut it 250K.
Yeah, that's fine. So basically, we've added in the fee for we've added in the $100 yearly fee for the trash.
Yeah.
And at this point, we're still, if you go back down to the red line, we're 118 short.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay,
Okay,
so
so we still have the 250 for the pavement program in, correct?
Yes.
So if we took 100 out of that and left it at 150, so we're not zeroing it out, but we're
lowering.
we're lowering it.
I would put in 100, take out 150.
Well, but no, but that puts us, I'm
No.
trying to get the 118 down to 0.
It shouldn't be always exactly at 0, so I would, just use like a nice round number to,
I
get it
would
to like
like-
120, get it to like try to take off like 125.
Okay,
something like that.
that's fine. So, but if we take 100 from the pavement, so we leave 150 there.
Yeah.
We've got to come up with 25.
We can take
Or-
20 out of town clerk. I know that Kathy, thinks that that's disrespecting what she does, but she's been doing that over many years. And I just think that starting somebody at the top of something.
On the first page, we had that there's nobody in the communications and human service management.
So
thing,
what we
and we were
can do
talking about
there,
making that 15-15 versus 30-30.
I would make it 0. So go to BOS. I can get 20K out of there for sure. I would 0 the community services person. And so bring up the budget and make the human resources 40.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can certainly make that change. So I think.
So right there, I would keep the community services, but put it at 0. And then make the human resources manager 40. And that level funds it over what it was last year.
Okay.
And then we can bring that back when we can bring it back, but without the ARPA funds available, it's not reasonable. Now go to, the town clerk.
Before you go that far, is there a way, we had it before that maybe under accounting professional, you said maybe there was room in there?
Drop it to
So there was
25.
48 and it went up to 30,000, but maybe you said you could get 5,000 out of that?
That's the, Markham, make
That
that
goes down.
25. Only because Katie said that that's what their estimate was. She had
And you said
already.
the library could give money too.
It would be nice if Val were here, because she knows better. The library, you mean?
Yeah, she said 15,000, but maybe you just take 5,000.
So this assumes that, the override passes.
That's correct. This is.
Right.
Yeah.
We're trying
We
to
can
get,
show them
This
exactly
is an
what it
override
is.
pass.
we're trying to get a budget that we can say if the override passes, this is the budget.
And if the override doesn't pass, we're looking at cutting, the town hall services, the council on aging services to bare bones, basically highway. It means that in the winter, you better be prepared to stay home a little bit longer so they can get things
Right,
taken care of.
instead of plowing during the storm, they have to wait until the storm ends.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, there are
Yeah.
towns, I
there
know
are
there
people that
are a
have
lot of
to
places
plow.
in New Hampshire do that. They don't plow until the storm's over.
Right.
I don't know if that's wise.
Well, I don't
I'm not
either,
arguing
but
that.
Yeah,
I mean, that's not necessarily what, but
Yeah.
make that 150.
But that's a way to,
I don't know.
And then go to town clerk and
Then you
drop
get
town
more
clerk
accidents
to,
and you get the ambulance.
65. Let's just put 65 in there as a
I
guess.
think, I think the math was like 60, step 1 was like 68. Yeah, that's just.
I thought I sent numbers
No.
on
Yeah,
that.
you said 68,000 was the first
Was
step.
it? So make that 68,000.
all right, now update, see where that puts us on the recap.
See what the bottom line is.
Oh, didn't you say something about the building department's copying machine? That you said there was.
Yeah, I
about
think there's a 4,000 in there, but let's see where we are.
That
Ah.
would get us,
We're good.
well, that's a big,
That's
that's a big what if. If the override doesn't pass, then,
Well, if the override doesn't pass, we have to kind of go,
We
we
have
have to do
to-
a second one with this.
We have to talk to the library and
That
see
says-
where they can cut. We have to talk to COA. We have to say if we're closing all buildings, for all buildings open 4 days a week
so,
as opposed to 5 days.
so the big assumption is, override passes and we truly get 250 from the trash fees.
I would think, I mean, so,
I just wanna say it's gonna be an administrative burden
Then,
to get it up and running.
Oh,
We-
so
we-
this is with fees?
with trash.
with the trash, with the $100 trash fee.
I mean, we could, if we,
I think,
I think you can get rid of the trash fees, but you have to make cuts elsewhere, obviously.
right,
And
Let
it's,
me see where you put the.
Well, all the paving.
I,
If you
Yeah.
take off all the paving then.
well, if we take off all the paving, then we're.
take 50 more out of the paving.
Yeah.
well, but if we, so you,
That,
well, but if we've got the I think people may complain, but I think they're gonna pay the trash fee. I mean, so even when I had.
it's a nominal, it's a minimal amount.
Right, even when I had my two kids at home, which I don't have now, we were basically putting out one bag a week. One barrel a week. And so to me, that would translate, okay, I'd be putting out one of the pay-as-you-throw bags. Now that they're gone, I'm putting one pay-as-you-throw bag every other week or every 3 weeks,
That's
I'm
the
putting
same with
out one
us.
bag. And if I'm doing that, certainly paying the $100 a month or the $100 a year fee plus the bag fee, like you said, is still a lot cheaper than privately
But
contracted.
we do need to make the contract that you reap that benefit of less trash. Because you're putting out less trash. We don't wanna pay him assuming that everybody's putting out 2 bags a week. That's what it is right now, is assuming.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think with you've said that with the pay-as-you-throw, that the numbers have already dropped.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're not changing that part, so I think the numbers are gonna stay down.
It just depends, we haven't signed the contract yet. The town has yet to sign the contract with Shaw's.
And we're not going to until we know
After
whether
the
or not
meeting.
there's an override.
You're right,
That means after the April vote.
Yeah.
sure.
And if the vote doesn't pass,
We don't have a choice. We have to wait until the people have spoken.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I think people, I mean, they're gonna moan, but people are gonna moan no matter what we do, and no matter what happens, that's.
And everybody knows all the bills, I mean, Unitil has gone up like 30%, so before, we're just, taxes are gonna go up 3%.
I just think it's gonna be a tough pill to
I
swallow.
saw it on there.
The override has to pass, which means an increase in your tax bill, and now we're adding a fee on top of it. We obviously have to be transparent and explain that this might happen.
Right.
So when you frame it that way, I don't think you're gonna get the support, because the override is the most important part of this. I think if the override passed, we can probably do away with the trash fee and find other ways to balance the budget, but.
What if we reduce the trash fee? What if it's
You still
$50?
have to, it's better if we can just, if the override passes, no fee, and then if it doesn't pass, you're gonna get a fee.
okay, so one way to do that is to take the fee out
Okay.
here, drop the pavement plan all the way, and then we only have to find another 100,000. So take the trash fee out, this is playing. If we take the flat trash fee out and we say it will just be pay as you throw back, so that's a 0. Go back into the omnibus and drop that 150, because we left.
I'm just gonna do it here. It's the
Okay.
same thing,
Yeah,
so.
where are we at?
We're
We
at
need,
80. I
okay,
think we can,
D14.68.
we can take 40 out, we can 0 the human resources.
we can make it work, I think.
And then
for
the
this.
other 39, where do we get it from? The 4,000 from the, I'm reaching here, but the building department, the 4,000, it looks like they have 4,000 twice, drop the 16K permalink to 12,000.
So I.
Is that their printer?
No, it's
No,
the
it's
software.
Oh.
It's the permanent
There were lines,
service.
yeah, there was a line with a printer on it.
Okay.
This is a more reasonable amount that we can nip and tuck and get to that.
But it has to be 0 when we send it to the state.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying in terms of a story to tell the town, if you, you
A
know,
little here, a little there,
vote
every
for the,
department
if you,
is,
if you vote for the override, you know, we could, we will keep trash, we will not charge you a flat fee, and, you know, we can balance the rest of the budget. But, you know, all bets are off if.
We're not gonna pave any roads though.
So right there, you
Right.
haven't taken off the 250 for the school thing.
No, we're not going
No,
to.
we're not, we took it out in the omnibus, but we're keeping it in here
Okay.
to cover the 300K for trash. You know, you
Right.
don't get trash fees.
Okay.
You know, you just do pay as you throw, no fees. And who knows, maybe everybody, if that's the case, maybe the people that went away, but they probably went away because they didn't want to buy the purple bags, I guess. I don't know.
That was part of it.
Well, you still have
When
to
you
buy.
saw the ranting on Facebook, that was part of it. I'm not buying bags, blah, blah, blah.
but then a lot of people
Well, now
said
they're
it did
paying
come
under
back too.
fees.
You know, after they do the numbers, they're not spending $50 a month.
Right.
Right.
Because
Right.
they have to pay no matter what, even if they're on vacation, they gotta pay
Right.
$50.
Right,
Right.
exactly.
And that's the cheap one, other kind of towns, other haulers are not like Shaw's.
Yeah. So you're saying we may get people, we may actually increase the bag revenue as people come back because they realize it's more economical
Oh, yeah.
to buy bags.
And then they realize over the summer, they're not even home.
Yeah.
Step one, because we're not telling them.
But we're not gonna put that,
No.
we're not putting that, we're leaving that number as it is.
Well, it's unknown, we're just.
Right, no, I'm saying,
Yeah.
yeah, we're not gonna,
Right.
next year, we can look at what we did this year and so on, and we
Oh, yeah,
can
of
make
course.
better projections,
Yeah,
but
correct.
for now, we can only make,
Nelson? Put the town clerk down to 50.
I would say 60, I think 50's.
I mean,
Because there's no benefits, that person has to
Right.
have their own health insurance.
And no, the town pays for the health insurance for the town clerk.
Oh, just
So
no
it's not-
pension or anything,
What?
because they're voted in, they have no pension.
They do have a
They do have
pension.
a pension.
there's still a.
There is,
benefits.
they are still benefited.
Yeah.
I don't know why she said they weren't. The town clerk is still benefited. We don't throw the town clerk to the wind. She's in the county retirement system. She can purchase the life insurance if she chooses.
We really talk about hiring too, and then it's on the Collins thing, and it.
I mean,
everything comes into
when
play.
we put
Hire-
the new scale
That-
into play 4 years ago now, we took whatever her salary was and we fit it to the next hire and then fit on the grade F. And then she's just been getting the same increases every year as the rest of the employees.
right.
It seemed
You're
fair.
she's not grade F, but you're treating her as grade F. is
Yes,
what you're
because
saying.
it was
And that's, I think, that's
easier.
what I don't think she necessarily understood what you were saying.
And we never looked at the other towns because by charter, we have the townspeople set. All charters aren't like that.
Right.
So in some towns, select board members and finance committee members get paid. We don't. So our charter is such that the only one that we set for pay is, as far as elected or appointed goes, is hers. However, the election workers do get paid. That's part of the election thing. So if you're an election worker, you are not a volunteer, you are paid.
You're
Not a huge pay,
No.
but you get a pay.
A separate question, I just didn't know if it got taken out, there was
But you're-
discussion with the chief on taking out that new equipment
Oh,
and
the
replacement.
TEMA.
units. I didn't know if that was, because
Did that
kind of
come
put
out?
stuff in it,
That
but I don't know if
That
it
came
came
out.
out.
Did
came
come
out.
out.
Yeah, that was for the TEMA.
Yeah,
To be a warrant.
it's a one-time purchase unless he finds.
Oh, that 30,000, yeah, that was
Yeah.
30,000, right, we
Right.
took that out.
Right, yeah, but I
We
knew we were
already-
discussing it, I didn't know if it actually.
Yeah, we
came out.
already took that out.
It's
We took the
every
30,000
year,
out?
the cherry
Yeah.
sheet numbers come out as drafts.
Mhm.
And then usually we get a tiny bit more
So,
It wouldn't
when
go
it
down.
actually
Yeah, it
happens.
wouldn't go down, so the estimate that we put in is pretty safe.
Pretty safe, but sometimes it goes, most years it's gone up, maybe 10K. Or, so there's play there. It's never gone down.
So you're changing the pavement thing? Take that 50 off of there and.
He already
Yeah,
did.
it's right here.
Yeah.
He just added that back in to zero out the expense.
Right.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
So.
But we probably ought to do it in the omnibus budget.
Yeah, no, I will. I just did it quickly so that we can,
Right,
just
yeah.
quickly
Just
see what
And
the
I
effect
would
is.
remove that line from the omnibus budget.
I think it's in the,
Has it been there?
it's in the
forever?
BVA, I think, so I mean, we could.
I did put it into capital planning for, not next year, but for 3 years out. Because we should be doing that.
Yeah, actually, it's not on here anymore, so yeah, we could probably.
Because he doesn't get enough money for
If
it.
you lost somebody right now because of that position, is there savings now that you can kind of save for next year?
It'll
No,
be in free
free
cash
cash.
for next year.
Yeah.
So any gap that we have, land use, we don't have anybody in
Oh.
land use right now. There's we don't,
Wellness.
well, the wellness has gone away in this budget. We zeroed it. But we have, well, anyway.
So do we want to do the work now in the budget, in the omnibus budget of getting that red 79 back up to green?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, I think we should.
okay.
Is that a yes or no? What do you-
Yes.
Yeah.
Go down to town clerk. No, accounting. We'll hit accounting first.
I already did the.
We did that.
25.
Okay, so going down, next is town clerk.
What did you want to zero out that other item in the Board of Selectmen too? Did you say you wanted
Oh,
to
the
zero that?
5,000 for the properties committee?
No,
Yeah,
the 40,000,
40,000,
the
yeah.
40,000 in the,
We could do that. I hesitate to do that because it means that I would keep that there as long as we possibly can.
okay.
That becomes a no override cut. If we don't get
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
override. So go down to accounting, was it, or building? We're gonna pass town clerk first.
Yeah.
Did you take out the 5K for the, go up to the, land use? The land transfer, take out that 5K. Right there. Okay, we already did the accounting thing.
Yeah, 25.
Line 12 is not good. Well, maybe.
So what number do you want in there, Laura?
So that number, the 68 is the grade F, step 1. That's what you had said earlier.
Yeah, that was what I thought. I said we could move it to E if we wanted. What's E step 1? I mean, the only reason it was at F is because
What's
that's,
E?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have that.
I'm bringing it up
it's,
now.
yeah.
So it's,
Yeah, I was gonna say Kathy did send us the,
E is down here. It's a pretty significant decrease. It's almost 40%. Unless you started them maybe in the middle of E instead,
Yeah, I'm looking for,
because look, step 1 is a 3254.
yeah. I would go to the step 13, 20. This is a 1-year position.
Yeah.
It's gonna be, because it's a term, Kathy's retiring before the end of her
Yeah,
term.
so
She has
they're looking
another
just
year
for
on
1
her
year.
term.
And then we have to have
Which is
another
what,
election.
well,
Yes, or,
or we're working on appointment.
Oh, we're working to change it from a,
We're taking that up now to see
Where's
if we
the
can do
email I
that
sent
so
you?
that we have a chance to
point,
hire somebody,
right?
go out for,
Of course, if we do that, then we're gonna have to pay, then we're
applications.
gonna have to pay more probably.
We may,
yeah.
we may, but we're gonna get somebody who's qualified right away
Right,
versus a
right,
trainee.
right.
It just makes good business sense in that position to have somebody that knows what they're doing.
And as far as public records requests go, we should be charging for those.
Absolutely.
As a town,
Absolutely.
because we have been getting
Absolutely.
too many
It's too much.
crazy.
I mean, it's not just in Townsend, it's in other
everywhere.
towns too, if you see it.
But it
But
is
it's
too
such a
much.
waste of time and money. It really is, unless there's a real
And
big
material.
issue. But people have nothing else to do but just complain about what they didn't like at a meeting. It just, it's too much because you're dealing with volunteers.
So what do we want to do? Well, it should be, let's go to the 2950 and see what that works out to.
So instead of 68,000, it's like
Yeah,
61
bring
and
those over
change.
here.
No.
It's like 61 and change. So
What is it, where we
Put it at 58, wherever that is.
I'm gonna hit the restroom, I'll be back.
well, let's just
Step 8.
can we see what other places where we can nip and tuck first, maybe?
That's not gonna be 68, so
Go to
take
the
out
rec
10 right
department,
away.
go to the rec department, take out 7,400, the town's part of that,
Assistant.
actually, yeah. Take out the town's part of the assistant.
That's way down.
I don't know.
Because there's nobody in that position right now anyway.
Well, every piece losing something. Something mandated.
Right there, just make it 10,000.
What are we taking out now?
See the 17,142,
Okay,
just make it 10,000.
okay.
So that saves us 7,000.
So it says out of this 17,000, 10,000 was from the
Revolving
Right.
account, and it's reflected in the recap. You have it in there, Nelson. So just
Right.
So just leave it at 10 then, right?
make that 10,000. Okay, get these away from you. Pass these up to Dawn.
We're gonna sit there with.
I gotta go back up the highway. Now, zero.
Right, which is a shame.
What did we zero on highway?
The
Oh, payment, oh my goodness, yeah.
Now go to building and let's make the permalink line 12K.
If you don't have somebody in the
Building
land
needs
use, can the
down
land
there.
use come down a little bit if
Right
it's a new
there.
position?
Yeah, it's
I think you have to hold, they have to hold it.
It's
We
not-
took it down in hours already,
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
so,
What are we?
12.
with
Yeah,
permalink
it's a net
is,
zero.
yeah, make that 12,
Which budget was that?
That's
building.
building inspector, but I mean, that's a
Yeah.
placeholder because
No, I know.
it's just a net to zero with the revenues.
Right.
Okay, so we see where we are now?
Yeah,
When you see this,
Separate
take-
suggestion,
take
if I
the
can just
number,
bring
copy
it, is
it,
intermunicipal
and you copy
agreements,
paste right there.
Yeah.
Steve brought it up,
Yeah, you can.
is with other
Copy that.
towns that we should have
He
these
is
intermunicipal
hoping.
agreements, he's already in agreement that maybe can bring in some extra money.
It-
And I already brought it up to the Board of Health, but Lunenburg gets credit for using the Townsend Recycling Center as their place where they tell people to go because we're an open recycling
Yeah.
center. That we can have an intermunicipal agreement with them as well.
what we were told at the meeting on Thursday night by Carla was that if they take money for that, it cannot be used by the town. It will be used only by the Board of Health for the recycling center. So it's a moot point.
It still impacts the whole budget.
Well, it
We're
just
all one
means
town.
it doesn't help to reduce that number, the excess capacity number. That's all we
What are
got
we down to?
down.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. How is that?
Did we do anything on the town clerk line?
No.
It's still at 68.
And then you have that other position that nobody's in right now. I know you said you didn't wanna move to 40, but I think they have to move that 40.
No,
Because
I
nobody's
thought you
in there.
did.
No, she kept it.
I kept it for human resources. funded it where it was
Oh, we took
last
the other one
year.
out. Okay.
I don't wanna take that out. I do not wanna take that out.
Could it be lowered? Can
Okay,
we-
well, I
No.
don't think we can on
Um,
that one. It's like a full-time job now.
I,
It's gonna go
and,
part-time.
and what I wanna, if
That's
we
nobody's saying
don't
that.
get the override, that's something that can be zeroed.
Mhm.
Go down to town clerk.
I mean, you could do 35,000. And then the rest is from ARPA.
Do it at 30. Drop it 10.
And what is that?
That's the human resources.
You can work with other, like another town as well on to helping with that.
That
No, it's a
gets
full-time
worse.
position, so if it was like
Yeah,
a
it's
part-time, you might be able to share it.
Okay.
So that's 10,000 out of the 63, so we're like at 53 that we need. Keep in mind, we haven't even touched free cash or stabilization method.
But free
Allocated,
cash,
but-
we need
But we always
about
need
120K for capital expenses.
Well, stabilization, I mean, last year, it was, what was it, 136, and it was
Oh, cause he's,
paid.
cause
No.
it's not linked to the other spreadsheet, he types
Well,
the
it will
number
be.
in, I think,
So,
sometimes.
Um,
They didn't
Yeah.
link it, there's two different spreadsheets.
I know
Right.
we had submitted.
correct.
So where are we at? What's our bottom line? We haven't changed that town clerk number, have we?
No,
No,
What number did you come up with originally?
I was,
for what?
I was doing about that, but we could make that a flat 60.
That's what I was thinking.
Make it a
That's-
flat 60.
but that's even less than the 29.50 an hour.
Yeah, and if you
Oh,
don't
that's
get
less
it-
than, get these things away from me.
It's an elected position. The
It's an
fact that
elect-
you're
but if-
paid is at all is gravy.
Unreal, plus
In
benefits.
a sense, I mean, no, I understand that the job is a job, but by our charter, we do not have to pay it. And we don't. It doesn't say all but the town
No,
clerk.
but if-
It says all elected positions are unpaid.
So let's say that we do this and lower the amount that is in the pay. And the person that gets elected gets the most votes, looks at it and says, that's not what I saw in the budget. I don't want the job anymore. I'm not
they
going to be town clerk.
Well, it's
Then
in
what?
the budget.
Then we gotta go out. What happens if somebody wins an election and then just says, I don't want the position?
Then we have an
they resign?
assistant town clerk.
Yeah, we do.
We do, but
And we have senior work-off people who are in that office all the time.
Mhm.
And they'll have to pick up the slack. Is what it comes down to. All the more reason to
It's awful
have
to cut anything.
an appointed town clerk as opposed to an elected town clerk, if that's the case.
well, yeah, it's, you know, that's the thing. If we lower it too much, don't make it an attractive position, then. And again, I get it. If we don't have a trained person coming in, it's not the right thing either. And, you know, how do we know
Yeah,
that things aren't gonna be met?
What are the pays
Still
in
more
the
than
other
one.
towns? I mean, I have no idea.
They
She
go,
had the paper, but I think she took it with her.
yeah, she did. She mailed it to us.
Do you have it
an
then?
email.
Did she mail it to me?
What was emailed?
The list of all the town
I don't
clerks.
think
Town clerk.
That are, appointed
In-
versus
in
elected?
Oh,
Massachusetts,
I
there
did
is a
get it.
column,
Yeah.
there is a column for appointed versus elected.
Elected, because that doesn't.
So you can filter and look at different things. You can,
I mean, I don't want us to belabor the point over like $5,000 to $10,000. But
and again, if it's not there, we have to
Okay,
hire
which
somebody
town
to
is
do
this?
certain things, like,
Ashby. Okay, Ashby pays their town clerk 51.
it is much
they're
smaller.
smaller.
It is a
smaller
smaller
towns.
town, I agree.
Maybe they could do combined, because they probably have less time there.
Have an assistant in each and just a town clerk that does.
Who's about the same size as us?
Well, there's a column for, I saw for population, and if you just, what was that column?
Is Pepperell there?
I haven't gotten down that far. Groton is appointed, correct? Yes.
What do they pay?
95.
Oh, yeah, so if you column F, if
What
you,
is Pepperell? Is that elected or?
I'm looking. I don't know what Pepperell is.
It's what?
Elected, no, oh, wait a minute.
Appointed. Pepperell is appointed.
Appointed.
And they make 79.9.
Yeah. You get to hire somebody, you're gonna pay for their credentials.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, she's been there quite a while too.
The person in Pepperell has been.
She has been.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm looking for towns that have about the same as us.
Oh, I didn't get it.
it was sent to you. It was sent to the selectman's email address, which includes you.
In
What does Nantucket pay? 137,000.
Who gets that?
Nantucket.
Is that elected?
That's what it costs to live there. They
Yeah.
probably have a little tiny house about this big if they have a house at all.
One of those tiny ones.
That's their budget to get back onto the main.
Right.
There's a lot of appointed ones.
There are.
It's,
But see, then you can hire somebody who's
Lunenburg is
qualified.
elected 79.
so there's 243 on this list. And
There's
150
in Plymouth.
101 are appointed, so slightly less than half are appointed.
Well, look at Hall. They pay 26,000.
So it's not a unique idea.
They have 9,200
No,
people.
It's
so
like
they're
the
elected.
40-60 split.
26,000?
Uh-huh.
I wonder how many hours it is.
Yeah, I'd have to look.
But we have an
that's the key.
assistant too,
But-
you know?
Yeah,
So
so
we're
we could
paying
cut
like
the hours.
40,000.
We could cut the hours.
Yeah, I did the filter, elected and, number, the population between 9,000 and 11,000.
Okay, oh, you did?
And
Yeah.
what do you get
The,
for?
the average is 79,000, sorry, yeah, 79,188.
What's the median? Can you show me the median?
Well, here's one that's.
I'm just wondering, or the range, you know, it goes from where to where, like
Okay,
there's a
well,
55.
Goes from 26 to at least 108.
Unappointed,
This
with the
is
same
on-
size. I mean, I'm looking
Yeah,
at one that
okay,
says
so let me change to
8,570 for 11,000 people,
you wanna
close to
share?
12,000
No,
people
I can.
in Weston. Weston.
Weston is,
Very expensive.
Yeah.
Yes,
But how many people and how much work is there?
11,851 is the population. And it says 8,570 and it's an appointed position.
When is this, Weston?
Yeah. So here's, oh, wait a minute, where are we? What is the?
No, it's
wait a minute.
120. That's
100
120.
no, no, no.
That's,
I was in the wrong
I was
column.
gonna say Weston is paying.
But again, it's appointed.
So, right now, because we had to change, in the filter I have between, I have a filter, I'm looking at between 9,000 and 11,000. I switched over to appointed. When I highlight the line with the salary, it comes up and tells me that the average salary is $87,818.
And for the same size town elected, it is.
Okay, so now I switched to elected. And
It's lower.
that's 11, yeah, 11, and the average is 79,188.
Who gets paid 26,000 or 28,000, whatever that is?
It might be
That's,
a part-time position.
So it's,
that's Hall.
And do they have two people in their offices?
Yeah, that's the other question. How many of these are?
Because together.
I have to put in something.
yeah. Yeah, and the answer for that one is no assistant,
No assistants.
no
So
assistant town clerk.
Yeah, no assistant. So what is the total budget for the town clerk for the two salaries?
and the second person makes around 46.
Yeah,
Yeah,
on
the
a
second
person.
person's 46,
And she's
760,
80, so it's 125 or 130,000.
128.
I'm good with 50. We're paying 40 something, so that's almost 100,000 for the town clerk's office. Okay.
Well, why don't we come in between the two?
Let's go with, yeah, let's go
55.
with 60, and if we have to, if we don't get the override, we have to
Cut it down,
cut it down.
more.
so we don't offer the job until we know what it is.
And the dollars don't come out until annual town meeting anyway, because it's a warrant
I know we
article.
didn't cut the library, she said 15, maybe go with like 8, you know, like kind of.
So go to the
We don't want to,
But she said safely, they already thought that they could take 15, but we haven't talked, you haven't talked to them directly, but maybe try what an 8 would be. There's a,
we have to.
What, this looks different to me.
the library.
No, yeah, it is, because Nelson stopped sharing, so you
Oh,
get-
okay, so, good, because.
They have their book, you know, of $70,000, and I'm just wondering if that was just subtract by 8. As being a way to.
Yeah, that
No,
would
I
be a
don't
good
think-
place to put it.
That's part of the calculation, I think, for the
67, so.
I think we're down to 45 now.
But we haven't touched free cash.
Well, we could turn off the streetlights and then everybody would be really pissed.
I don't have one up
'Cause I
by
did
my
that
way anyway.
before.
doesn't look like me.
So I think it is possible to get it down to a manageable amount. I mean, do we need to accomplish that today? I don't.
I don't think so, because these are all what ifs, and
Yeah, correct.
it's kind of like, you're in a ballpark, you're gonna need 45,000.
Yeah, and I think we can shake
If we
the,
get the override.
right,
If we get the
we
override.
can shake the couch cushions to come up
So
with,
then, then the
We
next
can
exercise.
always
would be-
cut, the other thing I've done is cut all the, office supplies in half. Or by 25%. Well, I think
Well,
there's
I think-
a lot that doesn't get spent
Well,
there.
I think that if, and I don't know if,
And it's pennies, but it gets you, when you're down to 45, it can get you, 10,000.
And people are not using as much paper as they were before. I mean,
Right.
they're doing a lot of stuff
but do you
electronically.
think do we all order at the same time?
I think that makes
for
sense.
paper.
Huh?
I think that makes sense.
I do too.
I mean, a lot of these
We don't
places
have to
have
accept the
free
full
delivery, so I'm not sure how you would. I know it's a cost to the vendor, coming out to deliver, 4 boxes of pens versus.
Well, I don't think you'd order it that way anyway.
Well, but I mean, it's just as an example.
It was something that either Ross or Eric hired Harrison to look at. And I know I never saw a result from that study. But it was to centralize all supplies, all the pens, all the
Paper.
paper, all the, folders, all of that. And to just do an order for all of town hall or, for the building. You could put roll highway into that. I don't know where fire or police gets their stuff like that from. But just have a central repository and order everything quarterly. So they come out and they do a drop,
Right.
and
That makes more sense.
And it might be a place, that's another place that
Yeah,
we've
they
gone
have
to.
office supplies, on the fire, they have 1,700 for that. The police, office supplies, he's got 4,000.
He has to do a
Well,
lot of public records.
he does.
Yeah, oh, I mean,
So maybe.
I'm not saying those numbers aren't justified, I'm just saying,
Yeah, I mean, so you can, it's nickel and diming, but you
Right.
can get it down
right,
and
But I think if you-
usually it fits within you're not gonna have to do a zillion municipal relief transfers because you cut $400 off of supplies.
But I think we could charge for, when they ask for all these files that these people want, public records, why couldn't we charge for them?
We, well, maybe Nelson could talk to this, but we do have the public records request coming up for a reading to where if it's more than 2 hours, we should be charging a $25 per hour for the
Oh, I'm
time
sure.
that
I'm sure a
is
lot of it
expected.
is.
Because a lot of them are, like, there's a public records request for all the files that we looked at for, at capital planning on whatever day we met, Wednesday. Someone wants all the files that we looked at.
Oh, the fire?
The files,
Oh, yeah.
the files that we shared.
Oh.
For capital planning, yes. And I'm not chasing those anymore. It takes me too long to respond to public requests that want all the conflict of interest that I've ever taken, all the open meeting law trainings that I've ever taken, all the positions that I've ever held in town, committees, elected, appointed, and the dates.
Well, that should all be public record.
It
Kathy
is.
should have that. Town
Kathy
clerk
has
all that.
some of it, but not all of it. Because she'll send me emails saying, where is this? So anyway, these come in and it's time consuming.
Happy
I
volunteering.
mean, even for Kathy, it's time consuming and it should be charged.
Yeah, because it's,
Anything that isn't just a simple, hey, where's the agenda or where's the file that you looked at? You know, if it's one thing that you're looking for specific, that's one thing. But if it's a fishing expedition, that's a whole different story.
Yeah. do you want to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn the select board meeting at 3:27.
And I second. Roll call,
Veronica Kell, yes.
Laura Schifrin, yes, which also includes the joint, which is not a full committee at this point.
I know,
For the
we
record.
already adjourned.
We hadn't adjourned, we had members that had to leave because we went so long, so we could still, I think, take a motion to adjourn.
Yeah.
I move that we adjourn the finance committee joint and current meeting.
2:28. Second. Okay, we have a roll call vote.
Dave Walker, yes.
Jerome Zegas, yes.
Hayes, yes. We're adjourned.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you for your thorough
Lovely to
day.
spend all this time with you.